HPXLOTM, please call me Mr. Error. By Hoyne_Kyoma chapter 101-140. As soon as Loki entered the room, a faint gasp of surprise escaped him. Professor Quirrell, Loki mumbled, causing Professor Quirrell to turn around along with Harry and look at him. Professor Quirrell was no longer wearing a turban and his head was facing Harry, but peculiarly there was a face on the back of his head. He is not Professor Quirrell, Harry exclaimed. He is Voldemort. He was the one that did it all. Harry shouted even though he was bound with thick ropes and lying on the ground like a worm. Why is Voldemort still here if he reached before us? Loki wondered, but then he realized something was missing from the scene. Where's the Philosopher's Stone? Has Voldemort not gotten the stone yet? Is that why Dumbledore couldn't get the stone too? So only his protagonist Harry is going to be able to pull out the stone. What is this? The Legend of Merlin and King Arthur. Quirrellmort extended his hands and chanted, Incarcerus. But Loki immediately ducked and hid behind a stone pillar in the room, leading Quirrellmort to miss the shot. Damn, this is getting ridiculous, Loki complained. Isn't this a plot hole? Why would Dumbledore hire a teacher that has a wraith attached to the back of his head? Is this why he was wearing a turban stuffed with garlic all this time? So that people stayed away from him. How did he even endure the smell of garlic for so long? I remember the Weasley twins hitting the back of his turban during the winter. Aren't they technically the strongest students ever at this point? No, wait. Loki, stop distracting yourself. Now I need to wait until the Philosopher's Stone is out to execute my plan. But do I even need to steal the Philosopher's Stone at this rate? Wouldn't Dumbledore use it once Harry removes it from the mirror anyway? So I have to make sure Harry can stay alive and is able to remove the stone so that Hermione can be healed. Loki peeked out of the pillar, only for him to duck again as a bright green stream of light shot past him, almost claiming his life. I do not know how you defeated him, but this is your end, boy, Voldemort shouted. To which Loki shouted back in hopes of buying time, wait. You're Voldemort, right? Voldemort stopped to hear what Loki had to say, allowing him to peek out from behind the pillar again. What if I joined your side? Loki asked with a smile. I mean, I'm a great student, right? I can help you with your grand plans to conquer the world. Avada Kedavra. Almost immediately Voldemort shot another killing curse at him. Hiding behind the pillar, Loki cursed, I have to catch him off guard somehow. But how? Loki thought of a few more things in succession and firmed himself to execute a modified version of his plan. Loki pulled out the paper crane origami and poured in a bit of his spirituality into it and caused it to glow a bright white light as he felt everything about himself refresh. This feeling, it almost makes me feel like I'm high. It feels like anything I do now will only be a success. Looking at the origami, Loki made his wish. I wish to die momentarily in the senses of Voldemort until I wish to be revived again. Avada Kedavra. Rushing from his hiding spot behind the marble pillar towards another as the one he was at was destroyed, Loki shouted, why did you drink the unicorn's blood that night? Ah, yes, that night. It was you, wasn't it? Quirrellmort spoke in a whisper, but Loki and Harry clearly heard it. But I don't need to tell you about such things. Was it to complete a ritual? Loki asked with a knowing smile to annoy Voldemort as he went back to hiding behind the pillar, not before tossing a piece of stone that had broken off the previous pillar at Voldemort's face. Voldemort, however, didn't answer and just flicked his finger. There was no magic or any magical light, and Loki peeked out of the pillar once again, but with a smirk on his face. Wondering why nothing happened, Loki teased, my curse, you have the blood of a unicorn, Quirrellmort asked with an angry undertone. Ha ha, wouldn't you like to know? But I too don't need to tell you such things. Such annoyance. Bugs thinking they can fly where the eagle flies. Quirrellmort spoke in a whisper, and then Quirrellmort continued without warning and shouted, Avada Kedavra. Quirrellmort shot a spell that created a green beam of light that shot straight at Loki, but he ducked and flicked his own wand instead, Confringo. A burst of fire pulsed through the room as it engulfed Quirrellmort, who calmly waved his wand and caused the flames to disperse. A little stunned Quarelmort turned around to look for Loki, but he wasn't anywhere near him, so he turned his attention back to Harry. Even he left. You have no friend now, Potter. As if. Quarelmort and Harry suddenly heard Loki shout from behind the mirror, and before Quarelmort could respond, Loki shouted, "Defendo." An invisible blade shot towards Quarelmort, but under Harry's fanatic gaze and Loki's terror, Quarelmort vanished. "Two can play a game of tag," Quarelmort explained after reappearing behind Loki. Quarelmort's hand transformed into a hairy veiny appendage as its claws grabbed onto Loki's throat. Loki choked and tried to pull Quarelmort's hand from his neck but couldn't. Except Loki wasn't one to go without a fight, so he stabbed Quarelmort with his wand through the back of his head. But Quarelmort took it like a boulder. Even though Loki could see his wand had stabbed his head and his brain, Quarelmort stood still, holding his neck with a smile. "Good night." Crack. Loki's neck snapped and Quarelmort tossed him aside like a pile of bones. He fell like a puppet with its strings cut and rolled onto the floor. "No. Loki!" Harry shouted. But Loki didn't move, he lay right there as still as a corpse. "Pests must be gotten rid of. I've been meaning to meet you, Mr. Potter, and nothing will interrupt our meeting," Quarelmort said as if it was a fact. "Come here, boy," he whispered and picked Harry up with an iron grip after releasing him from the ropes that bound him and dragged him along until they reached the mirror in the room. "What do you see?" Quarelmort asked Harry, who was being forced to look into the mirror. I see the Gryffindor winning the House Cup after winning the Quidditch Cup," Harry exclaimed. Suddenly Quarelmort pushed and pulled Harry to shake him up as he whispered, "Do not lie to me, boy. Now tell me what you truly see." "I see my parents congratulating me on winning the Quidditch Cup," Harry said, trying to lie again. "Stop it. Stop lying," Voldemort said, fed up with Harry and his lying streak. "You need to be punished. Punishments are what you deserve." Quarelmort was about to break Harry's leg using his wand, but something deep within Harry spoke out to him in this moment. A twilight light emerged from his chest, forming a shield around him. Quarelmort tried to dispel this light using magic, but the moment it touched his skin, a burning sensation caused boils to appear on his hands, making it immensely painful for him to continue touching Harry and causing him to drop his wand. Voldemort was confused at what was happening, but Quirrell suddenly warned Voldemort, "Master, he's alive." And before Voldemort could turn around and do much, everyone in the room heard a powerful shout. "Lux!" The room was bathed into a flush of golden light that reached every corner, causing Voldemort and Quirrell to scream out in agony and pain. Both Harry and Loki saw Quarelmort collapse to the ground under the pressure of the light as his face began to grow warts and pus exploded out of them. It was only moments later when, with a shrill deafening scream, Voldemort separated from Quirrell and phased away to escape the effects of the flaring sun charm. While Quirrell, who did not have any way to escape, was burnt to a crisp, leaving only a few clothes and a pile of ash on the floor. "What was that?" Harry asked, surprised. "A charm given by Madame Pomfrey," Loki said in a weak voice as he moved closer to Harry. But as if something had snapped within Harry, he collapsed and fainted. "What? Why did he die now?" Loki rushed up to him and checked his heartbeat. "Okay. He's alive. Just fainted. Probably from whatever that last shield of light was. But good for me." Looking at Harry with his spirit vision, Loki immediately spotted the Philosopher's Stone, and used a vial to fill up the blood from it. "I'm sure Adam ain't here. Otherwise, Quarelmort would have noticed." Loki then quickly performed a sacrificial ritual and sacrificed the vial full of blood from the Philosopher's Stone, for later use. "Although I've collected enough blood for 100 more injuries, I need to pretend that I've stolen some for Hermione too. So that there aren't any suspicions on me. Directing their eyes to the obvious theft would make them oblivious that I stole a lot more than I let on." Loki looked at Harry and then collapsed near him, pretending to fall while he cast a simple charm he'd learnt from Dominic. "Renervate." Harry woke up with a blistering headache, but when he saw Loki collapsing near him, he rushed to him quickly and moved under Loki's shoulder to help him up. "How did you remain alive? I saw you die," Harry exclaimed, excited but also worried that something had happened to Loki because of the Voldemort. No, I'm alright. Someone close to me made me a charm to protect me and it worked. Loki said, pulling out Elaine's metallic charm around his neck and showing it to Harry. Its chain had broken and was what made the cracking sound when Voldemort snapped Loki's head. Someone close? Harry asked politely. Loki said with a smile. Just as Loki took a step forward, he finally collapsed and succumbed to exhaustion. Still, he dully used his position beside Harry's pocket to fill the vial in his hand with blood that was leaking from the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket. Tell me, Harry, what did Voldemort tell you? And Harry, easily distracted, began to tell Loki all about Quirrell and his deeds and how throughout the year it was him and not Snape who was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. And just like that, without anyone noticing, Loki ended up with a bottle full of blood from the Philosopher's Stone. Hopefully, Adam is sincere enough to heal Hermione, and they let me off with a slap on the wrist because of my noble qualities that caused me to do things like stealing for a sick friend. Loki walked with Harry's support until they reached Ron, where Loki said, "Help him up, we can carry him together." Harry nodded and they adjusted their position until Ron was in between with Harry and Loki on either side as they slowly made their way through the rooms until they reached the Devil's Snare. How are we going to go up? Harry asked, looking at the trapdoor closed after they'd jumped through it. Fluffy, Loki shouted with as much energy as he could muster. There was a soft silence for a few seconds before they heard a woof. Can you carry us out off here? Loki asked back and they heard a soft bark before Fluffy's paw descended from the trapdoor. Loki lit up his wand with a Lumos Maxima once again for the Devil's Snare to retreat and then hung himself along with Harry and Ron on Fluffy's claws, who then pulled them up slowly. Woof asterisk woof asterisk woof. Fluffy was excited to see Loki again, but the heads were also worried about the blood on him. After Loki reassured them that they weren't his by patting them on their heads and allowing them to sniff him, they calmed them down. Everything is done down there, could you carry us to the hospital wing? Loki asked. The dog looked confused for a second as its three heads looked at each other, but then Loki said, "The Philosopher's Stone is with him." Loki said, pointing at Harry, "You need to protect him now, not the trapdoor." Woof asterisk woof asterisk woof. The Cerberus then picked up Harry, Ron and Loki and, under the gaze of everyone in Hogwarts, walked under Loki's guidance to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey stepped out with worry once Fluffy pushed the door open. "What happened to you kids?" Madame Pomfrey asked with worry as Fluffy pulled him down slowly and placed him near her. That was the last thing Loki remembered before he collapsed in Madame Pomfrey's rather warm embrace, leaving Harry to explain all the other things to her. The last thing Loki heard Madame Pomfrey say was, "God forbid, he arrives. He would kill me if he saw what that madman has let happen at our school." But he was already half unconscious, so he paid no attention to it. The sun's rays pouring in through the window created a warm updraft over Loki's face, causing his eyelids to flicker and open slowly. Stretching for a bit to get comfortable, Loki pushed away the blanket that was on him and sat upright in his bed. "Where am I?" Loki mumbled as he tried to get a clear view of the place through that gap in his eyes since he was rubbing them. "Hospital wing. Yes, young man, you're in the hospital wing." A kind and warm voice entered Loki's ears, waking him up fully. "Madame Pomfrey," Loki exclaimed, but then he looked at his hands and realized something. "My ring. Your ring and the other things on you are stored safely in a box over there," Madame Pomfrey said, pointing at the box underneath Loki's bed. "I won't ask you how you have them since it is none of my business, but I will ask you to be more safe in the future." Loki nodded, but with a worried expression he said, "Did anyone else see those items on me?" Madame Pomfrey looked at Loki with a warm smile and brushed his hair out of his eyes before responding, "No, I removed them immediately after you arrived here. I don't think anyone else knows about them." Releasing a sigh of relief that he hadn't realized he was holding, Loki calmed down and said, "What happened after I fainted? In fact, how long have I been out?" "You've been out for 3 days, you had broken ribs, a fractured nose and several other cuts, burns and lacerations all over your body. What did you do?" "I was fighting Professor John." Loki said with a frown on his face when he remembered the fight. That would explain why he's been missing. Madame Pomfrey nodded. I assume the ring ate him. Ah, Loki felt a little confused that Madame Pomfrey was speaking about all this with a smile as if it was no big deal, but he decided to lie since it wasn't something he could afford to bear. Maybe. I don't know since I haven't used the ring for long. I only got it after stealing it from someone. Madame Pomfrey gave Loki a scrutinizing look and after a few seconds relented. Sigh, all right, I won't tell anyone about the ring, I will just tell them that you told me you defeated him by luck. I'm sure you had no scarcity of that. Loki's eyes widened as he mumbled out a broken, "Ho how." I know of the world within this one, and I happen to know a few things like you do. Loki nodded, leaving Madame Pomfrey's secrets to her. After you lost consciousness, Professor Dumbledore visited. Harry informed him of the trials you faced together and informed him of Professor Quirrell's betrayal and imminent demise where you used the flaring sun charm I gave you. Loki nodded and Madame Pomfrey continued. Later, Professor Dumbledore gave me a little bit of blood from the Philosopher's Stone because of which, Hermione woke up after a bit. So you can keep the blood you stole from the stone. I see. Loki nodded, pretending to be relieved that he was not punished for stealing. Thank you for helping me out. But won't the blood make me immortal? It is my duty. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and carried on to explain, the blood isn't what made Nicholas immortal. There are other reasons for that. And then she frowned before speaking in a somber tone, I hope you take care of yourself better, ending up half dead like you were that day won't do you any good. Keep this. Madame Pomfrey said, slipping Loki a piece of paper, but before he could look at it she was already speaking again. Now come on, get up, get ready, and leave. You might be able to catch the last feast in the Great Hall. Madame Pomfrey said, patting Loki's back lightly. Loki nodded and quickly changed behind curtains, wearing clean robes that had been delivered to the hospital wing by house elves. He collected all the items in the box, storing away his wand that he'd used to stab and kill Mr. A, the small flask of unicorn blood and the vial of blood from the bloody Archduke Beander characteristics went together in a different pocket. While the paper crane origami he used to gain luck to make things go his way and the broken charm that Elaine had given to protect him were stored away together in a new pocket. Finally, Loki stored away the Ring of Harvest in his pants pocket to keep it out of sight from everyone. It was his trump card and the fewer people knew about it, the more effective it would be. Exiting the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey's permission, Loki immediately rushed to a cubicle in a lavatory and performed a sacrificial ritual to store away all the important items like the blood of the unicorn, the vial of blood from the Philosopher's Stone, and the Ring of Harvest. The curious thing to note was that the blood of the unicorn had lost its luster and turned a murky brown due to the number of times it had protected him from Quirrellmort's assault of curses. I don't think it can be used anymore to protect me from curses, but I might still find some use for it. And maybe if I squeeze it, I can get a little bit out of it. Or perhaps I can find a way to purify it. Loki thought and chucked the flask into the gray fog. After shedding all the important items on his person, Loki walked straight to the Great Hall. As soon as Loki entered the Great Hall, people started to murmur while pointing at him, but he ignored them and walked towards Dominic, who was as happy as ever to have Loki sit beside him. Word is you fought the Dark Lord and drove him away and protected something that was being hidden in the third-floor corridor. Your rumors are right as always, Dominic. Haha, I hope they are, otherwise I wouldn't know if I should scold you for not telling me or pat your back and congratulate you for achieving such a great feat. Sigh, I'm sorry, I wanted to tell you, I really did, but circumstances just forced me not to. Especially when everyone's Lord and Savior Harry Potter only gave me 20 minutes to prepare. Is that so? Then I shall hold the grudge to our Lord and Savior and leave you out of it. So how are you? Are you all right? I should be. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let me leave otherwise. As she should. Suddenly the hushed whispers and people pointing at Loki stopped. The source of the silence had entered the Great Hall and was on his way towards the headmaster's chair. It was Albus Dumbledore. Another year gone. Dumbledore said cheerfully, what a year it has been. Hope you will all spare my old man's rambles a little, since it seems the house cup here needs to be awarded, and the points stand thus. In 4th place, Gryffindor with 312 points. In 3rd place Hufflepuff, with 352. Ravenclaw has 426, and Slytherin, 472. A storm of cheering and stamping broke out from the Slytherin table. Loki felt a little unhappy that the Slytherin won, but he didn't say anything since it wasn't like his participation was going to change their view of him. But before he could think any more, Dumbledore spoke. Yes, well done Slytherin, however, recent events must be taken into account. First to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Oh God. No, not again. Dumbledore and his terrible writing. If you add points so blatantly, won't everyone notice how you're biased and favored to a particular boy? Second to Miss Hermione Granger for taking a stand against the darkest person when there was no hope to fight back, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione became embarrassed, especially when Loki looked at her and wiggled his eyebrows, forcing her to hide her face in her hands. Third to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor House 60 points. Almost everyone was beyond themselves, the tables were cheering and banging their goblets on the tables to make some noise. Gryffindor was tied for the House Cup with Slytherin and everyone was extremely happy. Dumbledore then opened his mouth while looking at a particular boy in the Gryffindor table and spoke. It takes a different sort of courage to stand up to those closest to you and stick to what you think is right. And for that, for Mr. Neville Longbottom I award 10 points to Gryffindor. Not only Gryffindor, but all tables that were not Slytherin cheered loudly, making it known to the world that Slytherin had lost their 7th House Cup. But then Dumbledore opened his mouth again, causing everyone to grow silent. And last but not least, for Mr. Loki, for protecting his friends during danger and for fighting against evil by standing on the right side to help his dear friend, I award Slytherin 50 points. The hall grew silent for a second and then the Slytherin table burst into cheers and excitement. Everyone had expected Slytherin to lose and were ready to cheer to the moon and back, but this sudden reversal of expectations threw them off. Many people from across the table moved to shake Loki's hand, irrespective if they called him a mudblood before or not. I guess, Dumbbell Master is a good guy after all. He helped cure Mino too without reprimanding me about stealing. Maybe he's not that bad. Loki thought and nodded to himself. After the rather fruitful breakfast, Loki met up with Daphne in the common room and walked up to her. Excuse me, Daphne, Loki asked, requesting her attention. She excused herself from the gaggle of girls and walked up to Loki. Here you go, Loki said, trying to hand over the paper crane origami back to Daphne, but she didn't take it back. Although the paper crane couldn't be used more than once and Loki was just returning the item, he felt there was more to Daphne's reluctance in accepting the crane back than what met the eye. Instead, she mumbled under her breath for a bit before she said, "Did you not get anything out of it?" "Get something out of it? Does she mean my broken bones and bruised flesh? My sister has blood malediction," she said again, causing Loki's eyes to widen. "Does she need the elixir?" Looking at Daphne's eyes that were peering into his own, Loki realized the underlying meaning of the situation. Of course, she wasn't helping me for no reason. She must have figured out using some means that I would get a little bit of the elixir, and so she wants it. "How much of it do you want?" Loki asked. 4 drops are enough," Daphne said with a straight face. 4 drops? Is that all? Loki asked with a little bit of shock. Damn, did I steal a lot of it then if she only needs 4 drops? Can you give me a kontai? Before Loki could finish his sentence, Daphne pulled out a small vial from her pocket. Loki took the vial and nodded, saying, "All right, I will get it done. Please wait here for me." Daphne's eyes looked to be glimmering, but she didn't say anything. Loki went to his room and performed the bestowal ritual to get 4 drops of blood from the rather large vial of blood he had and into the vial that Daphne handed over. Once that was done and Loki was about to end the ritual, he paused for a little bit. "Is my connection to the gray fog a bit stronger?" "Well, whatever, I will look into it later. I have a fair maiden waiting for me right now." Loki ended the ritual and rushed out of his room to meet Daphne back in the common room. She hadn't moved from the spot he had previously been talking to her. Here, Loki said, handing over the vial that Daphne had handed over to him. This time there was a little bit of red blood present in it. Daphne had an imperceptible smile prop up on her face that Loki felt made her a million times more pretty, but she still stayed silent, not speaking any more than she needed to. "Is that all?" Loki asked. "Yes." Daphne nodded. "I will keep the origami as a keepsake of our interaction then." Loki nodded and stated, "Sure." Daphne nodded and moved back to go and mingle with her gaggle of girls who were all very interested in the conversation she had with Loki. Once left to himself, Loki walked back to his room and closed it before he sat down on the bed and calmed himself down. After an entire minute of performing breathing exercises, Loki opened his eyes and a wide smile appeared on his face. "I did it! I did it!" Loki shouted after burying his head under a pillow. Blowing on the whistle, Loki summoned Sunny, with whom he spun around in circles inside the room, even going as fast as to ignore the protests of the squealing Niffler, who was beginning to feel dizzy. "Squeak, squeak, squeak. Can you believe it? I did it, Sunny," Loki said, hugging the Niffler. "Squeak, squeak. Did what?" "I completely digested my potion. I thought I was feeling perfect because I just left hospital wing, but it turns out that I'd also digested my potion." "Squeak, squeak. How did I digest my potion so soon?" "Well, I stole the elixir from the Philosopher's Stone and Madame Pomfrey probably saw it and realized what it was," Loki said, and paused to see if Sunny was following the story so far. "She said she was also a Beyander, and she must be a high-sequence Beyander since I got all my last 10% of the potion digested immediately." "Squeak, squeak. Yes. I'm happy for me too. Aren't I lucky? Oh wait, I literally was a few days ago. Perhaps Daphne helped me a lot more than planned. I should think of a good Christmas present for her next year. Anyway, I'm awesome." Loki spent the last few hours in the castle going to professors and talking to all of them, thanking them for teaching him this year until he ended up with Hagrid finally. "Hagrid, thank you for introducing me to all the awesome creatures this year." "Ha ha ha, no problem. I would do that for any student interested. By the way, do you want to see Norberta before you go?" I wanna see her and the unicorns too. Want to thank them for saving me once again before I leave." "Sure." After thanking the unicorn for giving him his blood, Loki moved to the castle with Hagrid, and they ended up in a room in the dungeons that was modified with the help of the expansion charm. "Look at her. Ain't she pretty?" Hagrid asked as he and Loki saw Norberta sleeping and breathing out puffs of smoke and fire at regular intervals. "She is," Loki said, petting her scaly face. Leaving after a while, Loki first said goodbye to Professor Snape and thanked him for the detention, and then packed up his trunk and wore decent clothes to leave Hogwarts by train. Getting into a compartment, Loki locked the door once again and sat down with a happy expression as he pulled out the Half-Blood Prince book and began to read the potions in it. In a minute, a sharp knock appeared on the door, followed by someone using magic to unlock the compartment, and before Loki could chide the person for intruding on his privacy, he heard a soft yet arrogant and bold voice. "I already told you train compartments are not supposed to be locked," the bushy-haired girl said. "My own," Loki exclaimed with a soft smile. "Where did you go away? I've been searching for you since yesterday," Hermione complained, sitting inside the compartment. I was just going around the castle and thanking the teachers for helping me study during detention." Hermione rolled her eyes at Loki's attempt to show her that he was closer to the teachers than her and asked, "What did you get in your exams?" "I got an O in potions, transfiguration and charms, and exceeds expectations in herbology while unacceptable in defense against the dark arts." "What about history?" Hermione asked. "I think I got an E." At least you got to give your exams. I prepared for nothing," the girl huffed indignantly. "Don't worry, my own, I'm sure they will pass you to the next year. If they fail you, then I don't think anyone else can even hope to pass." He, Hermione laughed embarrassedly. But then she became serious as she looked at Loki and said, "I heard from Madame Pomfrey that I only lived thanks to you, so you have my undying gratitude for that." Don't worry about it. I just did what I had to, I'm sure you'd have done the same for me. Loki said, trying to brush away the matter under the rug with a casual hand wave. Sigh, I was so worried about you when I woke up, you know. It took you 3 days to wake up. Hee hee, thank you for worrying about me. Loki laughed and bowed politely. Loki and Hermione talked for the rest of the way, discussing various things like the questions in the exams and the contents of the underground chambers when Loki, Harry and Ron went in to defend the Philosopher's Stone from Snape and so on. The train eventually arrived at King's Cross Station and Loki and Hermione parted ways, with Hermione promising to write to him all summer and making Loki promise to write to her all summer as well. There was no one there to pick Loki up, but he didn't leave yet. He walked up to Dominic and surprised him with a warm hug, spoke to him to thank him for taking care of him all year and promised to keep in touch with him and inform him about any happenings in Hogwarts that might interest his gossipy ears. I hope I see you around, Loki, Dominic said with a smile and a wave as he said his goodbyes. And I hope to see you around, Dominic. Maybe you'll achieve your dreams when I meet you again. Dominic just laughed lightly and waved goodbye as he walked to his dad, who was waiting for him. Once he was done talking, Loki finally moved to a secluded corner of the station and called, "Creature." "Pop. At your service, master. Let's go home," Loki said, handing over his hand for Creature to hold him and apparate together. "Yes, master." Arriving in the dimly lit living room that Loki recognized as home, he took a deep breath, smelling the old and familiar smell of wood as he closed his eyes and let out a deep exhale, finally relaxing by embracing the home. His eyes flickered towards the basement as he remembered Walburga and felt a little lonesome, but he didn't let the feeling distract him from his next steps. With his trunk floating behind him, Loki walked up the stairs and placed it inside his room, before blowing on the whistle on his wrist. Squeak squeak. "Hello there, I need you to deliver a letter for me," Loki spoke to Sunny while petting him under his chin. Squeak squeak. "Right, here's your payment," Loki said, holding out a particularly shiny nickel for the Niffler to stuff in its pouch. Giving the Niffler a handwritten letter that Loki wrote on the spot, he watched as the Niffler stuffed the letter into its pouch and vanished into the spirit world. The letter was simple and to the point. "Greetings, Lady Trelawney. I hope this letter finds you in the pink of your health. I hope Elaine has not bothered you and is behaving well. If she has broken anything of value, please tell me so that I can compensate appropriately. The main reason for this letter is that I wish to meet my sister soon if possible. Also, thank you for the protective charm, it saved my life, quite literally. Thanking you, Loki." The Niffler was back in a few minutes, and as soon as he reached, he pulled out a new letter from his pouch and handed it over to Loki. "Welcome back. Elaine is a good girl and has done nothing to get into trouble. You don't need to worry about compensating me for anything. I hope you are fine and well. Elaine and I are going to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow, would you like to meet us there? Yours respectfully, Cassandra Trelawney." Loki immediately penned a response and agreed to meet Cassandra and Elaine at Diagon Alley in the afternoon. After that was done, Loki walked over to the basement after informing Creature. "Creature, make sure not to disturb me. I am going to drink my advancement potion." Creature's eyes widened, but he bowed deeply and said, "As you wish, master." With soft steps, Loki descended into the basement and walked up to the potion-making station he'd used nearly a year ago to cook up his potion. Smelling the hint of lingering smell that reminded Loki of his time here, Loki walked up to the ingredients cupboard and opened the second side that had the ingredients for the error pathway. Looking at the frankly bizarre array of ingredients that would not have been part of his past life, Loki sighed a little. Then, with eagerness to make the best of his new life, Loki set up everything to perform the bestowment ritual and gave himself the card of blasphemy for the error pathway. Clearing the altar after finishing the ritual, Loki picked up the card of blasphemy and poured his spirituality into it. Flipping through the pages, Loki finally reached the second page. The image on it depicted a well-dressed lady sitting behind a desk supporting herself on her elbows and fingers intertwined. She had a knowing smile on her face and there seemed to be an aura of calmness that surrounded her. Little creatures like small flowers with legs and hands danced on the table while her eyes sparkled as if glitter had been dropped in them. Ha! Loki then read out loud the name of the sequence, Swindler, and moved on to the ingredients. Main ingredients: 12 stalks of puffskein hair, 5 drops of leprechaun blood. Supplementary ingredients: a strand of hair from a unicorn, 4 nettle leaves, 12 drops of dragon blood, fairy dust, 100 drops of distilled liquid water. Loki matched each ingredient with the ingredients in the cupboard, but what he found disappointed him a little. I have all of the supplementary ingredients, but I only have one of the main ingredients. I have 12 stalks of puffskein hair but don't have any of the leprechaun blood. Damn, what do I do? Do I go to the Aurora Order gathering? But just as Loki was about to decide on whether he should go to the Aurora Order gathering or not, he remembered something. Wait, didn't Madame Pomfrey hand me over a slip of paper? What was that about? Loki searched through his dress and soon pulled out the piece of paper that he'd gotten from her before. Now that he looked at it, he found it was more a business card than anything else. And so he eagerly read what was written on it out loud: 12 Diagon Alley. ROB's warehouse, open from 6 am to 6 p.m. Turning the card around, Loki read the sentence scribbled on the back by Madame Pomfrey before she gave it to him. Password: who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. What? Loki questioned, stunned. Is SpongeBob SquarePants also a part of this world? I will need to check, but I don't think so. So is it some other transmigrator running the store? My senior. The one who made the cards of blasphemy. But ROB. What's that about? Loki thought for a bit, but seeing no other clues which he could use to glean insight into the situation, he gave up making baseless theories and went back to thinking about how he would acquire potion ingredients, pushing back any ideas of divination to the back of his mind. Should I try going to this store before I go to the Aurora Order gathering to check it out? I can even go here before I meet Elaine tomorrow. Well, it's worth a shot. Before going up, Loki stood before Walburga's coffin and looked at it for a while, recollecting all the experiences that had happened to him over the year. Could you have guessed? I got sorted into Slytherin. And, Adam, the headmaster of the school, he isn't as bad as I thought, he helped me heal my friend. Oh, and the other guy, you know, who came to the school by possessing a teacher to break into the trap the headmaster had set up and steal the Beander characteristic for his next sequence. Given how many names I have to censor, you can guess just how stupidly complicated my time at Hogwarts was. And you said Hogwarts was the safest place for me to be. Well, I hope at least next year is a little safer. Perhaps Adam has learnt something and won't hire new teachers who can decide the life or death of students at a mere glance this year. Looking around with a wandering gaze, Loki finally spotted the building he was looking for. Above its door from the patio cover hung a dirty sign that looked like it had been very poorly cleaned recently. It said, ROB's warehouse. On its door was the number 12 engraved in gold and silver, which matched the address on the business card in Loki's hands. ROB. What a strange name for a shop. That will be all, for now, creature. I will call you when you have to pick me up after my meeting with Elaine and Mrs. Trelawney. Yes, master. With a low pop like someone had popped their lips, creature vanished with a spin, his body getting absorbed into a point, a feeling that Loki had come to hate very much. Walking out of the alley he was in and to the door that Loki had matched with the business card, Loki held the knocker on the door and gave it a small thrust to knock on the door. Dust rose up and entered Loki's nostrils, prompting him to release the knocker and sneeze, but he held it back with determination, just waiting for the door to open. Loki soon heard loud creaks and thuds approach the door. The door opened with a crawl, letting in what felt to be the first rays of light in a very long time. What appeared in front of Loki surprised him. It was a person wearing a long robe that covered them from their head to the toe, and where there should have been a hole for the face was a plague mask that appeared stitched to the robe, making it impossible to discern any qualities about the person inside. Loki didn't find it rude since he was also using an item from the basement to conceal his face, but he did find it strange. Why would the shop owner need to conceal their face? To avoid angry customers from finding more about them. Hello, the person said in a muffled tone as the thick leather of their mask blocked the sounds from fully escaping. Greetings. Loki said, and then he asked, I was recommended this place, may I know your business? But instead of facing a response, he was asked a question, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? The voice asked in a low tone and Loki barely made it out because of the jingle. SpongeBob SquarePants. Loki said in the same rhythmic fashion he was asked the question in. There was a pause in between that threatened to turn awkward, but Loki kept a straight face behind his mask, trying not to burst out laughing at the code that had been developed. Come in, the person said, moving aside while holding the door so Loki could enter. Loki stepped in with caution and found himself looking at a large room filled with chairs like the ones outside a dentist's office, with various magazines strewn about for those patiently waiting. It looked surprisingly modern for a store in Diagon Alley. Although the several chairs and tables indicated that this place was busy, apart from Loki and the person dressed in a gown there was no one else. The person closed the door behind Loki with a dull thud, capturing Loki's attention. You are? Loki asked. I am a Rob and this is my warehouse. The person, Rob, responded. Rob's voice was muffled and unclear, making it hard to even discern if it was feminine or masculine. Rob carried on ahead, walking behind the counter with clear, steady steps that appeared to tap the floor with practiced ease. What do you need, mister? The voice asked from behind the counter. I need 5 drops of leprechaun blood. That is a strange request, mister. Ah, you can call me Bug. Mr. Bug. And here I thought I had stranger things in my shop. So do you have leprechaun blood? Loki asked impatiently, wondering if he would have to go to the gathering of the Aurora Order after all. Yes, I do, but this store doesn't work like that, Mr. Bug. How does it work then? I only point my customers in the direction of where they can earn the potion ingredients on their own. I don't sell them things I have. So you will give me the location where I will find leprechauns. I have to get the blood on my own. Something like that, but you are lucky, I already have some leprechaun blood that should work. So what do I do now? Do you have 5 galleons, Mr. Bug? 5 galleons? Are you trying to rob me? Oh, that's why your name's Rob. You're a robber. Why don't you find some elsewhere if you think I am robbing you? Rob said with what Loki felt was some anger, since it folded its hands across its chest and looked at Loki with a raised head. I have a recommendation and might become a repeat customer if you just. I am not lowering my price and this is final. Loki handed over 5 galleons reluctantly and Rob pulled out from underneath the counter a vial with exactly 5 drops of leprechaun blood. Loki stored the vial in his satchel and exited the store begrudgingly while thinking, damn warehouse. I should have known from the name. It was going to rob me blind. Walking aimlessly, window shopping for a while, Loki came across a broom store where all the children were pressing their noses against the window and looking at the broom on display. Nimbus 2001. Loki read the plaque on the window. Maybe I can buy it and study the runes on it. Perhaps I should start small with other alchemical items in Diagon Alley. What can I start with? Zonko's Jokes Shop products. It didn't take Loki a long time and he had scoured through the entire catalog of Zonko's Jokes Shop, buying things like fake wands, boxing telescopes, and Boggart in the box. He wanted to gift a few to Elaine while keeping the others to study them. Loki even visited a few more stores and bought a few more items like a wand holster, a sneakoscope and a few common potion ingredients so that Loki could try out various potions over the summer. He even visited the spirit pet store he'd visited with Walburga to get himself an owl spirit. He felt rather uneasy using the school's owl spirit for that. Of course, he did all this shopping without the disguise on him so that people wouldn't think he was strange. With nothing more to do, Loki left towards Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor where he had promised to meet Elaine and Cassandra Trelawney. Once there, Loki waited for less than 15 minutes when he found a little girl who was smiling running up to him by slipping through the crowd. Loki bent low and as soon as Elaine ran into his arm, he picked her up and spun her around. Elaine, you've grown quite a bit. Loki said, pulling Elaine into a warm hug. You too, big bewather. Hee, I already feel better. Let Rob's warehouse be damned. Loki thought, maybe I'll be the one to rob them in the future. He then made good use of his time by continuing to speak with Elaine for as long as he could while Cassandra sat down silently, patiently watching the brother and sister talk about everything that had happened to them the last year even though they spoke to each other nearly every day using two-way mirrors. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Bringing the flask with the deep red potion towards his mouth, Loki swallowed the contents with a single gulp. Almost immediately, Loki felt something pulse across his body, starting from his stomach. This feels warmer than last time. Is it because of the dragon blood? Feeling his muscles wriggle and his brain continuing to lose focus as it heard the repeated chants of Hogwarts, Walburga, Loki entered cogitation to calm himself and reduce the chance of losing control. The potion gradually dispersed into his body, leaving behind only the feeling of fullness that represented that he had 100% of his potion left to be digested. As the disturbances reduced, Loki could finally stand at ease and so he stepped out of cogitation with a simple thought. With his eyes closed he felt the changes in his body and studied the new stream of information about new abilities that had appeared inside his head. "Ah, I see," Loki mumbled. His posture suddenly straightened and his slouch was no longer visible. Instead, he stood with his shoulders squared while his hand held the now empty flask naturally and professionally. Everything about Loki just seemed a little more elegant. If before Loki's mannerisms as a thief dictated how he held himself, currently Loki felt like he could easily pass off as a nobleman from the most ancient and noble house of Black. This was the first ability the potion granted Loki. It made him more elegant in all aspects. I understand. Loki blew the whistle hidden on his wrist and summoned Sunny, who appeared immediately. The Niffler looked at Loki with a confused expression since Loki felt different to it somehow, but it failed to point out the changes. "Don't worry about that for now, it is because of the potion. Can you help me with an experiment for a bit?" Squeak. "Alright, if you win a game, I will give you a galleon." Squeak. Loki pulled out a gold galleon from his pocket and under Sunny's curious gaze held it in his right hand. "All you have to do is pick the hand you think the galleon is in, alright." Squeak. Loki tossed the coin into the air and in front of Sunny, without using any of his theft abilities to perform sleight of hand, grabbed the coin from the air with his left hand. "Did you see which hand the coin is in?" Loki asked Sunny, and the Niffler nodded with eagerness as he rubbed his hands greedy to win the galleon. But then Loki said something, "The galleon is in my right hand alright." As if in a trance the Niffler nodded and then Loki asked the question, "Which hand is the galleon in?" With speed comparable to a frog aiming for an insect, the Niffler's hand shot out as it touched Loki's right hand. A smirk formed on Loki's face and he opened the right hand, only to reveal that there was no coin in it and that the coin was actually in the left hand still. Squeak. The Niffler shouted in despair. "Why did you change your choice?" Loki asked the despairing Niffler. Squeak. "You don't know." Squeak. "Do you remember hearing me tell you that the coin was in the right hand?" Squeak. "I see, so you believed me. Do you know why you believed me?" Squeak. "You don't know. I just felt believable." Squeak. The Niffler sat down depressed and made a frowning face at Loki since he caused it to lose a gold galleon. "Ah, don't be sad, here, you can have the galleon," Loki said, tossing the galleon to the Niffler, who immediately became enamored by it and began to look at it in every way. This was Loki's second ability. It gave him the ability to interact with a person's body of heart and mind and make them believe seemingly random things as long as the person did not think too deeply about it. This ability was greatly exaggerated on Sunny. I doubt it'll work this well on another Beander, or even human. Once they thought a little more deeply about his suggestions and paid attention to it, they would end up breaking the illusion. Even things like cogitation would help them counteract the effects. The third ability that Loki gained was charm. It allowed him to set his aura, making him more approachable or even more unapproachable, like a rose with thorns, but either way, people would admire him for his charm. Loki snapped his fingers and grabbed the Niffler's attention. But before anything else happened, the Niffler walked up to Loki and as if in a trance handed over the coin that was in his hands to Loki. "Thank you," Loki said, snapping his fingers, and immediately the effect broke. Squeak asterisk squeak. The Niffler squeaked indignantly, wondering why it just gave away the coin it was holding and loved dearly to Loki. This was Loki's fourth ability, an extension of his second ability of mental interference. He could non-verbally plant thoughts into the mind of his target which they would act upon if they didn't think them through carefully. Of course, a simple mental shield could block such an attempt, but it would work otherwise. Loki gave back the gold galleon to the Niffler and finally, waved his hands beside Sunny. He caused an exact replica of the little Niffler to appear, mimicking his actions and doing everything exactly as he did. But this meant that there were 2 gold galleons on the table now and Sunny wanted the other one. The Niffler jumped to attack his counterpart by hiding his own coin in his pouch, but nothing seemed to happen as he passed through the illusion and fell on the table through its other side. Squeak. Squeak squeak squeak. The Niffler tried to use its Beander ability to put it to sleep and stun or daze it, but somehow the other Niffler copied it voicelessly. Squeak. The Niffler voiced its complaint to Loki, but to its surprise the illusory Niffler vanished as a plume of smoke, its colors dissolving into the air around it as it faded away. "It was just an illusion," Loki said, patting the Niffler and giving his respectable friend another gold galleon for helping him out. This was Loki's 5th and final ability. It gave him the ability to make small illusions. Loki felt his current limit was an illusion the size of Sunny, but he was sure it'd increase later as he digested more of the potion. Now to the important part of the question, who should I swindle? Loki mumbled his thoughts out loud. It'd be nice if I could swindle some professors since they have a high sequence, but they're all so nice to me. Maybe I can swindle them by making them feel happy. It had been a month since Loki had become a sequence 8. Swindler, and he had experimented a lot with his new abilities, and one particular use of a seemingly random ability stood out. Or at least Loki thought this ability was responsible for giving him the soft power to work with runes. Eloquence or charm. It was the first power that was granted to him by the potion, the ability to appear like he was a cut above the rest. The ability that made him more pleasing to the eye had an unintended side effect. It also made him more fluent in any language he spoke, and by extension runes. Loki could see and read runes like never before. Although the potion did not give him any extra knowledge about the runes, he still could use whatever he had with much more eloquence than before. If before it felt like writing runes was scratching shapes and letters on paper, now it felt to him like he was writing cursive. And not the cursive doctors wrote on their prescriptions, but the cursive an expert in calligraphy drew. It was an art form. This had one more unintended or intended side effect. It allowed Loki to study and understand runes and see how flawed other people's works were. He could naturally point out what parts of given arrays of runes were faulty or inefficient because they were not eloquent. Loki was overjoyed, and he'd spent the last month doing nothing but studying various alchemical objects he'd purchased, and right now he was working on a rather expensive project. Loki used a thin chisel to carve out runes in the handle of the object, and just when Loki felt everything was perfect, a soft blue glow emanated from the rune he'd just carved, indicating perfection. Phew, I'm glad that worked. Although it was risky to try and modify the broom, it's rather nice to see it all meld together properly. Grabbing the broom by the handle, Loki looked at the extra runes that had been carved into it with pride. At least it isn't exploding. Loki then left the broom in his hand, letting it fall, and when it fell, unexpectedly instead of hitting the floor, it floated right by his side, bobbing slowly as if it was waiting eagerly, waiting to be used. Test 1 commencing, Loki announced, and a few scratches came from behind him. Loki then sat on it, and as soon as he did, he felt a warm sensation travel across his body. This was the work of the fire charm rune he'd engraved onto the broom. Temperature is perfect and the comfort level has increased, Loki said, which caused something in the room to produce scratching noises again. As soon as Loki stabilized himself, he leaned forward to fly but stopped himself just in the nick of time. I might crash if I test this inside. Cancel test 1. Loki voiced out loud, and more scritching and scratching followed. Loki then grabbed the parchment that was hovering beside him along with a ballpoint pen that was writing on it. Alright, at least the writing style of the dictation quill is legible. It was a lot worse in the beginning. The pen worked in a simple manner. Once carved with the runes for mind, Loki could access the body of heart and mind for the pen. After that, all he had to do was use his Beyander ability to plant a suggestion to affect it with an intent, so that he could control how it moved. The movement part was handled using runes that described the levitation charm. So when combined together, the mind runes controlled how the levitation charm was to be used and the pen automatically did what Loki willed it to. Loki was happy with his progress with runes over the last month. He had learned a lot of things and had created a lot more things in the process. But that was not what Loki's final aim for studying about runes was. Pulling out a silver crystal that glimmered under the light from his pocket, Loki looked at it with a little bit of confidence. His aim was to use the Dawn Paladin characteristics he'd gotten out of the Ring of Harvest and make an item that could help him in the future using it. I wonder if I can purify it using this. Although he didn't know much about crafting items with Beyander characteristics, he was still a little confident in being able to make something half decent because he could try multiple times. As he could always use the power of the Grey Fog in the Saphira Castle to destroy the item and get back the Beyander characteristics used in it, since the characteristic itself couldn't get destroyed. I have a month left, hopefully, that's enough. Loki shrugged and went back to drawing his plans for the item in question. On another side of the country, a blonde witch looked at her sister and her parents. "How did you get this?" the man asked with unhidden caution. "Does it matter?" the little young girl said with amusement. "Sis brought it for me after all, so don't I get the final say?" "Don't be in a rush, Asti." The woman spoke with similar caution. "If that man was responsible for it, you can't take it, Asti." "Mom, I told you it wasn't him." "Then why don't you reveal his name?" "Because I don't want to drag him into this. This is our problem. I don't want to involve a third person into it. Daffy, whatever it is, we're Greengrass, we can't leave without giving him our thanks. For such help, it would be against the balance to not pay him back." "I already did," the girl mumbled. "Huh, what did you say?" the man asked, since no one heard what the girl said. "I already did. I gave him a paper crane." Immediately everyone's eyes opened wide in shock, but while the adults were dreading it, the little girl looked at her sister in excitement. "Sis, are you telling the truth? You really gave away a paper crane to him?" the little girl asked, shaking her sister, a big smile adorning her face. "Daphne, what have you done?" the lady asked with shock. "I did what needed to be done," the girl said defiantly. "Wah, sis, you're so bold," the little girl exclaimed. "My daughter," the man said with some disappointment and worry. Loki looked at the book list for the second year. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. That one is normal. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wanderings with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Why are there so many books by this professor? Will the Hogwarts funds for orphans even have enough money for these many books? Loki looked confused. If the last professor was incompetent enough to be unable to write a single book, why is this professor overcompetent? Is there something wrong with Adam? Damn, he always finds a way to appear like the least credible person in the room. It was late in the evening when Loki got his letter, and so he wondered if he should go to Diagon Alley right away in the evening or if would go later the next morning. Picking up a random coin that Loki had enchanted with runes to be a flashbang, Loki tossed it into the air. "Heads I go today. Tails I go Tomo. Wait, why don't I do divination to check if I should go or not? I'm a Beyander. An idiot one apparently." Loki quickly pulled out his trusty old topaz pendulum and let it hang until it was at rest, perfectly still. Using the soul of the mystery prior in the Ring of Harvest, Loki started his divination by using cogitation. "It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. Comma. It is good to go to Diagon Alley right now to purchase my books for the second year. Opening his eyes, Loki found the pendulum swinging clockwise in a violent manner. It's a really good time for me to go to Diagon Alley. Loki felt a little weirded out and found the result a little unsettling, but he acquiesced in the end. Well, the divination knows better than me anyway. I guess there's something really important waiting for me over there. Stepping out of the Saphira castle, Loki prepared himself by taking a short shower, and since Creature was asleep he picked out clothes for himself. A neon pink shirt, neon black pants and neon yellow jacket. Perfect outfit. It feels so retro. Cool. Glad I don't have to wear those all-black emo school robes again. Wearing his dress, Loki sped outside 12 Grimald Place and walked a little distance under the stares of everyone present on the streets. Mommy, look. I wanna be like that. Loki heard a small child say and raised his chest with pride. I'm the best. Except he faltered in his steps a little when he heard the mother say, "No, Charlie. Don't become a weirdo." Arriving a little distance away, Loki raised his wand hand with the thought of finding some transportation, and within a few seconds, with a bang asterisk, a large red double-decker bus stopped in front of him. Stan Stunpike, conductor of the night bus at your service. A thin man with a frame that no one would be jealous of unless they were like Loki from earlier, starving for food, entered Loki's view and with a tip of his hat looked at him, extending his hand for the little Loki to hold and pull himself onto the bus. "I need to go to the leaky cauldron," Loki said with a smile as he looked around the bus amazedly. The inside was empty, and other than the odd bed loosely moving here and there was nothing much to look at, but Loki found it all very impressive, especially since he could feel the magic that was thrumming away to keep the bus running. "You've got it. 11 sickles for the trip." Loki pulled out his money pouch and handed over exactly 11 coins since they were all sickles. "All right. You might wanna hold on for this." Loki rushed to a bed closest to him and immediately held on for dear life as he found a shrunken head beside the driver turning back and talking to him. "Are you ready? You better be. Because we're in for a bloss." Before Loki could hear what the shrunken head was talking about, he found himself thrust backwards as the bus started with a bang. "Whoa!" Loki shouted as he spotted everything around him outside the bus moving at speeds that turned it all into a blur. All the lights on the roads, the lamps and the car lights, turned into streaks as the bus passed by them at unimaginable speeds. The ride felt magical. Loki watched how the bus shrunk and extended, slipping through the narrowest of streets and through a crowd of people, coming to a stop only when it was on due course for a collision with some life form. Overall, Loki enjoyed the roller coaster-like ride that made his stomach flip and turned it both upside down and inside out. "That was fun. I'll be back for more, later in the night," Loki said with a smile and waved goodbye to Stan and Ernie, the bus driver. "You will always be welcome," Stan said and Ernie nodded. The bus left with a bang and Loki turned around to address the dingy old bar behind him. Something which the muggles around the area failed to detect or even notice as multiple people kept entering and exiting. Loki walked inside the bar and after giving a nod to the bartender, Tom, he stepped into the alleyway where a dustbin was placed inconspicuously and found the third brick to the top and 2 bricks to the left and tapped on it. But what happens if someone moves the dustbin a little? Will people still be able to find the right brick? Loki stared at the brick carefully and then at the dustbin. Perhaps I can move it and see what happens. But as Loki's fingers brushed against the brick he realized something silly. There's a dent on it. From repeated use. Is that how the bartender keeps track of it and fixes it if someone drunk in the bar manages to knock it over? Well, whatever, I need to go do what I'm destined to do. Is it to save a princess in a tower? A few months earlier, Dumbledore looked at the small diary in his hands. Harry was knocked unconscious because of using forcibly locked abilities. Loki quickly moved towards Harry who was unconscious to steal the blood from the sequence 2 bloody Archduke Beander characterists. But for some inexplicable reason, as soon as he got a hold of the Beander characteristics, Loki did not fill just a vial of the blood, but used an entire bottle. And even more inexplicably, started to set up an altar to perform a ritual. After the ritual was finished, Loki returned the Beander characteristic to Harry and pretended to become unsteady on his feet after waking up Harry. Dumbledore pinched his brows and frowned. McGonagall was in the room but she stayed quiet, not knowing how or what to do in this situation. Do you know of any way to know what Loki did in that room, Minerva? Sorry, Albus. All my attempts to know more were blocked by an endless gray fog. I think if I attempt to do anything more, there'll be serious retaliation. Gray fog, I see. Dumbledore nodded and then moved to a wall. He looked at the mirror that was hanging on the wall in his office and stared at it for a while, before walking to it. Could the Greater Roads tell me the contents of the ritual that Loki performed when Harry was unconscious after he'd fought off Voldemort? A mist leaked onto the mirror's surface and formed the following words, "No." Dumbledore's frown only deepened. Can you at least tell me if it is dangerous to Harry Potter's fate? The words on the mirror reformed. Your turn to ask a question has finished. Now it is my turn. What would you like to choose? Punishment or a question? Punishment. Dumbledore unhesitatingly chose. The words on the mirror changed again. Ask Severus Snape on a date. PFFFT cough cough. McGonagall was suddenly reduced into a fit of coughs, perhaps her age was catching up to her. Dumbledore's frown deepened further, but he nodded and asked another question. Can you tell me if what Loki did was detrimental to Harry Potter? The mist on the mirror changed to form the words, no. The matters are unrelated. Sigh. My turn. Punishment or question? Punishment. Send a letter to Gellert Grindelwald telling him, you miss the passionate moments you shared with him. McGonagall's eyes widened as a sizable blush appeared on her cheeks, before she excused herself and walked out of the headmaster's office. Poor Albus. Leaving the dent behind, Loki walked through the arc that had formed and made his way through the street, finding his way to the large white stone building with crooked columns. Poor goblins. Loki thought, they don't have the right to use wands. Would all the other non-human magical species grow stronger if there was no restriction on the usage of wands? Entering through the grand doors, Loki found himself in a smaller hall where a different set of silver doors stood closed, and on them, etched in silver, was what looked like a warning. Before he could read the poem though, someone bumped into him. Can't you see where you walk? It was Draco, along with his father. Oh, Draco. Fancy meeting you here. What are you doing with your father? Taking him to solve some trouble you caused. Loki retorted back. The Malfoys scowled but Loki paid them no mind and walked into the bank with a confident stride. Once inside the bank, Loki waited in front of a teller patiently without hurrying him or disturbing him from counting coins. But given that he couldn't turn back because the Malfoys were behind him, Loki soon found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. Mr. Malfoy, the teller asked as soon as he finished his job and looked up. Loki felt estranged and a little furious, so he shouted a little, I was here first. The goblin pushed himself a little off his seat and looked at Loki, who was hidden by his tall desk. I was here first, Loki said once again with narrowed eyes. We know that, Mr. Loki. I'm Loki. Because they have a premium account with us, Mr. Loki. The teller said with a scowl on his face. Quote. Loki could see and hear and feel the smirks of the Malfoys behind him, his face filled and flushed with embarrassment and he dared not to turn around. But then Loki's mind flipped as he saw the Malfoys step around him and walk away with a goblin towards the private chambers. Because as Draco walked around him he whispered, of course, you're here to beg for money. Aren't you, Popper? The smugness in Draco's voice and the mirth all caused Loki's emotions to boil, but he remained calm. Calm down, Loki. Calm down. Loki repeated the sentence in his head and ignored the feeling of anger that was rising inside him. Once the goblin was back to meet with him, Loki spoke to him with a frown. Can you give me the money meant for Hogwarts orphan students? The goblin's scowl further deepened and he finally spat back, yes. May I have your application form? Yes. Loki nodded and pulled out an application form that Snape had handed over to him at the end of the year. The goblin scrutinized the form and only after he was satisfied with it, did he respond affirmatively. "Here's you money," the goblin said, handing over a bag filled with 30 galleons to Loki. Loki collected the money and then walked away from the bank, moving to the Flourish and Blotts store where he could buy his books for the year. Entering Flourish and Blotts, Loki walked to the front of the table and spoke to the receptionist, a man with graying hair and a soft smile. "What do you want, boy?" the man asked calmly as Loki neared him. "The book's set for second years at Hogwarts, sir," Loki said calmly. "Ah, I see, a second year Heard that the famous Lockhart is going to be teaching you. Consider yourself lucky, I guess." Loki nodded since he didn't know much about the situation to think anything good or bad about it. But if he had to guess if Lockhart was good or bad, Loki hoped that the professor would at least be better than the last one. At least he won't have the spirit of a demented Dark Lord attached to the back of his head. He has an event this weekend, a book signing event for his newest book that he will launch on the same day. "Magical me," the receptionist exclaimed enthusiastically. "I see. I will try to be there." Loki shrugged and nodded while giving the receptionist a polite smile. The receptionist noticed Loki's lack of enthusiasm and did not delay any further, bringing out a set of books from behind the counter and handing them over to Loki. "Need anything else? We've recently got a stack of invisible books about invisibility," the receptionist offered with a polite smile. But Loki rejected it politely and walked out of the store. Moving with his books in hand, Loki walked the Diagon Alley, which was lit up only by various lanterns and soft floating lights. Overall, the place looked beautiful and soothed the soul, but that was not what Loki was searching for. Why did the divination tell me to come here? Was it just for me to get insulted by the Malfoys? Loki walked a bit more but didn't find anything, except a pamphlet with the following written on it. "Want to watch something beautiful? Want to watch something that takes your breath away? Want to watch something that cannot be replicated with your wands? You are welcome to Zonko's proud fireworks presentation." Flipping over the pamphlet, Loki found that the address was 935 Diagon Alley, and with nothing better to do, Loki left to visit the show. Loki watched the show, confused. There was nothing special about it. Well, it was special in that many specially planned fireworks designs appeared in the sky and danced around like they were alive, but there was nothing of any significance to Loki as a Beander. Now, Loki was sitting on a bench with a yawn, wondering what he had to do. Did I miss it? Was today just for me to get insulted by the Malfoys? Strange. Loki wanted to go back up into the Saphira Castle and find out if he still had to stay here, so he made his way back to the Leaky Cauldron, to rent a room for a bit and perform his divination. "Need a room for a few minutes, please," Loki said, tapping the table. Tom looked at him for a bit and then said, "Sure. Room 5 is occupied, why don't you go to room 6? As long as you keep it below 10 minutes, you don't need to pay." Loki nodded thankfully and made his way up the stairs, going to a room on whose door was etched the number 6. Entering the door, Loki closed it behind himself, and just as he was about to begin the ritual to enter the Saphira Castle, he heard something. "I know what you did. I know what you did," the gruff voice repeated, causing Loki to stare around in confusion before realizing the voice was coming from the room next door. What is going on? Who's using these soap opera dialogues? Loki carefully walked toward the edge of his room and placed his ear on the wall to hear better. It's not eavesdropping if they're being loud about it, and I'm just resting my ear on the wall to scratch it. Loki nodded sagely and continued to pay attention to the conversation that was being carried out. What do you think I did? Banish the banshee by smiling at it with my smile that has won the Witch's Weekly Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. A different voice, one that seemed insufferably sticky and slick, asked in a self-praising tone. Cut the crap, Lockhart. I know what you did. I know how you got all the accolades that you did. Lockhart, the author of those textbooks. And pray tell, how did I do it? HMPF. You thought no one would notice it, but I did. I saw you bring your last victim in, and once you learnt of his achievements and satisfied your curiosity, you wiped away his memory. I saw it. How many people have you told? The sickly sweet voice asked, probably with a smile if Loki had to guess. I told everyone I could find. But they wouldn't believe me. They just made fun of me and didn't even entertain it. They said you'd have been caught by now if you did it and didn't believe me. I see. Now that you're at the end of my wand, I wonder how you feel. Do you feel happy? I couldn't have felt better, Lockhart said as Loki heard the creaking of the floor, indicating Lockhart was walking. Stay back, the voice said a little panicked. Don't worry about it. I'm completely unarmed, aren't I? Haven't you already taken my wand? I'm harmless. Loki suddenly felt something wrong. He felt himself calm down and begin to believe Lockhart's words, but then he immediately pinched himself and stared wide-eyed at the wall that separated himself and Lockhart. He's either a Beander or using a Beander item to make others believe him. Not even a second later Loki heard a calm voice, "Obliviate." An ethereal green glow slipped into Loki's room from the cracks in the wall as he immediately stepped back and began to panic. The floor creaked under his weight and Loki felt his breathing hitch. Who's there? Lockhart immediately asked. A few seconds later, Loki immediately heard the steps move closer to the wall and felt a searching gaze land upon him. But thanking the darkness of his room, Loki felt Lockhart sweep by and not find him. Almost immediately, Loki felt Lockhart begin to move towards his door and step out of his room to come to Loki's. Loki, still worried that he might get caught and have his memories wiped, did the next best thing he could. He matched Lockhart's steps and moved towards the window from where he jumped out and landed on the street beside the leaky cauldron. Making sure to stick close to the wall so that Lockhart couldn't see him, Loki walked ahead and blended into the crowd, using all his knowledge as a thief to keep attention away from himself. He shouldn't have the time to follow me since he still has to take care of the guy who had come up to confront him. Loki reasoned. Once Loki felt he was out of danger, he turned through the streets and made his way out of Leaky Cauldron. Holding his wand hand above his head, Loki expended a little bit of spirituality to call the night bus, and once on it, he immediately picked a bed to lie down in as he gave Stan Stunpike an address close to 12 Grimald Place. Not even the roller coaster experience of the bus diverted Loki's thoughts as he continued to brood upon the events that had just taken place. Finally reaching home half an hour later, Loki collapsed onto his bed and wondered about the things that had happened in a relaxed manner. So the teacher this time is a fraud. Do I report him? Loki thought about the question for a while, wondering if he would tell the Auror department or the Hogwarts faculty and if they would even believe him. Loki doubted the Auror department would believe him, but he felt like the Hogwarts staff would, especially Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, whom he was quite close with. Is this why the divination recommended I go to Diagon Alley? To show me that Lockhart was a fraud. But what do I have to do? Thinking about informing Professor Snape about what he'd heard and seen, Loki pulled out a parchment and used a ballpoint pen to write him a letter. But just as his pen touched the parchment, a thought struck Loki and he slapped his forehead. I'm an idiot. When life gives you lemons, you must make lemonade. When life has given me the opportunity to learn under such a perfect teacher, why don't I take full advantage of it? Why don't I learn how to become the perfect swindler from the man who makes his livelihood out of swindling people? Damn, I almost ruined the best opportunity that I had for myself. And what better way to pay back your teacher than swindling him better than he can swindle you? Loki thought for a while and formed a maxim: to swindle someone I need to end up with the most profit in the end. And it would be even better if people paid you to swindle them. Loki smiled as the beginnings of a plan began to form in his head. I'll need a magical printer for this. Where do I find one though? Loki thought, and then his eyes fell on the parchment he was writing on. Oh, I could just ask Professor Snape. I'm sure he's in touch with enough alumni from Hogwarts that he might know someone who would be happy to part with a magical printer for the right price. I could just ask him directly, but how do I swindle him into making this decision? After some thought, Loki began to write the letter. Greetings, Professor Snape. I hope this letter finds you while your cauldrons are bubbling with the mysteries of the world and the flame used to heat it dances as you wish. I am writing this letter because I noticed something missing from the experience of students at Hogwarts. Being in detention for almost a year has been eye-opening for me. It has allowed me to develop closer relationships with several professors, beyond what is possible in a normal class setting, and has motivated me to explore magic for more than what is taught in class. And so I feel it to be rather bland that other students don't form such a close bond with their professors to explore magic with them unless they're the cream of the crop and are part of the respective clubs. For example, the Weasley twins, although they don't have perfect grades, explore the art of potion making in their own way by indulging in pranks. As such, shouldn't they consult you about the art of potion making? Now I understand that to maintain your reputation and not encourage other students to follow the path of pranking like the Weasley twins, you cannot in good conscience answer their questions in the field of potion making, but what if you could do it in an indirect manner? What if there was a forum for all students in the school to be able to vote for silly questions they could ask their professors out of class under the guise of anonymity? Of course, this isn't a solution to some questions about pranks slipping in. After all, they're all kids and would love to have some fun, but wouldn't this be a first small step to help students delve into magic? For example, if you answer a question the Weasley twins ask on the forum, wouldn't keen-eyed students be able to extricate themselves from the prank by using such knowledge? I'd love to see a Hogwarts where students prank each other not only by slinging dragon dung bombs at each other and professors but by engaging in a study of magic, wouldn't you? You're silly student. Loki. Good enough. Probably. I'm sure Professor Snape would do anything to get rid of the twins throwing dung bombs at him. Sitting on the lone chair in the library of the Black House, Loki read about a topic he had been postponing learning about for a while. This avenue of magic had opened up after he'd become a Sequence 8 swindler. And yesterday's incident where he witnessed someone's memories being altered right in front of him had left Loki a little rattled. Overall, Loki felt he should have started on this avenue earlier, but better late than never. Closing his eyes, Loki tried doing what was written in the book with a focused expression. He closed his eyes and did his best to feel his own body of heart and mind. Since he'd already felt Sunny's body, faux heart and mind, it was not very difficult this time to feel his own special layer. With a clear mind, Loki moved his focus towards cogitation, and once he entered the zone he slowly shifted his focus deeper within himself. At some point after, when Loki felt his heart beating, his blood flowing and his lungs expanding and contracting, his focus suddenly shifted to something deeper. It felt like his skin was feeling something, but no longer on the outside, but something on the inside. It felt like he had all of a sudden adapted to a body that was within his own, like a dwarf that was living inside his shell of skin. Loki opened his eyes, figuratively, and he saw everything around him. It was empty, remarkably so. This is my body of heart and mind. Seeing everything so neat, clean and tidy, Loki got the feeling of looking at the first page of a new notebook, something that one would like to do their best on so that it would look dignified. All of a sudden, however, the space was blasted with all sorts of pictures, videos, sounds, static and everything he could ever remember all at once. I better come back here when I know what I'm doing. With but a thought, Loki was back to controlling his physical body. And sitting on the chair, Loki flipped the first page of the book that dealt with coming in contact with his body of heart and mind and moved on to the more exciting contents on the next pages. How to protect your mind. Loki read. To protect your mind, one must first learn the ability to keep the mind clear and devoid of all distractions. This is essential so that during a mental invasion you can focus better on the runes you draw to protect your mind and not on the invasion itself, which would accomplish nothing. To pass this stage, you must first spend 100 minutes in your mental space without allowing any disturbances to form in it and keep it in the most pristine condition possible. Seems easy. Loki thought and closed his eyes to visit his body of heart and mind once again, appearing in the area that seemed like a blank canvas ready to be painted on. The first few seconds, like the last time, were clear. The trouble started only after those first few seconds. Why is there a bus in my mindscape? The night bus. Damn it. Now there's even Stan Shunpike. And why's there Professor Snape? Whoa. Is that Eamon? Loki thought with a worried look as he imagined a man wearing a monocle appearing in his mindscape. Wait, why am I getting distracted? I need to imagine a clear mind. Like the fresh pages of a new notebook. Why is there a notebook here now? Loki thought, looking at the book floating in front of his face. Damn, I can't even imagine how I want my mindscape to look like, because even that is just an imagination. This is going to take a long time, isn't it? Time passed and Loki continued to spend a bit of his time every day working on clearing his mind, but he remained largely unsuccessful, leading him to conclude it was going to take him all year to develop any of his mental defenses. Until then, Creature's necklace had to do. Soon Loki spent all of the second month spending time experimenting with his newly gained proficiency in runes along with building his mental shields. He occasionally corresponded with Hermione, who discussed with him the syllabus for the next year, and once also with Dominic, who said he got a job in the Auror office from where he expected to be promoted to the Unspeakables department in another few years. This was a task that Creature had done for Loki using the Black family resources. According to him, it was not all that difficult to get Dominic a job that would lead into the Unspeakables, since he was from one of the 28 nobles of Britain and was a Slytherin while also being a head boy. During this time, Loki also sent several letters to Professor Snape to help him deal with what he was going to be doing this year at Hogwarts. Snape seemed to be a little apprehensive at first, but when Loki explained to him that this would take his time so Snape wouldn't have to make him attend detention every day, he relented a little bit. It seems like Professor Snape hates my detentions, and here I was looking forward to spending more time with him this year to ask him doubts about potions. Eventually, as the end of the month approached and Loki got confirmation of his plans from Snape, he sent an invitation letter to Hermione so that she could join his plans, since what he was planning was not possible to achieve alone. At least he didn't think so. Now that I know what I'm going to be doing this year at school, I should see if it'll be safe enough for my business venture. Going above the gray fog, Loki sat down on his chair and summoned the topaz pendulum to himself. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. There will be trouble at Hogwarts this year that is life-threatening. Loki opened his eyes and rested them listlessly on the pendulum that was spinning clockwise with great speed. Sigh. Another stupid story from Adam. What is he doing anyway? Trying to advance to sequence 0 by completing the required ritual. He tried divining about it but couldn't gain much insight into it. Loki thought about the happenings of the last year and concluded in few things. Last year, I probably played exactly as he wanted me to. Although there weren't any coincidences that involved me. There were about the people around me. Hermione coincidentally fell sick. Harry coincidentally came to look for me even though we didn't know each other well. I'll make sure the same doesn't happen this year. But not like I can do much about it, unless I just reject whatever Harry, his red-headed pet, wants to do that involves me. Soon the day to board the Hogwarts Express arrived and Loki was escorted to the platform by Creature. Goodbye, Master, Creature said with a short bow. Loki left him with a nod and Creature vanished with a soft pop. Loki was already late since he'd gotten up late in the morning after spending a rather embarrassing amount of time trying to figure out Dominic's spell-casting trick of weaving one spell into another last night. He still hadn't learned how to do it easily, especially since he still couldn't fluidly control his spirituality outside his body. It was a jittery mess and usually resulted in both the spells colliding together and blowing up in his face. It seems like Professor Flitwick was right. It might be a little dangerous to experiment with magic on my own. Well, at least I avoided the worst of it by using arithmancy to predict some of the disastrous combinations. Loki had used arithmancy to predict which 2 spells he could use to try the experiment with, without suffering disastrous consequences. He'd ended up with the levitation charm and the engorgement charm, 2 very harmless charms that didn't have much firepower. Although a little explosive, trying this out also helped improve his control over his spirituality outside his body, and it substituted for an exercise instead of trying to burn pages with his spirituality. Looking around, Loki finally walked up to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 and pushed through. Bang asterisk hoot. Ouch. That hurt. What the heck? Loki cursed as he rubbed his forehead and his nose. His trunk along with Rowley in his cage and his cart had all turned upside down along with him as he sat there on the ground as a stream of muggles moved around him while sending troubled glances his way. Why is the barrier closed already? Loki looked at the station clock and there were still 5 minutes before closing time. Damn you, Adam. This school and its irresponsible staff will be the end of me. 2 more people rushed in with their trunks behind him shouting, "Move out of the way." Loki dodged them just in time to have them collide with the now solid pillar and crash onto the floor. Hoot asterisk hoot. The owl that had been thrown around in its cage screeched loudly to show its displeasure, but Loki caught the cage out of the air and helped it, and the bird inside it gained some sense of stability. As the boys righted themselves, Ron was the first to speak. "You. What did you do?" Ron accused and caused Loki to frown. "What did I do?" Loki asked with an accusatory glare. "You're a Slytherin. Obviously, you did something," Ron said in anger. "How do those 2 things equal? You know what? I don't care enough about you to argue with you. Good luck getting to Hogwarts," Loki said and walked towards a secluded spot on the platform. On his way past them, when Loki dropped the cage he was carrying onto a trunk that belonged to the boys, Loki heard Harry whisper, "I think you shouldn't have done that, Ron. At least one of them has brains. Wait. Should I swindle something out of them? Nah, there probably wouldn't be any digestion benefits since they're not even Beyonders." But Harry. Reaching a secluded spot, Loki used magic to open his trunk and levitate a pen and a parchment that he used to pen a letter to Snape. "That should do it." Loki read the letter he had written. It was a simple letter that only had a single line. It conveyed everything in it. "Greetings, Professor. I'm stuck outside the platform. The gates seem to have closed 5 minutes early for some reason. Your loving and favorite student, Loki." After reading through the letter for a bit, Loki decided to add a little more information. "It's better I write about them too. Who knows if they'll be able to find their way otherwise." And so, Loki squeezed in the line, "Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are also stuck outside." As soon as Loki finished his letter, he freed Rowley and the excited owl immediately landed on his shoulder, nibbling on his ear affectionately. "Ha, aren't you already better than the fat niffler that does nothing but eat?" Loki handed the owl the letter and asked it to deliver it to Professor Snape, which the owl gladly did by flying into the sky, and after moving a certain distance away it tore into the spirit world to shorten the time it took to make the trip. "Now we wait," Loki thought as he stood by in a shaded region of the platform, at least until he spotted something ridiculous out of the corner of his sight. Wah! There was a blue Ford Anglia flying through the sky. What in the world? Loki finished his cursing as he realized what had happened. "Don't tell me they chose to fly to the school in that." Loki mumbled to himself. Crazy kids. After a while, however, with nothing to do at the station, Loki found himself staring at the various passers-by, where he caught sight of a person he normally would not have. "Lockhart," Loki mumbled. "Did someone send him to help me out?" No, Rowley wouldn't have reached Professor Snape yet. Then did he miss the train too? Unfortunately or fortunately, Lockhart looked right in Loki's direction, and as if evaluating something he gave Loki a bright smile and walked toward him. "Are you also a student of Hogwarts?" Professor Lockhart asked. Loki nodded while standing up. "Yes, I was locked out of the platform since the doors closed on me before the time was up," Loki said. "Ha ha ha, do not worry. I've seen such things happen a lot of times before." "Before? Are you a professor at Hogwarts?" Loki asked while trying to pretend this was the first time he was seeing such a person. "Yes. Let me introduce to you your new defense against the dark arts teacher, me. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5 times winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at him." Loki stared at the man wordlessly, his mind freezing as he heard the list. How did he fool everyone so perfectly? Loki's eyes shone. "Professor, teach me how to be like you." Loki looked at Lockhart and asked his deepest desire instantly. Haha, of course I will. But I cannot be partial towards the students of Hogwarts. You just have to refer to my new book. The Magical Me. Wow, he even plugged in his new book. He's so shameless. Loki thought with his eyes shining. He truly is a great senior with a lot of experience. Now tell me, do you need help? Loki nodded silently, wondering what solution the fraudster in front of him would cook up. Don't worry, I can take you to Hogwarts with me. Are we going to apparate? Loki asked with a frown since he remembered how queasy he felt after it. You don't have to be afraid. For some reason, Loki felt he couldn't trust Lockhart's apparition. It felt as if his intuition was warning him about being swindled by someone. Ah, Professor, there are 2 other kids that were stuck outside like me. Could you help them too? 2 more? Lockhart asked with a strained smile. You can apparate with 2 more students, right? Loki asked, sensing Lockhart's hesitation. Why not? Let's go to the parking lot. I saw them leaving to go there. Loki said and dragged Lockhart with himself. Unfortunately or fortunately, Loki and Lockhart arrived at the scene of 2 confused and angry parents arguing. I told you to leave a muggle-repelling charm on the car. But no, you didn't listen to me. The woman shouted. I promise. I did. The man tried to convenience the angry woman. Redheads. Ron's family. Excuse me, miss. Loki said and grabbed the lady's attention. As soon as she turned around, Loki asked her a question. Miss, are you perhaps related to Ron Weasley? The lady's eyes widened as she nodded. Yes. And you are? I'm Loki. A student in their year. Let me take it from their young adventurer. Lockhart interrupted with a smile. Lockhart. The woman squealed. Yes, that would be me. I saw you during the book signing. Do you remember me? Mrs. Weasley, right? Of course, I remember you. Lockhart said calmly, shaking her hand. What is it, Mr. Lockhart? The man asked, stepping closer, disliking his wife's fanboying over the other man. I heard your son was left behind on the platform. Ron, did you not help Ron board the train, Arthur? The woman turned around and asked with a frown. I thought you did. I was busy helping Ginny. This was her first time. And I was busy keeping the twins in check. Ahem, Loki interrupted with a polite cough. Ma'am, did Ron and Harry not come here? Loki felt Lockhart flinch beside him for a second, but ignored it since he didn't understand why he did so. Where are they? The woman asked immediately and turned towards Lockhart. Do you by any chance own a blue flying car? Loki once again asked. And the 2 Weasleys fell silent, with the man wearing a pale expression while the woman's expression slowly turned into a furious one. How do you know? Arthur Weasley asked, wondering if what he feared the most had come true. Well, I saw it fly over the station a while ago. Loki finally said. There was a short pause and then Lockhart immediately said, I can help them out. I will catch up to them and take them to Hogwarts while returning your car. How? Loki asked, wondering what the fraud one was going to do to bring them back. I shall fly too, Lockhart said, dropping his suitcase and pulling out a broom from inside it. Loki looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, what about me? Lockhart looked at him and said in a calm tone, I could leave you at school, but it would be a shame for you to miss the experience of flying with me. So you can fly too. Pulling out another broom. Loki was unconvinced and was about to reject the offer, wanting to just be apparated and be done with it, but, surprisingly, Loki felt another wave of mind control pass over him. But as soon as it did, Loki entered cogitation by rubbing his finger on his thumb to weaken its effects. But the Weasleys weren't spared as they both looked at Lockhart with admiration. Even Mr. Weasley was looking at Lockhart like an object of worship. They're not Beyonders, even though they belong to the list of pure-blood families of Britain. Or are they just pretending? Thank you for doing this for our son and Harry, they said, holding Lockhart's hands. Loki pretended to fall for Lockhart's Beyonder item as he shouted, yes. But inwardly he wondered, what's his plan? Why did he say he wanted to go stop them on a broom? Rising to the occasion, Loki looked at the Nimbus 2001 that Lockhart was holding. Well, at least I get to ride on a new broom. You know how to ride the current? Lockhart asked. Yes, Professor. I learned it in my first year. Loki nodded, remembering the previous flying classes he had taken where he was taught about air currents and how to ride them using a broom so that he'd not be against the wind. Good. Good. Lockhart spoke and then without any delay sat down on his broom and waited for Loki to take off with him. Loki enchanted his trunk to follow him, which Lockhart copied, and then seeing Lockhart's enthusiasm, Loki didn't delay anymore and sat on his broom and launched into the air along with Lockhart. What are we doing, Professor? Loki asked, trying to ignore the wind slamming into his face. We must hash. Asterisk and hash. Lockhart said something, but Loki didn't catch what he said, and Lockhart seemed to have realized that, so he pointed his hand ahead and motioned for Loki to follow him. Following Lockhart, Loki slowly made his way into the air and after a while stepped into a steady pace as they followed the train tracks. How is his hair so firm? It feels like it's piercing through the wind. It wasn't long after that Loki finally spotted a blue Ford in the distance. Seriously. They actually thought it'd be a good idea to use a flying car to come to school. Finally seeing the car, Lockhart seemed to speed up and so Loki followed him. Lockhart caught up with the car before Loki and seemed to be talking with its driver, Ron. What is he doing? Loki exclaimed inside his head. Something seemed to have happened as Loki found Lockhart pulling open the door and trying to land inside. Loki kept following from a distance, wondering if he would at some point have to dive to catch Lockhart, who was flying beside the car. After Lockhart moved into the car successfully, Loki looked at the Hogwarts Express that was rolling on metal wheels under him. They wouldn't mind, right? Yeah, I don't think they'd mind. Loki concluded, seeing that no one was looking behind for him. Loki found a compartment with an open door and immediately dove close to it, landing inside and stopping right when he landed. Nice. With the trunk following behind him, Loki walked up to the first compartment right beside the prefects and knocked on it. Loki. Loki heard a squeal from behind the door as it opened to reveal the bushy-haired girl happily greeting him. My own. Loki greeted, and after a welcoming hug, Loki stepped into the compartment with Hermione. Sending his trunk up the rack, did you see me flying up there? Loki immediately asked. No, you were flying. How? Why? Why didn't you board the train? Calm down. Calm down. I missed the train, the barrier to the platform closed on me before the time for some reason, and I met Professor Lockhart at some point, so we were flying on brooms to catch the train. Professor Lockhart? Hermione asked with bright eyes. Where's he? Along with Ron and Harry, up there. Can you see that blue Ford out there? Loki said, pointing at the sky. Hermione peered through the window, and once she noticed the Ford that was closely following the train, her mouth hung loose. What? What is that? Are Harry and Ron driving it? Hermione asked, shocked. No, I think Professor Lockhart took over after he landed inside while I stayed outside and landed on the train. You can't be serious, Hermione said, her shock never vanishing. Can you wait for a minute? I want to borrow an owl from the prefects. Why? I sent Professor Snape a letter telling him I was stuck on the platform earlier. I wanted to send him a letter to inform him that I actually boarded the train. Wouldn't want to waste his time. He'd get grumpy about it. I can see that. Hermione nodded, and Loki left the compartment to borrow an owl from one of the prefects in the compartment beside them. Coming back, Loki quickly penned a letter for Snape and let the owl fly out of the window. I hope you can fly a little faster. It's a time-sensitive letter. Loki told the owl before it hooted in understanding and flew away into the spirit world. Loki and Hermione spent a little bit of their time asking each other various questions about what they were planning to do with Loki's business venture, but soon moved on to a more interesting topic right after. My own. Did you know there's a field of magic that deals with the mind? Loki told Hermione, trying to get her interested in occlumency naturally so that she could protect herself from Lockhart's mind-bending Beander item this year. Mind magic? You mean occlumency and legilimency? Oh, you already know about it? Loki asked, surprised since he hadn't read many books in the library that had any information on the subject. Yeah, I read about it in a book in the library, but found it ridiculously hard to begin training in it. Hermione said with a pout, I was unable to come in contact with my mind. I tried doing what the book said but it was fruitless. And if I hadn't asked a senior student about it, I would have thought the subject to be a lie. I see. It was quite hard in the beginning for me too, but I did eventually come in contact with my mindscape. Oh, how did you do it? Any tips? I used an item to help me with it. Loki said spontaneously. An item? Yes, it is an alchemical item that puts people under a hypnotic effect, and repeatedly being stimulated by the item allowed me to access my mindscape. Where did you get the item from? Can I use it too? I didn't carry it to Hogwarts with me, but I will see if I can make such a thing since I've been dealing with alchemy recently. You've been dealing with alchemy too? Hermione asked with much excitement. You too? Loki asked as if he'd met a kindred spirit. Yes, me too. Since I couldn't perform magic over the summer, I spent time reading about runes and the process of making alchemical items using them. I learned how to make a jar that would contain blue fire, so that we can keep ourselves warm during the Quidditch games. Oh, that's nice. I made a dictation pen. A dictation pen? Yeah, it's a pen that I can use my mind to take notes. I don't have to touch it or even pick it up to write myself. Arg, that's so helpful. Your hands won't hurt taking notes during class. Hee, true. Hermione and Loki spent the rest of their time talking to each other, discussing various alchemical items and wondering how a few of them were made. The train soon came to a stop and they deboarded after they changed into their uniforms. Loki left his trunk on the train but carried the broom so he could return it to Lockhart. Or should I just swindle it from him? Probably won't get any digestion feedback because he's not a Beyonder. But what if I make a professor see me swindling him? Stepping into the road filled with wet mud and water puddles, Loki walked alone, having separated from Hermione to not bring attention to her since he didn't know if the other Slytherin students would treat him well because of last year. He moved towards the carriages. Wow! Loki stood amazed as he looked at the black-winged horses that were standing still. He moved closer to them and made sure not to startle them as he placed his hand on their neck and stroked their leathery bodies. Nay! The horse blew out hot air from its mouth and tickled Loki's ears, knocking its head onto his playfully. You're nice, Loki whispered, giving a last few pats as he moved back towards the carriage to step into it. Oh! Loki noticed that 3 other people had sat in the carriage, 2 people that he'd recognized, but he silently stepped in, not harboring any thoughts of speaking with them. How come you're showing off your broom? Tracy asked kindly. Not showing off. Lockhart gave it to me to fly to school after the barrier at platform 9 3/4 broke down. I just hope to return it to him whenever he arrives. Tracy nodded but then asked Loki something else with a hint of excitement. Are you going to do something this year too? You know, to gain house points so that we win the cup. Her lips quirking up into a teasing smile. Haha, I would love to, but I don't think I will have the opportunity. It would be bad if a great Dark Lord showed up in the school for a second time, wouldn't it? If he can appear once, I'm sure he can appear once again. Can't he, Daffy? Daphne looked coldly at Loki, like she'd lost all her emotions, and then with an imperceptible nod of her head, said, whatever it is you plan on doing, I hope luck favors you to fortune. Why do the 2 of you want me to get into trouble? I have enough problems on my shoulders as it is. Sigh, I guess your inner Slytherin is showing up, huh? Trying to take advantage of our friendship to make sure you profit from my misfortunes. Loki teased. An imperceptible smile showed up on Tracy and Daphne's face, but they didn't let it show. Would you like to make a bet then? The younger girl asked, excited. Oh, and you are? Loki asked politely. Astoria Greengrass, the cutest little sister of Daphne Greengrass. The girl said with a slight giggle and a proud expression, happy with herself, praising. A first year. Isn't she supposed to be going by the boat Hagrid leads? And what would the bet be about? Loki asked lightly, thinking nothing serious of it. Let's see, how about if you gain the winning points for the house this year too? Oh, are you confident I'll lose? Loki asked with a naughty smile. I mean, I might make us win once, but flukes don't happen twice. I am, Astoria said with a smile that exuded a confident aura. Fine then, because of your insistence, I'll challenge you. Maybe I'll try my best to fail the house this year, we'll see. Loki said with a confident smile as he wondered about what might happen this year. I'll join in, Tracy said, raising her hands and looking at Daphne. What do you think, Daffy? Do you want to join us? Daphne looked at Loki for a bit before nodding softly. Oh, even the Ice Princess is predicting my rise to stardom, Loki said, clutching his heart in fake pain. Tracy and Astoria giggled, but Daphne remained neutral. So what do the three of you want from me if you win? Loki asked in a calm tone. Ooh, how about a wish? How about you give us three a wish that we can use to claim anything in the future? A blank check, huh? Loki asked with raised eyebrows, but having confidence in himself, Loki spoke professionally. As you wish, mademoiselles, Loki said, accompanied by an exaggerated bow. Sensing the carriage was full and that the occupants had made themselves comfortable, the Thestrals began to pull the carriage to deliver its occupants to the castle. Reaching the castle, everyone disembarked and moved toward the great hall where the festivities would begin, but not Loki. He waited outside the castle doors, standing while looking at the sky, waiting for Lockhart and company to arrive. Suddenly Loki felt a presence beside him. Professor Snape, how are you doing? Snape shot Loki a glare but otherwise continued to stare at the sky like Loki did. Okay, I see you're not interested in small talk, Loki said disappointedly. They were flying above the train all throughout the way, but I don't know what happened to them after. Oh, never mind, here they are. Loki and Snape stared at the flying Ford, but soon they realized that something troublesome was about to happen. Snape set off into the castle grounds, appearing to glide as he moved towards the tree that the car was set to collide with. Professor Snape, do you need help? Do you want me to call someone else? There's not enough time. Follow me. And following him Loki did. They soon arrived in the vicinity of the tree, and just as it twitched and was about to move to strike at them, Loki saw Snape wave his wand and shoot a spell at the tree that stopped it. The tree is not friendly. Loki wondered out loud, why is it planted in the castle grounds then? What if a student got close to it? What if I go into it? I don't have time for your stupidity, Mr. Loki, Snape said, and then pointed his wand right at the car that was losing altitude with each passing second. As the car descended on its way to crash into the tree, Snape spoke in barely above a whisper. Do nothing. Loki, who was copying Snape's stance, stopped midway and straightened his posture elegantly as if he never meant to do such a thing. Loki mentally played chicken while wondering if Snape would stop the car or if it was going to crash into them soon. But he didn't have to hold out for long, since Snape had flicked his wand almost immediately, and he did it wordlessly. No light emitted from Snape's wand, showing his clear mastery, but Loki felt a world of difference almost immediately. The car that was moving towards the tree slowed down as if it were wading through water, and it soon stopped just out of the range of the tree. Although its occupants smashed into the windshield, neither Loki nor Snape minded it. Loki could see its three occupants sigh in relief, and he himself did. He didn't want to know the result of what would happen to people inside a car that was barreling towards the earth like a continental ballistic missile. Snape waved his wand and Loki saw the car slowly move towards the ground as it landed cleanly in front of them. The car doors opened and its occupants were shot out, landing on the grassless ground around the tree. I guess the car hates them too. Haha, thank you for helping us, Professor Snape, but I'm sure I could have done the same by myself. Lockhart immediately spoke, standing up after dusting himself. Loki held himself back from cursing, but he instinctively knew Lockhart had messed up, even more so when he felt a cold aura shoot out of Snape. Loki stepped away with a slight shiver as Snape opened his mouth. I'm sure you would have nailed it in yourselves on a branch on the tree. All we would have had to arrange would be 3 coffins to take back whatever was left of you. Blimey, Ron said, breaking the silence that ensued. Walking back to the castle, Loki fell in stride with Lockhart as he asked the man a question, a little loudly so that everyone in the group would hear. Professor Lockhart, did you know that I was a poor thief before I became a student at Hogwarts? A little taken aback, Lockhart smiled politely as he explained, "Trust not what a man says to create an image of him, but his actions. So you don't have to worry about me being rude to you, Mr. Loki." Generating fake tears, Loki sobbed, "Thank you, Professor. I don't even have a lot of friends in the castle. But today you helped make a dream come true for me." "Oh, I'm glad. What did I help you with?" "You helped me fly on the Nimbus 2000. I always dreamed of flying on a broom as a part of the Quidditch team at our school, but since I was poor I couldn't practice to improve my skills. So knowing my limits I began to dream of flying freely in the sky like a bird. And when I saw the Nimbus 2000 on display in Diagon Alley, I wished wholeheartedly that I'd get the opportunity to fly on them. If only I had a personal broom, I'd be able to practice and make the house Quidditch team. But even then, I thank you for helping this poor thief when most people would have just ignored me and walked away. I truly admire your skill with the broom, which unlike me appears to be at the level of a professional international Quidditch player already. Thank you for showing me from up close exactly what is possible." "Ah," Lockhart smiled and patted Loki's shoulder before speaking in a bold voice, "How about I sponsor your Quidditch training? I'll talk to Professor Dumbledore about overseeing Quidditch practice for all the houses. Why don't you join me then?" Loki was sure he heard Harry groan and Snape snort as Lockhart said his part. Yet Lockhart's expression did not change from the wide smile he held. "But Professor, I'm sorry, I don't have my own broom and the school brooms are too old for me to be able to keep up with the other students. I will only be a dead weight." Lockhart's brows furrowed for a second before he nodded with a smile and said, "You may keep my broom then. I shall even sign it so that you can remember your goal and try to surpass me in the future." Loki's eyes widened as he smiled, looking at Lockhart. "Thank you, Professor. I shall do my best to keep your head held high. I can't believe you're so good. No other professor has ever done something so wonderful for me." Loki heard Snape stumble but kept his fake smile on his face as he mentally celebrated. "That's one broom down. I wonder how much more I can steal from this jackass. Potions digested by about 5%. How easy. He's like a money box that keeps giving. Wonderful." Loki was happy with his new signed broom, which he may or may not have obtained by charming Lockhart with his eloquence and cuteness as Snape dragged them with him while Loki was allowed to go to the feast. On the Slytherin table, Loki sat down in a secluded corner. Last year's victory clinch was enough for a majority of the house to turn in his favor, but none had truly become his friends. And Loki expected Tracy and Daphne to be off speaking terms with him in public so that they wouldn't be painting a target on their backs too. Much like him and Hermione. Though I'm sure with my plans for this year, I should become the most precious student. The sorting ceremony had already finished and Slytherin had a few new students, and while some of them occasionally spoke to Loki, most avoided him since they noticed the cold atmosphere around him. But everyone on the table felt or noticed one particular change. Loki's manners had turned refined, he ate like a noble and each of his actions exuded a charm that not a lot of the purebloods on the table had. Soon the dinner finished and Loki headed towards the dorms, wanting to give his weary bones a little rest so that he could become fresh for his first day tomorrow. Loki wanted to be ready for tomorrow since Dominic had informed him in a letter over the summer that from the second-year students at Hogwarts took double the amount of classes than the first year and didn't have as much leisure time. Speaking for a few minutes with Elaine and spending a few minutes writing poems with Sunny that were mostly about the beauty of shiny things. Sunny will finish digesting his potion soon if this continues. I should ask Creature to send me the ingredients to be prepared. Loki closed his eyes and drowned in the comfort of his soft bed. It feels nice now that I don't have to worry about someone breaking into my room in the middle of the night to curse me. Loki woke up the next morning fully rested, and ready to go. His first class was Transfiguration and Loki was excited to surprise Professor McGonagall with all that he'd learnt over the summer. But as soon as Loki stepped into the common room, a senior blocked his way. "What do you want?" Loki asked with worry since the senior was twice his size. "Professor Snape asked you to come to him at the end of the day, after classes." "Huh, fine. Thank you for letting me know. Anything else?" No, that will be all. The senior said and walked away much to Loki's relief. Attending classes throughout the day, Loki felt spent, especially since Charm's class had begun teaching Loki a simpler exercise to control their spirituality outside their bodies, which involved learning to cast the Lumos charm without any wand movements. The trouble was Loki could easily do the Lumos charm without wand movements, and so he spent most of his time reading up on arithmancy, but arithmancy was getting more and more complicated for Loki to study on his own without proper guidance. And although Professor Flitwick wasn't the arithmancy professor, he did help Loki out by giving him the task of modifying the levitation charm to work on humans or living things. It wasn't any easier. Along with this, Loki had to show Professor Flitwick that he'd learnt the syllabus for this year. Can anyone tell me the difference between elemental spells and normal charms? Professor Flitwick asked kindly. Yes, Loki. The difference between them is simple. Unlike normal charms where the effect is achieved when the spell lands on the target, elemental spells achieve their completion right when the spirituality for the spell is expelled from the wand in the right shape. Oh, and what does this difference mean? Professor Flitwick probed. The difference is that the finite incantatum charm wouldn't work on such spells, sir. Since the spirituality within the spell has already transformed into an element, elemental spells cannot be stopped without a shield charm. Excellent explanation. 20 points to Slytherin. Professor Flitwick said with a clap and moved on to explain to the rest of the class what Loki had said in depth. Meanwhile, Loki wondered, I should create my own elemental spell, but what element should it be based on? After charms, Loki felt his head hurt from studying so much about numbers, and so he wasn't looking forward to the next class. But seeing that it was Lockhart's class, Loki felt a little redeemed, since all he had to do this class was turn his mind off and observe how Lockhart fooled people. Me, Lockhart said, pointing at himself while holding a book with his own portrait winking at him and everyone else. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of. And Loki zoned him out completely, his book taking notes like, build a brand image of yourself. And, but since I'm a kid, would it not be more appropriate to use a mascot? Panda. They are cute. Red panda. Even cuter. Soon Loki got lost in dissecting and analyzing Lockhart's techniques so much that he accidentally used up the test paper he was given as a rough paper to sketch out his ideas. Damn, well, I guess he's not going to notice if I don't submit, I'm sure. Mr. Loki, where's your submission? I don't see the submission of my helper during my great escapade in saving Harry Potter and his friend. Ah. Loki felt everyone turn around and stare at him. I lost it. Loki said with an embarrassed look. Don't worry. I will give you a new paper so that I can gauge your standing. I after all agreed to teach you everything I know so that you can become like me. Although a lot of the class looked jealous of Loki, especially Hermione, Loki could only think otherwise. Oh God. Why did I tell him that? He's like a courting peacock. Only without the grace or the beauty of one. While Loki retook the test, which mostly just involved him reading a question and ignoring the need for an answer, Lockhart began to teach the class. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures. Lost in his exasperation, all Loki realized next was a Cornish pixie flying over to him and, tossing his test paper out the window. He might have helped, but he surely didn't play a big part. Students rushed out of the room and ran away from the torment of the pixies trying to assault all of them, and it wasn't long before Lockhart himself acted on instinct and ducked out of the door, not before announcing, well, I'll ask you for to just nip the rest of them back into their cage. So others are always responsible for their mistakes, but they are also responsible for your mistakes. It seems the brand image is everything for a swindler. How do I develop a brand image? Do I mooch off of Professor Snape and the other professors? I mean, as long as they don't know about it, they wouldn't mind. Right. Loki looked at the pixies flying around and after sending a short glance Hermione's way used the freezing charm, Immobilis, together with her and froze a bunch of pixies in the air. Loki and Hermione used the freezing charm while Harry and Ron begrudgingly picked and stuffed them back into the cage from which they were released. The day had ended with another tiring exercise which had drained a lot out of him, especially when he realized that he still had to meet Professor Snape before the day truly ended. Walking down the dungeons, Loki suddenly noticed another set of footsteps behind him. Hermione. Loki called out, "What are you doing here? You were looking for me." "No, Professor Snape called me for some reason." "What about you?" "Me too." Loki nodded, slowing down to let Hermione catch up to him. "Do you think it's with whatever we've planned to do then?" "You think so too?" Loki asked with some excitement. "Well duh, I mean why else would he call for the two of us together? And me, especially since I'm in Gryffindor." "Makes sense." Loki nodded. "If it was Harry or Ron, I'd have thought he called them around to torture them or something." Hermione rolled her eyes and gave Loki a soft punch. Knocking on the door softly, Loki and Hermione waited patiently for Snape to answer. "Come in." Loki strolled in casually while Hermione was a little restrained since this felt very much like enemy territory to her. "Good evening, Professor." Loki politely greeted and Snape returned his greeting with a head nod while standing behind a cauldron simmering on blue and pink fire. Loki took stock of the ingredients lying on the table and appeared confused. "Another one of your experiments, Professor." But Snape didn't respond. "I think it'd be better if you added the sunflower seeds after stirring the pot a little bit, wouldn't it?" Loki questioned, moving a little closer. Smack. Snape tucked the roll of newspaper back into his sleeves and went back to observing his potion. "Why did you hit me again? If you hit me more, I might lose the last few brain cells I have left." "What then? Who's going to help you in your experiments?" Loki lampooned while rubbing his head. Loki slipped behind the desk and began to chop and dice ingredients and casually interfere with the brew that Snape was preparing, tossing in ingredients seemingly at random. While Hermione stood there dumbfounded at their actions and the undoubted sense of familiarity that carried their movements. Suddenly Loki pushed Snape aside and pulled the stirrer to himself. "Wait, I have an idea." Loki stirred the pot clockwise a couple of times slowly before rapidly stirring it anti-clockwise to stop it spinning. "And, done," Loki said with a smile as Snape peered into the pot while Hermione came in closer. The potion inside seemed to be turning a deep shade of lavender from a smooth baby pink, giving it the beautiful appearance of the evening sky. "It looks amazing, Professor. What were you going to do with it?" "Make a watch dial that reflects the time of day," Loki asked calmly. Snape didn't answer as usual and stepped back, seemingly satisfied by the changes Loki had made to it. Finally looking up from his cauldron, Snape turned towards Hermione. "Miss Granger, I expect you to keep up and follow the rules to a T," Snape said, handing Hermione a set of keys and a bag filled with what appeared to be shining galleons. "Yes, Professor," Hermione responded with excitement. "What? Why didn't you tell me that? I organized this entire thing," Loki said, pretending to be enraged as both Hermione and Snape gave him deadpan looks. "Hee, all right, I get it. You don't trust me. All right." Snape handed Hermione the keys to a room and said, "Please wait outside, Miss Granger." "Yes, Professor." After Hermione left the room, Snape turned to look at Loki and looked at him somewhat accusingly, and just when Loki was about to speak he interrupted, "Take this flute." "Oh, you're giving me gifts now. You want to bribe em, huh? Wait a second. Is this a spirit calling item? You know what it is?" Snape plainly stated as if he was robbed of some joy. "Yeah, Dominic told me about them when the Daily Prophet sent him the newspaper using one last year." Loki covered up. "Then that makes things easier. Use it when you are in danger and my spirit will do its best to help you. Otherwise, it'll be keeping track of Miss Granger," Snape said and picked up a quill and parchment to take notes on his most recent experiment. Loki looked at Snape with some admiration, after which he took measured steps toward the door, and before opening it he turned around and said in barely above a whisper, "Thank you, Professor." Getting out of the office, Loki found himself assaulted by Hermione as she immediately asked him a question. "What did Professor Snape tell you?" "Nothing much. He was just making sure we would be all right once word got out that you started the paper with me," Loki said warmly, trying to stop the excited little gopher in front of him from jumping too much. "Really?" Hermione asked with wide eyes. "Yeah, I told you already. Snape's a good guy. he just happens to be a little insufferable with the Gryffindors. Quote. Hermione nodded silently and began walking. Wait, where are you going? Loki asked, catching up to her. But all that Hermione did was show him a key in response. On it were engraved the numbers 2 to 21. Hermione and Loki then rushed up the stairs without ceremony, climbing to the second floor using all the shortcuts they remembered. And once they were in front of the door with the number 21, Hermione and Loki pushed the door open together. What do you think? Hermione asked with a smile as she looked around the room, but Loki didn't respond. He was busy staring at something in the other corner of the room. Is that it? Hermione questioned, spotting and looking at what Loki was staring at. Yeah, this has got to be it. I didn't think Professor Snape would find something so soon. Does it not come with a manual? Hermione asked, moving close to the cloth covering the entire thing and struggling to pull it off. It should be somewhere around here. Muggle printers always keep breaking down. I hope the magical ones are not as weak and flimsy. So when do you want to publish our first paper? Hermione asked with excitement. No way, not this week. We don't even know how to print something, forget a whole paper that we don't even know the contents of. Ah, Hermione looked disappointed, but after looking at the printer she became excited again. Let's look at it first, Hermione said, pulling the cloth once again, but failing to do so. Loki pulled out his wand and wordlessly cast a levitation charm, surprising Hermione, but she immediately let the cloth go so it slid off rather smoothly. Wow, it looks so pretty. Hermione admired the large machine that was underneath. He even got us a camera, but not the picture developing potion. I guess we're going to be making that ourselves. Do you want me to order the ingredients? Let's first hold off on all the ordering, let's make a list first. Why are you the excited one and me the rational one? Come on, my own, it's my turn to be all excited about breaking the rules. Didn't Professor Snape make sure of that? Sigh. Well, you're all right, I was just a little happy. Only now am I truly feeling the enormity of the task ahead. It didn't feel as important or scary in the letters you sent me. Loki nodded. I guess we should begin by splitting tasks. Yeah, I guess we should. Then we can work together to come up with ideas about the paper columns, Loki said with a smile, since he was looking forward to what would happen to the tiny world of Hogwarts from now on. Although my goal isn't really the paper itself, but swindling everyone related to this. I can't wait to find out what's going to happen when students suddenly have a new avenue to let out their creative outlet. I'll need help making it though. Should I just ask Professor Snape to ask the Hogwarts runes professor to help me out? Or invite someone else? I'll divine about it later. A week passed with Loki and Hermione working overtime after classes, late into the night to flesh out the designs and contents of their paper. There were several heated arguments and shouts that looked like all hell had broken loose in class 2 to 21. Causing Miss Norris to sometimes step in on them to see if they were unruly students or not. Of course, Hermione didn't let the thin cat escape her clutches and did her best to feed the poor cat and stuff her up with food Loki brought from the kitchens, which of course led to another argument where Loki wanted his food but the cat kept eating it all. Eventually, however, Miss Norris became the unofficial mascot of the paper. Are you sure, Loki? Yeah, my own. I already told you. It'll be a hit with all the different houses. But isn't this like we're taking advantage of Professor Lockhart? How could we be? Loki lied as plainly as breathing. It's a way for him to reach the masses. Imagine. Won't the Hogwarts alumni appreciate learning from him even after they have graduated from Hogwarts? Quote. I understand what you're saying, but the alumni aren't our main target for the newspaper. It's the Hogwarts students and they already buy his books. Why would they want to read the newspaper? Wouldn't you want to know the extra behind-the-scenes knowledge about how Lockhart defeated his enemies? Won't you like it if you got to read more about the brave feats Lockhart performed? Things that aren't listed in his books. Hermione was wearing a skeptical expression, but she eventually nodded and asked Loki the important question. Are we then going to give him a share of our earned money then? Huh, why would we do that? Huh, why would he do it for free? Don't worry, I'll handle that part, let's move on to the other sections and see what more we can do there. Loki clarified, thinking up a ridiculous plan inside his mind. Hermione looked at Loki with a confused expression but relented, and they began to discuss the next part of their plan. Their discussions lasted well into the night before either of them returned to their dorms to rest. After a few hours, when it was morning and Loki had just finished his Dada classes with Lockhart, he stayed back along with Hermione to talk to Lockhart. "Excuse me, Professor," Loki exclaimed with a soft, admiring smile. "What do you need, Mr. Loki, Miss Granger?" Lockhart asked back politely, giving them both a practiced smile. "Sir, we have a proposal that needs your attention to turn into something fruitful." What is it?" "You know I cannot excuse you from writing the essay that you need to submit the day after tomorrow, Mr. Loki." "Haha, no Professor, it isn't about the essay. It is about a venture that will be profitable both to you and to me." Hermione's brows raised at that, as she thought, didn't he say he wouldn't be giving him any money? "Let's hear it. What is it?" Lockhart asked, leaning in to show his interest. "Sir, Hermione and I are both planning on starting a school newspaper whose target audience is the school's students and its alumni." Lockhart stared at Loki in silence for a while before he spoke with a smile. "I understand your idea, Mr. Loki, but how would it be beneficial to me, and what do you expect me to do?" "Sir, we've already received funding from Professor Snape in the form of a printer for the newspaper and some seed funding in the form of 10 galleons for acquiring materials for the newspaper for no returns. He's also joined us with the promise to give extra information about potions in the newspaper, and so have many other teachers at Hogwarts like Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick." "When did that happen?" Hermione complained mentally. "Did Loki do it without telling me about it all?" I see. And you want me to help with what exactly?" "Sir, since I am an admirer of yours, I was wondering if we could get some behind-the-scenes tips and tricks that you learned on your adventures so that everyone could benefit from your great treasury of knowledge," Loki said with a sincere smile. "You could even benefit by advertising which of your exact books contain more in-depth information about the tips and tricks in the newspaper each week." Lockhart paused for a while as if contemplating something before he spoke again. "And where would these tips and tricks be written?" "Depending on the content, we could write them out on the first page after the booklet cover, which contains the index with perhaps a picture of you performing the tip for our readers' convenience." Lockhart became silent for a while and began to closely examine what Loki said while Hermione waited beside them patiently, confused by Loki's words. The extended silence made Hermione worry as she began to think about things a little better. Isn't he just saying he'll print the contents in the newspaper? How's that of any value to Lockhart? Isn't he just saying he'll pay the professor an exposure? Finally, Lockhart asked Loki a question: "Will I be able to advertise my new books that are not on the syllabus?" "Of course, Professor, you can advertise any book you feel like advertising. Of course, if it is a book that is not on the syllabus, we will need a small commission from you so that we don't go out of business while printing the tips and tricks," Loki said with a slightly embarrassed expression. "Pay? What? Why would he pay us a paper that no one even currently buys?" No, I understand. How much would you like me to pay?" Lockhart immediately asked. He agreed. Has he always been this dumb? "Professor, the industry standard is 30%. Loki paused to gauge and understand Lockhart's expression, which was slightly hurt, so he continued with, "But since I am your admirer, I would love to reduce it to 15% of any sales made, and for the advertisement itself, we can do it for 3 nuts per copy of the newspaper." Meanwhile, Hermione was confused. Why is he paying us to advertise for him? Aren't we using Lockhart to market our newspaper? When did our newspaper become so big that he needs to pay us to advertise? "Let's do it for 1 canute per copy and I'll be on board," Lockhart said, but Loki countered. "Professor, how about 3 nuts but for per copy sold, so that you don't have to pay for any copies we might print in extra? Making it fair for both you and me. This reduces the risk you'll have to take with our up-and-coming newspaper." I agree," Lockhart said and nodded. "Then I'll draw up a contract immediately and bring it to you." "When would you be free to sign it?" Loki asked politely. "After dinner." "After dinner sounds great," Lockhart nodded. After dinner it is. Thank you for agreeing to our proposal, Professor. No worries, after all, I must be capable of doing this much for my students, Lockhart said, flashing his signature smile. Outside the classroom, Loki walked with a skip in his step while Hermione walked beside him looking confused. I feel that a little bit of the potion has digested, but nothing too big yet. So I should get a professor to witness my deal with Lockhart. I'll do it while signing the contract. What happened, my own? No. It's just why did he pay us to advertise in our newspaper? Don't we need his help to popularize our newspaper? We do, but when I said Professor Snape invested in us and the other professors have already joined us, it gave us strong backing and made us seem legit. So although we will be taking advantage of his tips and tricks to sell our newspaper, to him it'll seem as if Professor Snape and the other professors will use their connections to sell and popularize our newspaper. It makes it seem like we're more popular than we are. Huh, I don't get it. Isn't that just taking advantage of him? Don't worry. Don't worry. Do you know what's for dinner? I'm starving, Loki said, brushing away the questions in the matter. No. But Loki, do we have another way to advertise our newspaper? Yeah, I have it thought out. Don't worry about it. You work on gathering articles and stories from the ghosts, and leave the burden of advertising to me. Hermione nodded and continued to walk with Loki to the Great Hall since she was starving too. I should send that letter to the owner of Zonkos soon. Hopefully, he accepts after reading what I'm planning. With a rolled-up parchment in his hand, Loki walked through the dungeons before knocking on a door softly. Loki heard soft footsteps before the door opened and Professor Snape gazed down at Loki. His eyebrows twitched and his lips thinned. I'm sorry to disturb you so soon, Professor, but I need your help with a contract I'm signing with Professor Lockhart. The name caught Snape's attention as he looked on at Loki, waiting for him to share more. I was inviting him to use his fame to popularize the newspaper. I'm sure a lot of female students in the castle would love to buy the newspaper if it has something related to him in it. Snape frowned, but Loki remedies it. Don't worry, Professor. I won't involve you in managing this. I only need your help to be an unbiased third party for our contract signing. Snape closed the door on Loki's face, before fixing a few potions and turning the heat to a simmer on a few cauldrons so that he could attend to them when he came back. Lead the way, Snape said, opening the door once again and stepping out. Nowhere special, Professor. I decided I'd take the deal to his office, Loki said, and Snape nodded. Knocking on a door once again, Loki waited patiently with Snape for Lockhart to open the door. Opening the door, Lockhart stood with a smile as he found Loki standing outside. Come in, my dear student. I suppose you're here for the contract. Ah, Professor Snape, you're welcome too. Loki walked in and followed Lockhart, who sat down behind his table, making Loki stand as he placed the scroll with the contract in front of him. Please go through the terms, Professor. If there's anything you don't like or are confused about, please let me know. I'm open to changing anything on it. Haha, we won't need that, Loki. You should know by now how generous I am to my students. Loki stuck a sweet smile on his face and nodded swiftly. Lockhart read the terms and conditions and smiled all throughout the contract, but paused at the last minute. Ahem, this line here, is this. Loki looked at the line Lockhart's fingers were pointing at and read the line out loud. In case either Party A or Party B meets an unfortunate circumstance that leads to them being incapable of fulfilling the contract, the other party is entitled to distribute all of the other party's assets freely. Loki used his charm to fix an expression as if he'd been caught stealing, and Lockhart was for the first time about to wear a frown, but before he could, Loki interrupted. I'm sorry, Professor. I sneakily pushed in such a rule because I was worried about what would happen to me if I published something controversial in the paper. I couldn't imagine who'd lead and take charge of Hogwarts' honest mill if I was rendered unable to print the truth in the paper. And in such a moment I was only able to think of you being the guiding light, the shining star that could save the Hogwarts honest mill. Slowly, Loki faked a few tears as he looked at Lockhart with soft eyes. There was a soft silence in the room for a few seconds before Loki tried to take the contract from Lockhart as he said, I'm sorry Professor, if you don't want to lead the Hogwarts honest mill, it's alright. I'll find someone else to take on the prestigious mantle of running the newspaper officially backed by the headmaster of Hogwarts. That was when it clicked in Lockhart's mind and stopped Loki from taking the parchment away by snatching it back. Haha, don't worry. I was just wondering if you were sure you wanted me to lead the Hogwarts honest mill. Or you. Of course, Professor Lockhart. If not you, then who would I offer this prestigious position to? Lockhart smiled and pulled out a quill that had been inked and immediately signed on the contract. And then from his drawer, he pulled out a small pouch that contained a measly sum of 35 galleons. He handed the pouch to Loki with a smile. I hope you do your best, Loki. Prove to the world that you can become as great as me. Yes, Professor. Loki saluted in excitement as he felt 5% of his potion digest. As soon as Loki stepped out of Lockhart's office with Snape, he found Snape giving him a strange look. Well, Professor, I'm sure you're aware that Professor Lockhart might not be the best possible professor out there. So you know, I mean, do you want the prestigious position of the head of the Hogwarts honest mill? Loki asked casually, causing Snape to snort. Loki laughed too and shook his head. You go ahead, Professor Snape. I need to drop off a little money for Filch, because his cat, Miss Norris, is our mascot. Snape nodded and left, leaving Loki to prance through the hallways until he came to the room that Filch spent most of his time in, the disciplinary room. Knock knock. You there, Filch? Who, Loki? Wait a minute. There were several low thuds that erupted from inside the room before the door opened slowly to reveal a slowly balding man with crooked teeth and nose. I brought a gift for Miss Norris. Loki said, dangling the bag of gold Lockhart had given him. That no. I cannot accept that, Loki. I should be grateful instead that you've given my dearest companion another place in Hogwarts where she's welcome and not chased away or kicked out. Loki shook his head. I'm sorry, Filch, that won't do. If Myone ever finds out I skimped on this, she'll probably kick me out of the room. And anyway, Miss Norris is our mascot, meaning she's working for us to earn this money. I can't in good faith treat my employees so poorly. So don't bother and keep it. Loki said, stuffing the bag full of coins into Filch's hand. Loki saw tears in Filch's eyes, so he pushed him back into the room after giving Miss Norris a few good pats before he closed the door and allowed Filch to sob in peace. Skipping through the corridors, Loki thought for a second before changing his direction from the Slytherin common rooms to the special place in the dungeon that he hadn't been able to visit since the start of the year. Loki freely opened the door of the room he wanted to enter and walked into the slightly hot room. The ceiling was enchanted similarly to the Great Hall since it mimicked the dark sky beyond. But that was not what Loki was interested in. Loki walked right up to the sleeping dragon and patted its fluttering scaly nose. Noberta, look who's here. The dragoness pulled her head away with a short asterisk GRROWL, but Loki followed it and moved closer before climbing on her snoot and sitting on it. Ha ha, I'm riding you. Would you thought I'd be able to ride you just a few months ago? Seeing the annoying student wasn't leaving it alone, Norberta opened her eyes and focused them on Loki. What? Gonna eat me? Loki taunted. The dragoness tossed Loki into the air and opened its mouth to chomp him in a single bite, but Loki wasn't afraid. As soon as he moved close to her, Norberta skillfully pinched Loki's robes in between her lips and placed him on a tree that Professor Sprout had planted inside. Norberta then looked at Loki with her eyes in an accusatory manner. You can't scare me. I've watched you grow since you used to pee all over the place. Snort. As if embarrassed, Norberta snorted, causing a few sparks to escape her snoot and burn a few of Loki's hair, but he didn't mind. A stray thought did cross his mind, about Norberta becoming a spectator or some other meander, but he pushed it away, not letting it show. Loki then spent a little bit of time talking to the dragoness, before an idea came up in his head. Should I swindle Adam, too? Rowley flew to Loki, sitting in the Great Hall having breakfast, and landed on his shoulder, bringing with him a letter attached to his feet. Loki fed him some breadcrumbs and after scratching him under his feathers picked the letter of his leg. Greetings, Mr. Loki. I have read your letter and am interested in your proposal to advertise what you call discount coupons in exchange for attracting more business through your newspaper. I would love to hear more about this proposal and would like to do so in person. Is it possible for us to meet somewhere like the Hogwarts Castle or Hogsmeade? With gratitude, Blyton Blimes, Zonko's store owner. A smile blossomed on Loki's face as he read through the letter. Good. Now I just need to ask Professor Snape to help me with organizing the meeting. Loki had contacted stores in Hogsmeade to help them advertise in the newspaper using discount coupons that students could collect for a discount from the stores on their purchases during their visit to Hogsmeade. Although he had yet to hear from the other stores, Loki was sure he'd be able to snag 1 or 2 entries and would be able to get others once they saw how effective the advertising would be. But the meeting with Blyton Blimes was a little special. Loki had a little something planned for Blyton which Loki couldn't just print with the help of the printer Professor Snape had acquired. My own should be happy as long as this meeting goes by fruitfully. I hope she's not having difficulty collecting stories from the ghosts. Finishing his breakfast quickly, Loki moved to the teacher's table where he handed Snape the letter he'd just received. Snape looked it over and without doubting its authenticity asked Loki, when? I think I'd prefer it if it were during the weekend before the other meetings so that I can use it to snag them all once Mr. Blimes agrees. Understood, you may proceed. I will escort you to meet him at Hogwarts when the time comes. Thank you, Professor. Loki bowed politely and began to walk towards the next class he had with joy. Hey. I could already feel my potion digesting by about 5% after I scammed Lockhart into paying for me to use him. And now I'm sure I'll slowly digest my potion as long as I get more and more people into this venture with me. But I still need something big. I'll think about it later. After classes, Loki worked on his mental defenses, trying to empty his mind, which he was slowly getting better at since he'd learnt a simple trick from Walburga's notes. As long as he focused on one thing and thought about it alone, he'd be able to ignore the other extra thoughts that came up and clear his mindscape a little. The only thing that was left was to get rid of the one thought he was focusing on, and he could see glimpses of this state occasionally when he practiced, so he kept at it, wondering when he'd get good enough to finally clear his mind. After finishing his daily training, Loki spoke to Elaine and entertained her with his ability to create illusions by recreating some of the famous TV series from his last life like Tom and Jerry. This served as a form of light training since it helped his ability to imagine things and recreate them with the help of his illusions, strengthening his Beyonder abilities in the process. The weekend arrived a few days later and Snape escorted Loki to the deputy headmistress's office. He waited for the fireplace to turn green to signal the arrival of Blyton Blimes via flow. I heard you're starting a newspaper, Mr. Loki. McGonagall made idle conversation as she waited along with Snape and Loki for the owner of Zonko's to show up. I am Professor. Would you also like to be a part of it? Loki asked, almost rubbing his hands like an unscrupulous merchant. No, Mr. Loki, I'm sure all the professors and everyone else you've already gathered and will gather soon are impressive. I'm not much of a businesswoman myself. I've already got Hogwarts to deal with, I don't think I can handle anything else, thank you. McGonagall rambled on. Then is something else the matter, Professor? Yes, I hope you don't lag behind in your homework and other studies, is that understood and clear? Yes, Professor. I promise to do better than the Hogwarts Quidditch teams at least. Loki said with a sneaky smile that caused McGonagall to laugh a little. That would be for the best. McGonagall replied just in time for the flames in her fireplace to turn green and an old man with barely any hair on his head and a large white Hungarian-style handlebar mustache wearing a blue robe on colorful dress suits appeared in it. He dusted himself a little to get rid of the soot stuck on his dress and looked at everyone in the room until his eyes stopped on Loki, its littlest occupant. You must be Mr. Loki. Blyton Blimes said, stepping forward with his hands extended for a handshake. Yes, sir, that would be me, Loki said, shaking his hand, saying everything slowly and clearly with confidence. Then the man greeted the two other professors, after which Loki said, would you like me to guide you to our meeting room, Mr. Blimes? Yes, lead the way. Time is money after all. Once in the room that Snape had given him, Loki spoke to the man with a smile that was sharp and serious. Mr. Blimes, I have 2 propositions for you. One of them is about the coupons in your newspapers, is it not? Blimes asked. Yes. Loki nodded. And the other? The other is about getting help from the Zonko's joke store to add extra pages in our newspaper filled with games and other things that would allow our buyers to pass the time by having fun. Games. Pass the time. What is this about? Mr. Blimes asked, and Loki complied by putting down a paper on the table on which he'd outlined all his ideas. Blimes picked up the paper and looked at it for a bit before his eyes widened, and then he looked at Loki with a serious expression and asked, "Have you shown this to anyone else?" Professor Snape: Yes, but no other stores. You can guess why I didn't mention it in the letter too. Yes, I see, you wanted me to respond positively so that you could trust me enough to share the idea with me. I see, very clever, but are you sure you want to do this and not just sell your idea to the Daily Prophet? They would give you a lot of money for this, do you think not? They might, but then I wouldn't be able to truly call this my own, Loki said with an expectant expression. Yes, you're right. Given my experience at Zonko's, I'm sure these will be popular with the children. You can expect my full help on this. I'm just surprised by the remarkable rune circuitry. They're excellent, very little left to improve. Then shall we talk about the price? Haha. Of course. Loki and Blimes then spoke at length to discuss their cuts of the profit and finalized things in the form of a contract, after which they shook hands and went their separate ways. Blimes went back to Hogsmeade with a big smile on his face, preparing himself to work on what Loki had introduced to him, and Loki went back to his dorms to check up on Hermione after bidding Snape a thankful farewell. Loki didn't use any of his Beyander abilities to swindle Bilton, since he'd already used divination to check if he would be in trouble for doing so, and he found it was ill-advised. So he hadn't swindled him, but he planned on swindling the other store owners. Hermione, you all right? Loki asked with worry as he looked at his longtime friend scratching her already bushy hair and making it even more bushy somehow. Hermione looked at Loki with her panda-like eyes that were covered in exhaustion. As she stood up, she ended up dropping the pile of papers on her onto the floor, creating a rain of papers for a few seconds. Trying to stand up straight, Hermione stumbled and fell onto Loki, who promptly caught her. Just what happened to you? Loki asked, worried. Either or I, but before Loki could hear anything else, he promptly felt Hermione fall asleep on his shoulders. Worried, Loki shook her, but she didn't respond, causing him to worry even further. So he laid her on the floor and rushed to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey! Loki shouted, entering the hospital wing as he found her reading a book. Foods Around the World, edition 1011. Shish. This is the hospital boy. Not your personal market. Loki, who had reached her, whispered silently with the same amount of urgency, Madame Pomfrey. It's Hermione. She's collapsed. Madame Pomfrey gave Loki a scrutinizing look but then said, "Lead the way," and immediately stood up to follow him. Why does this girl always collapse when he's around? Loki took her all the way to room number 2-21 and showed her to Hermione, who had collapsed on the floor. Madame Pomfrey pulled out her neat wand and tapped it on Hermione to cast a few diagnostic charms, and only after an entire minute did she turn toward Loki and speak calmly. She's collapsed from overwork. I don't think she's slept in a few days, which was why she collapsed at the first sign of relaxation. Sigh, I suspected as much, but this is too much. I should have known this would happen given how excited she was to handle these matters. I want to keep her away from work for the next few days. Could you hold her in the hospital wing for a bit, madam? Loki asked politely, and Madame Pomfrey looked at Hermione before nodding. It is my duty to see that children are safe and secure within these walls. With a wave of her wand, Hermione floated up as her clothes pulled her along, and Madame Pomfrey turned to Loki with a smile and patted his shoulders. It's nice to have you back here in Hogwarts, Mr. Loki, even though you didn't come to see me sooner. Ah, I'm sorry for that. I've been a little busy with something else. But I've been meaning to thank you too, for the store you gave me the address to. Loki said with a short, swift bow. Sigh, the things you have to do for kids nowadays. Anyway, Make sure you take care of your friend before it reaches this point next time. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded and Madame Pomfrey left, carrying Hermione behind her. Moving around the room, Loki found the piles of paper that Hermione was buried under and began to organize them in the order that Hermione had written them as he spotted several articles derived from the various stories given by the ghosts of Hogwarts. In one of the papers he found a list of all the ghosts Hermione had spoken to and noticed something curious: the Grey Lady doesn't like talking, huh? Loki wondered out loud as he saw Hermione strike the name from her list of ghosts and write down beside it, rude and bad. Making sure that nothing was left out, Loki finished organizing everything so that it would be in the best shape once Hermione returned to work. He decided that since he'd been busy all week since he arrived at Hogwarts, he would take the opportunity to take a break himself to visit all the animals in the Forbidden Forest and the soon-to-be mascot of the school, Norberta. He was dearly missing all of them. "Ah, who's a good boy?" Loki cooed as he played with the unicorn full in front of him while scratching it on his neck. "Nay, did you miss me? Naeg. Haha, I missed you too," Loki said, arranging himself to play with the unicorns until sundown when he'd go back to the castle. The unicorns and Loki played for a bit, with Loki helping out the slightly wounded unicorns like Hagrid did, after which he quickly departed for the castle where he ate dinner and went to the dungeons to meet Norberta. Except someone else was already standing by the Dragoness's side when he arrived there. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Loki exclaimed in barely above a whisper, but it seemed the headmaster had heard him clearly. "Hello, Mr. Loki," Dumbledore politely greeted. Loki nodded back as he looked at Norberta, who was acting completely submissive in front of Dumbledore. "Marvelous creatures, aren't they? Dragons," Dumbledore spoke while scratching the Norwegian ridgeback under her chin. "They are, Professor." Loki nodded with a smile as he too moved towards the dragon and copied what Dumbledore was doing. It was rare for Norberta to allow anyone to touch her without being tossed onto a tree, and he wasn't going to miss the chance. "I hear you're attending Dada classes once again, my boy. Do you like the professor this year?" Loki blushed in embarrassment and stuttered for a bit before finally managing to cough a few words out. "Well, I mean Professor Lockhart only reads through the books, but his practical tips and tricks he explains are something worth learning. All he's telling comes from experience after all." "That is true, very true." Dumbledore nodded and it caused his beard to shake in waves. "I heard you're writing a newspaper aimed at Hogwarts students." "Yes, Professor. But to have a wizard as great as you, look forward to it. I don't know if I can match your expectations. It's a little embarrassing even." "Don't worry. In fact, I was wondering if I could purchase a spot to advertise something specifically." "Advertising something? What does he need to advertise? And that too in a small upcoming newspaper? Can't he just announce it at the Hogwarts feast? Did he come to get scammed by me?" "Yes, it has to do with the matter concerning Norberta. She is going to be announced as the school mascot and I want to announce her along with the newspaper's launch. Will that be all right? After all, I think the two would work well together." "Oh, I'm sorry, Professor, but the mascot for the paper has already been decided. It's Miss Norris." "Worry not, I'm not asking you to make her the mascot. But a border mention will be nice." "Why?" "To bring awareness about dragons." Question mark. Unable to understand the whims of the old man in front of him, Loki managed his expression and spoke quickly. "Oh, yes, sir. I can arrange such things, and for you, I will only charge half the rate since you're the headmaster." "Oh, and how much would that be?" "About 10 gallons for a one-time advertisement and a few extra for making her our secondary mascot." "Let's say 35 galleons, Loki said happily, not losing the opportunity to make some money. I increased the price of the advertisement to 20 galleons a few seconds before agreeing to this deal, so it doesn't matter if the original was only 3 galleons, right? And the cost I'm taking for making Norberta the secondary mascot sounds reasonable." "Well, he's bound to be rich anyway. I'm sure he can afford to get scammed." Loki left Norberta with slightly deeper pockets and a happy smile on his face as he went back to the classroom turned operations room 2-21 and stored his money in a desk that Professor Snape had personally enchanted with Professor Flitwick's help to be locked unless opened by Loki or Hermione. I'll meet Hermione tomorrow when she wakes up. I'm sure she's bound to be a little irritated about being stuck in the hospital wing, but I'll give her a book to make up for it. Perhaps I should make her a gift to let her sense her body of heart and mind, since she was also interested in learning occlumency. And given the hazardous nature of our line of work, I'm sure she also needs to protect her mind. But is that possible? I could just ask Creature for another chain like the one he gave me. By the way, why didn't my potion digest further if I scammed Adam? Is it indigestion? Or does the chain Creature gave me not work on him? Damn. Hopefully it isn't that. Meeting Hermione during the morning before classes, Loki gifted her a book from the library that she would like. It was the Ancient Runes book that Loki had been reading all of last year. Don't you want it? Loki asked after seeing Hermione puffed her cheeks and turned away to ignore him. No, Hermione said blankly. Come on, I know you might not like it in here, but you could make it easier for yourself by reading a book. Hermione only turned around, glared at Loki and then spoke angrily. Why did you send me to the hospital wing? I could have finished working on the newspaper in these 2 days. Now I'm stuck here all thanks to you. My own, come on, you know I couldn't let you work while you were looking like a panda with huge dark circles around your eyes. It's fine to take a little bit of rest to keep your body in top condition. HMPF. Hermione was still angry and glared at him before turning her face away and not looking at him. Fine. I'll leave this book here so you can read it in your free time. I have to go and meet someone else today for the advertisements. See you later. Loki placed the book on Hermione's bedside table and left the room after nodding a thanks to Madame Pomfrey, who was smiling as she watched the two of them interact. Talking to the owner of Hare King, a store opposite to Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade that was a saloon, Loki got him to advertise in the paper so that more students would get a haircut from him. The store owner agreed since he wasn't going to have customers from other than Hogwarts, which made advertising in the Daily Prophet meaningless and costlier. So he immediately agreed to directly advertise to his target audience, which was the main focus of Loki and Hermione's newspaper. Several other stores like Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, the branch of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and Scrivenshaft's quill shop all chose to advertise in the paper for similar reasons. Loki didn't even have to use his abilities to get them to sign a deal that was profitable to him, since they all trusted Professor Snape, who was acting as the impartial witness to their trades. All in all, using Professor Snape as a witness made it a little harder for Loki to sneak in sneaky terms that would give him dividends in profits in cases like when a certain threshold of students visited these shops with his coupons. But he managed to do it somehow. And the best part was that Loki had created an ARG that was related to the secret project he was working on with Bilton Blimes, the owner of Zonko's Jokes shop, so that he could encourage the students to use these coupons to get more benefits while they enjoyed it. Days passed and Hermione went back to working on her articles along with Loki, who decided to share the burden with her, and they were soon ready for launch. I still can't believe it. What can't you believe? Loki asked, looking at the first printed copy of the newspaper in his hand. I still can't believe that we're writing a newspaper. Haha, I find it strange as well, but it's beautiful, isn't it? Loki said with a proud smile. The paper had Miss Norris at the head of the paper, while fanciful borders on each page had a dragon chasing around a giant to cuddle with him. It was Loki's tribute to Hagrid and Norberta. Hermione had worked hard to properly arrange the articles in the newspaper so that they looked more like an art than a wall of text. This was important since there weren't many pictures in the paper, since neither Hermione nor Loki were any good at taking them, so they were left to a minimum. It is. Hermione nodded along and then asked a question as she peered from beside Loki, looking at the various articles she had written and had published in the paper. How long do you think it'll take for us to print all the copies? About half a day, if I'm right. So we leave it running tonight and then sell it tomorrow with the help of Professor Snape. No, I don't think Professor Snape needs to help us now. We can do it ourselves. I made several boxes that will dispense the newspaper when the right amount of money is injected into it. How did you do that? I used the knowledge in the book you were reading in Hospital Wing, Loki said with a silly smile. How did you? Madame Pomfrey told you. Haha. Yeah, she told me you were so engrossed in reading that you forgot to eat lunch and dinner, so she had to scold you. Hiss. I didn't read anything, Hermione complained. Haha, yeah, I'm sure you didn't, Loki said sarcastically. Fast forwarding through the night, Loki moved everything into the right places overnight with Hermione, who couldn't sleep due to excitement as she eagerly waited for people to purchase their newspapers and read them. Do you think it'll be successful, Loki? Hermione asked with slight worry as she bit on her nails. Who knows? But I can say that we've done our best, Loki said, squeezing Hermione's arm to calm her down. The following morning, Loki camped in the Great Hall waiting for his first Victi customer who would purchase their paper. Several students walked by the seemingly innocuous red box that looked like a vending machine for newspapers, but none of them purchased anything from it. It seems like the students are in a hurry. Do we have to wait till lunch? Huh, what's Hermione doing? Loki wondered as he saw Hermione walk up to the newspaper vending machine, where she pulled out 4 nuts and dropped them into the machine and picked up a newspaper that had been dropped into the pickup area. Ah, that's intelligent. Monkey see, monkey do. Understanding what Hermione was doing, Loki got up from the Slytherin table, walked up to a machine close to him and picked up the newspaper from the vending machine after dropping 4 nuts into it. Walking back to the Slytherin table, Loki held an immaculate posture as he flipped open the newspaper titled, Hogwarts Honest Mill, and began to read the various articles that Hermione had written. The first article was about Lockhart's tips and tricks that he explained from the time he'd fought a banshee. Several students at the Slytherin table noticed Lockhart's appearance in the newspaper, causing a few of them to walk up to the vending machine and imitate Loki getting a paper for themselves. Loki turned through the pages and made sure to open each page to display its surprising contents. Since the paper was directed towards all the students at Hogwarts, it had something that would interest each one of them. The article on Lockhart would interest everyone since it had an adventurous story along with tips and tricks for spell casting that would help make them better than their previous selves. The second page contained adventurous stories from the ghosts at Hogwarts, which would interest the Gryffindors since the stories were true and had occurred sometime in the past. The third page was chock full of information about the latest news on various shops and stores in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, targeted towards investing galleons in those stores, to interest the crafty and ambitious Slytherins. The fourth page had various new magical recipes from around the world that would surely interest the Hufflepuffs. Finally, the fifth page had a series of puzzles and short games like crossword and Sudoku that would interest the Ravenclaw. But Loki was most interested in the second section of the newspaper, which wasn't printed using the printer Snape had bought for them but was made using special alchemical techniques that Bilton Blimes had prepared along with Loki. It was a rather inexpensive system that would help runic circuits be etched onto the paper for a one-time use project. Loki turned around the pages to reach the second section of the newspaper, where he found the title of the section and smiled. Arcadia Royale. As soon as Loki flipped to the second section of the newspaper, a smile blossomed on his face. I can't believe my luck. I instantly got a super rare card, Loki exclaimed as he looked at the card that was printed along with others in the lower half of the newspaper. With Bilton Blimes, Loki had created a card game whose cards would be randomly printed in newspapers. The card game was simple. It took a lot of inspiration from Clash Royale. There was a tower on both sides of the paper that was to be protected from the relentless assault of the other player. On a fresh page was a board that contained 3 towers, 2 protective on the sides, and 1 main in the center. On a flap above the page were 5 new cards in each print. The user could add these cards to their deck and play them on the battlefield to spawn their troops, which would move towards the enemy tower in hopes of damaging it. The enemy could also defend their tower by spawning their own troops and blocking your advance. The theme was set in Hogwarts, where the several cards were either professors or students who had achieved special awards for services to the school. Each newspaper could be used for a single round, and the cards could also only be used for a single round, after which they would deactivate and burn away. This was so that people would buy more newspapers if they wanted to play more like a traditional arcade. Thank God for teaching me about pay to win. What a great system to earn money from unsuspecting people. Although the cards could only be used once, the winner could keep any card from their deck that they desired and save it for a new round. This incentivized winning and gave the players a sense of connection to their cards. This connection was also useful because players would treat prints of papers like loot boxes. I guess I don't need to say much more after that. This idea was a money printing machine. And Loki had been lucky enough to receive the Dumbledore card as soon as he'd bought the newspaper. The artwork was a bit unique, but it was still a lot better than Hermione's idea to just write the names of the wizards on the cards. Loki pulled out the 5 cards he'd received from the paper and stored them in his pocket, much to the curiosity of all the other children that were on the table, especially when they saw him so excited about the cards he was holding. Looking around, Loki found the same enthusiasm on the Gryffindor table where Hermione was going through the newspaper, catching the attention of Ron, who was hyper excited to learn more about the game in the arcade section of the newspaper. As soon as Professor Snape stepped into the hall, he bought a newspaper for himself, prompting many Slytherins to go and check out the vending machine to get a newspaper for themselves. And soon after Professor Lockhart entered the Great Hall, he purchased a newspaper, sending many of his fans to purchase it for themselves enthusiastically. Overall, Loki concluded that everything was going as planned and chose to relax as he had his breakfast. The newspaper soon spread around like a sensation as students began to recognize the new form of entertainment that came with it. Loki could even see a few enthusiastic students begin to play Arcadia Royale. I wonder at this rate how long it'll take for the newspapers to get sold out. Hermione predicted that we'd have a few, about a tenth, newspapers remaining, but seeing how enthusiastic the students are, I doubt there'd be any more remaining. Excuse me, Professor. Loki saw a first year holding a camera walk up to the professor's table where he spoke to Headmaster Dumbledore directly. Yes, Dumbledore asked with a grandfatherly smile, peering at the boy through his half-moon spectacles. Is it true that the Hogwarts' castle mascot is a dragon? The words sent a wave of whispers among the students as they waited for Dumbledore's response. Yes, it is true, and she will be unveiled for everyone to see and interact with from this weekend, so be ready. Can I take a picture for her? The boy asked, prompting Dumbledore to nod for everyone to see. The boy rushed back to his spot on the Gryffindor table to discuss the news with his friends. He has a camera, maybe I can hire him as the photographer. But he appears to be a first year, a little too young. I mean, not like I'm much older, but. Days passed in a similar routine, with an issue of Hogwarts Honest Mill coming out every other week, with students excitedly collecting cards that came with them and playing Arcadia Royale. The time in between the new issue of the paper each week, students spent reading the various articles, learning new things inadvertently as they waited their turn to harvest new cards. Walking through the corridors with leisure, Loki thought back to what Hermione had told him. Loki, it's better we bring an artist on board. It will give everything a professional look and improve our standing with the populace in general. An artist? But who? We'd need someone who can work as we do, so it can't be a student in the higher classes. Is there a good artist in our class? I don't know, but I'll try and find someone if you feel like it's alright. Yeah, I'll try to find someone too, and then we can interview them together. As Loki reached the Slytherin common room, he found small groups of students playing Arcadia Royale, bringing a slight smile to his face. The common room had become a friendly place for Loki since most knew that he was the one that made the Arcadia Royale game, and everyone deemed him important enough to keep him safe from harm, making anyone who dared to attack him a public enemy of all of Hogwarts. And not even Malfoy wanted to risk taking such a prestigious position. Maybe I can swindle him into taking the title. Loki looked around the room with a soft smile as he felt a little pride in himself seeing the students play something he introduced them to, and that was when he noticed a blonde girl in the corner of the room sketching the entire scenario into her drawing pad. As soon as Loki's eyes landed on her, she looked up from her own book and met Loki's eyes. Immediately making way and walking towards the girl, Loki tried to peer into her book, but she skillfully hid it by bringing it closer to her chest. "You draw, Daphne?" Loki asked. "Why are you asking?" Daphne asked in return with a simple emotionless look on her face. "Well, if you're any good at it, I have an offer for you." "Huh, I'm serious. I'm currently searching for an artist for the newspaper." Quote. Daphne looked a little startled, but she maintained her composure and slowly let down the book she was holding. On it was the most immaculate drawing Loki felt he'd ever seen. Everything from the light to the perspective and even the shapes and sizes was perfectly captured as if drawn by a robot. "Beautiful," Loki mumbled and then looked back at Daphne. "Would you like to join us in making the newspaper?" Loki asked without hesitation. Can I take a little time to answer this?" Daphne asked, feeling a little hesitant. "Take as much time as you will, but once you're ready, come over to classroom 2-21 and meet me or Hermione there." "Oh, Hermione is a Muggle born. I hope you don't have any problem with working with her." "No, but give me a little time," Daphne said with a slight nod of her head. "Of course." Loki nodded and left to his room, where he unwinded himself and collapsed into the bed. Perhaps this was a good luck scenario attracted to her because of fate. And after he felt his muscles relax, he sat up and seriously began working on his occlumency, but kept failing to get rid of the last thought that always remained in his mind. Eventually, Loki gave up and helped Sunny digest his potion, and before he slept he sent a letter to Creature to send him ingredients for the next potion for Sunny, since he was close to fully digesting his potion. "So, how do you like her?" Loki asked Hermione after Daphne stepped out of the room. Are you sure there will be no problem with her being a pureblood?" "I don't think so. I've spoken to her occasionally, but all the times I've spoken to her she didn't try to demean or mistreat me." I see. That's all right then. I'm fine with her. She's a little emotionless and comes off like a delicate doll, but I doubt we'd find any other student among our classmates that's as good as her at art." "True. So should I inform her of her success?" "Yes, but let's increase her pay to 2 galleons per week." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I don't want her to feel we're treating her poorly. I read somewhere that all 3 factions in Wizengmot think highly of the Greengrass family." "Really?" Loki wondered, thinking why Walburga hadn't told him about it. "Yes." Seeing Hermione agree to his pick, Loki peeked out of the room to call Daphne inside and greeted her with Hermione. "Miss Greengrass, we've accepted your application for a pay of 2 galleons per week that you work on publishing the paper. Is that agreeable?" "Yes," Daphne said in the same emotionless tone that she used all throughout the interview. "That's great then. We have a few stories ready for you to draw comic strips for, and once they're finalized we can publish them in the paper." "I understand." Daphne nodded without any reservations and immediately moved towards Hermione to get her work from her. Loki felt happy, since the stories for the comic strips were nothing but various stories that Loki had read or watched in the form of animated shorts in his last life. Among the many, a special story that Loki chose to be drawn first were the stories that fell into the category of choose your own adventure. Loki had read several Goosebumps books that employed the tactic and hence plagiarized several stories to be drawn in the newspaper. The public was encouraged to vote on what would happen next in the story through owls so that the audience could decide the next course of action. Overall, Loki used this to improve the engagement of the newspaper and in turn its sales numbers. Days slipped by as the number of subscribers to the Hogwarts Honest Mill grew to larger and larger numbers as word of mouth spread, causing Loki to begin increasing and expanding the number of newspapers they printed each week. To supplement the growing numbers, Loki had even purchased a second printing machine so that they could print faster and take more time to arrange and edit their newspaper. Overall, the bond between the 3 people, Hermione, Daphne and Loki, grew by quite a bit as they worked together to work through the challenges of running a newspaper that published weekly. "Damn, I'm no longer getting any feedback for digestion for my potion. It's stuck at about 25%. Loki wondered, sitting inside his room. "Is there a way I can swindle more people? Or perhaps I can use the Sephira to set up the tarot gathering and swindle people using that. By acting as the error god. If by the end of this week, I find nothing else, I will turn towards starting the tarot gathering. Loki spent his time brushing through classes, doing homework, and visiting the animals in the Forbidden Forest while doing his best to think about something he could do to swindle the masses. He went through ideas like becoming a sensational thief like Kato Kid but found none that called out to him. Loki was walking through the castle grounds when he came about the Quidditch pitch where he saw the Slytherin and the Gryffindor teams arguing. "I'm the new Slytherin seeker, Weasley," Draco said, smugly. "Everyone's just been admiring the brooms my father's bought our team." Ron gaped, open-mouthed at the 7 superb broomsticks in front of him. "Good, aren't they?" said Draco smoothly. "But perhaps the Gryffindor team will be able to raise some gold and get new brooms, too. You could raffle off those clean sweep 5s, I expect a museum would bid for them." The Slytherin team howled with laughter. "At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in," said Hermione sharply. "The goddin on pure talent." The smug look on Draco's face flickered. "No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood." Draco spat. Instantly the pitch turned rowdy with Fred and George jumping at Flint who was trying to protect Malfoy while Ron pulled out his wand and aimed under Flint and launched a spell that emerged with a green light and hit Malfoy. But before that could end, a bright blue flash of light emitted from Loki's wand and hit Malfoy square in his chest. It all happened in an instant and no one was able to react to anything that happened. "Are you all right, Malfoy?" Marcus Flint asked as he turned around to look at Draco. Draco raised his head and attempted to speak but he coughed up a slug instead, and along with the slug sliding down his dress, boils began to appear on his face that turned his face unrecognizable. "My father Belch will hear Belch about this," Draco said before collapsing into Flint's arms like he'd fainted from having to vomit up slimy slugs. The Slytherin wanted to fight back and launch their own spells at the Gryffindors but Flint held them back when he saw Loki. With Malfoy vomiting slugs and the Slytherin team gathering around him to take him away, everyone on the Gryffindor team turned towards Loki. Ron shouted, "You're one of them too, aren't you?" Before anyone could respond or say something, a crimson light shot out of Ron's wand and fired towards Loki like a firecracker. Not knowing what spell Ron had just cast wordlessly, Loki used Finite Incantatem to disarm the spell and knock it away by swiping it from the air. "No, Ron, what are you doing?" Hermione shouted and immediately came in between Ron and Loki. Loki had a frown on his face but he lowered his wand out of respect for Hermione. "How can you help a snake like him?" Ron shouted. "Ron, you're not thinking straight. How could you tell that about Loki? He's helped you and he even helped me. And you keep playing that God forbidden game in the newspaper which was made by him. Why would he be here then? If not to support the Slytherin team?" Ron asked in a foul tone, causing everyone to turn and look at Loki. "I was walking around Weasley. Now if you'll excuse me, I have other things to do other than listen to the ramblings of a mad child," Loki said and sent an imperceptible nod towards Hermione for standing up for him even if the entire Gryffindor team was distrusting of him. To be noted though were the reactions of the twins who wanted to pummel their brother, but held back just barely because they saw Loki meet their gazes and shake his head. Loki picked his next destination to be Hagrid's hut and moved toward it. "The pumpkins are growing nice and big, Hagrid," Loki said after he found Hagrid tending to the pumpkins in the garden. "They are, aren't they? They should be nice and big by the time it's Halloween," Hagrid said, patting a pumpkin, causing it to make hollow drum-like noises. "Have you met Norberta recently? I think she's missing you. Had a bit too much to take care of last week so I couldn't go to her, but with the children feeding her I reckon she's growing up nicely, isn't she?" "She is," Loki said with a soft nod. "The last time I saw her she had grown a nice tummy from lying in the room on her pile of gold." "Ha ha. I heard about that from Professor Dumbledore too. That the students have started treating her like a wishing well. They have. You won't believe the amount of gold she's already collected." Hagrid and Loki then talked until evening, after which Loki left to go back to the castle and work with Daphne to help her finish the comic strip for this week and write articles since Hermione wasn't here yet because of the previous incident. Is this not weird? Daphne asked, looking at the script Loki had given her. How's it weird? It's fantastic. Daphne looked at Loki and then back at the script and shuddered a little. Did he really believe the ghost that said unicorns are controlling humans in the Ministry of Magic to fight against you-know-who? I miss Hermione's sanity. Stepping through the cold and droopy castle, which had turned to look and feel like the dungeons due to the quick sunsets of the winter and the heavy cloudy skies, Loki sniffled a little as he walked toward Hospital Wing. Knock knock. Madame Pomfrey. Loki shouted, trying his best not to sound too loud so that he wouldn't disturb the patients already inside the hospital. Yes. Madame Pomfrey asked, looking at Loki skeptically. What happened this time? Where do we have to go? Ah. No ma'am, we don't have to go anywhere. Oh. Then why are you here? I was wondering, sniffle, if you had any pepper-up potions. I see. Wait here. Madame Pomfrey said and ducked into the hospital wing and came back with a small cauldron, like the cauldron used for cakes, filled with red liquid to its brim. You can keep this, just use it sparingly throughout the winter. Yes, ma'am. Loki nodded and quickly walked back to classroom 2-21 and stowed away the small cauldron into a corner by the window. If either of you needs the purple-up potion, you can use the one inside this cauldron, Loki said, distracting Hermione and Daphne from their work. They nodded and continued doing what they had done before. There was not much work today since it was Halloween and they had already published a special edition of their newspaper in the morning. Eventually, Daphne left first since she wanted to attend the Halloween feast in the Great Hall, leaving Hermione and Loki alone. Loki, wanna come with me to the Death Day party today? Hermione casually asked. Death Day party? What? Yeah, it's nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day anniversary, so he's celebrating it by bringing ghosts from all over the country to the party. He invited Harry, Ron and me. I'm sure one more wouldn't be a problem. Huh, I do wanna come, but I don't think Ron will like it if I intrude. And I don't like attending unannounced anyway. Good luck, Loki said and left the classroom to go to the Halloween feast in the Great Hall too. Once in the Great Hall, Loki sat down on the Slytherin table as he looked happily at the enthusiasm people were displaying while playing Arcadia Royale with the newly minted Halloween-themed cards. Haha, I wonder if something crazy like last year will happen again during this Halloween. Loki mumbled out loud just enough for Tracy to catch him. You wanna bet? Tracy asked and Loki raised his eyebrows. What do you wanna bet? I bet you have all the special cards all stored up, don't you? Just give me one of them. Tracy said, hooking her arm into Daphne's and swinging her. And why don't you ask Daphne for a card instead of me? Loki asked, turning towards the girl to show his interest. Because Daphne is a stickler for the rules. She won't even give me a peep if I try and make a bet with her. Sigh, I understand your enthusiasm, but what can you give me in exchange if I win? Each of the cards is extremely precious, you know. Oh, I know. How about a date with Slap? Daphne slapped her hand onto Tracy's mouth to shut her up, but not one to be pushed down. Tracy bit Daphne's hand, except she underestimated Daphne's strength and found herself in a chokehold that she had to tap out from. Haha, see, it is impossible for you to compensate me with something in exchange for the card. And what do you think is going to happen anyway? Hogwarts is the safest place since it is under the headmaster's protection. I haven't bet yet, so no losses here. Tracy reluctantly nodded. The feast soon ended and students began to walk down the halls to their dormitories, except all the students suddenly stopped when they came in front of a wall on which, painted with blood, were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Miss Norris hung on the wall from a torch with her eyes wide open and her body rigid. Everyone that saw her immediately assumed she was dead. Loki immediately activated Spirit Vision and looked at Miss Norris. She's alive, but frozen somehow. Then he moved to the head of the crowd so that he had a full view of the student body. Since the perpetrator used blood, it is possible that they are currently suffering from blood loss if they used their own blood. Oh, but I will only find them if they joined the feast after they committed the crime. Looking around the students, Loki immediately spotted several lightly sick children and remembered their faces. It could be the cold, but there's no one in the crowd that's too sick. No one that could have lost this much blood. Draco then pushed through the crowd and spoke loftily by twisting the writing to suit his liking, "Enemies of the air beware. You'll be next mudbloods." The stunned silence caused by everyone seeing Mrs. Norris up on the wall hanging like a frozen doll was not broken even by Draco's shout, hence why no one took offense at being called mudblood. It only made him look like an idiot. How's he so good at making a fool out of himself? What's going on here? What's going on? Filch wedged through the crowd and arrived at the front where he realized something had happened to Miss Norris. Assuming the worst, Filch began to point at Harry and shout like a madman, You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you. Argus. A calm wise voice interrupted the scene. It was Dumbledore. He swept past all the students, even Harry, Ron and Hermione, and pulled down Miss Norris from the torch bracket she was hanging from. "Follow me, Argus," Dumbledore said, holding Miss Norris in his arms. "You too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." Lockhart stepped forward eagerly and said, "My office is nearest, headmaster just upstairs, please feel free." "Thank you, Gilderoy," said Dumbledore. The crowd parted to let them pass and moved aside with some nervousness and excitement on their faces. "I told you something would happen," Tracy whispered into Loki's ear as he joined back the crowd. "I should have taken that bet. Damn it." Loki smiled helplessly and walked along with Tracy and Daphne to the Slytherin common room, where he locked himself inside his room and traveled to the gray fog. If they were careless enough to make a mistake or someone naive, I should be able to divine about them. But if it's a part of Adam's plan, I don't think I'll be able to figure anything out. Well, let's see what I can do anyway. Loki couldn't help it. He immediately picked up the topaz pendulum and the ring of harvest to perform the first of many divinations. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. The writing on the wall was part of a prank. Opening his eyes slowly, Loki found the result was as he had expected it to be. The pendulum was swinging counterclockwise and at a rapid pace too. So it isn't a prank. Then who was it? Dropping the pendulum on the table, Loki closed his eyes and let his astral body float through the spirit world to perform dream divination. Who painted the writing on the wall? 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 Loki soon received a revelation in the form of a vision, but as soon as the gray fog surrounding the vision parted, Loki instinctively felt something wrong and broke the vision by forcing himself to wake up. What was that? A trap, Loki mumbled with sweat appearing on his forehead. Something that would harm me simply by knowing the information. A high-sequence entity that can imbue corruption into me. Is it someone like you know who from last year? Is the new opponent a person from the Abyss Pathway too? Loki picked up his pendulum and immediately performed another divination. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. It is safe to divine about the culprit behind the matter regarding the Chamber of Secrets. Having performed the required steps, Loki opened his eyes and found the pendulum swinging rapidly in the counterclockwise direction. So that was a trap. Either the culprit is a member of the Abyss Pathway or has an item that can replicate the effect of one. It is likely the latter, since the professors and the headmaster would most likely notice any high-sequence members, but it is still possible. Unless it's like last year and there's some sort of story to help our Lord and Savior, Harry Potter, gain fame. What is Adam trying to do with him anyway? With his preliminary investigation done, Loki headed back to his room, where he spent time speaking to Elaine and helping the Niffler digest his potion a little before falling asleep while listening to the Niffler's poems. He'd already advanced a few days ago, and now Loki was left worrying about something else. I need to find a way to help Sonny digest his potion faster too. Maybe this new event can become such an opportunity for both me and Sunny. Loki got up a little late the next morning and made his way to the Great Hall already populated with students. Let's see which one of you has lost a pint of blood. Loki thought as he rubbed his thumb with his index finger and entered spirit vision. No one seems particularly sick at a glance. Loki noticed. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. Given that the opponent has an item that is imitating the powers of a mid or high sequence member of the Abyss pathway, they could very well have made arrangements to heal themselves back to top shape. Either way, Loki spent the rest of the time in the Great Hall scouring students and took note of any student who was particularly sick so that he could keep track of him or her later and make sure that they were not related to the Chamber of Secrets incident. The day passed by as Loki worked through the classes with a breeze since he was already very ahead of everyone and used his time in the classes to only go further ahead, occasionally along with Hermione. Once they reached class 2 to 21, Loki and Daphne looked at Hermione curiously, waiting for her to share any gossip material. Why are the two of you looking at me like that? Hermione said indignantly, dropping the pages she was holding onto the table and folding her hands on her hips. Well duh, because you know about it. Know what? It's not like I was told anything new. But didn't the headmaster take you along with him? Loki countered. Sigh, fine, this is all I know, Hermione said, and Loki looked at her with a pleased expression while Daphne perked her ears up. Headmaster Dumbledore said Miss Norris wasn't dead. Huh, but she went all stiff and rigid last I remember. Loki mumbled loud enough for all three to hear. He knew she wasn't dead but wanted to keep the conversation going. Hermione nodded and then said, yes she was, but Headmaster Dumbledore said she was petrified. Petrified? So is she all right now? No, it'll take a potion made from fully grown mandrakes to cure her, but luckily Professor Sprout is growing some and Professor Snape knows how to make the potion. Loki and Daphne simultaneously let out a sigh that they didn't realize they were holding. But both their thoughts matched. It's him, he's doing something again. No way, Professor Sprout only recently started to grow mandrakes. At least there's a way out of it, so we're not at risk of death, Loki said, and the two girls nodded. There was a soft silence for a while and then Loki spoke. Why don't we do an article on the Chamber of Secrets on the next edition? I'm sure the ghosts know about the Chamber of Secrets if it has been opened before. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Hermione slapped her forehead. 'Cause you don't think. Loki joked before he casually said, all right, my own, you talk to Nick, Daphne you talk to the Bloody Baron, I'll talk to the Grey Lady and Fat Friar. Don't go to the Grey Lady, Hermione warned. Huh, why? Did you leave a bad impression on her? Loki asked politely. No, it's not like that. She's just closed off and rude. She barely talked to me, and even that was just to tell me that she was finding me annoying only to float away through a wall. Fit. Loki covered his laughter while Daphne looked away, but she was laughing too if her quivering shoulders and red ears were anything to go by. I'll remember, Loki said, and quickly slipped away without warning so that he wouldn't have to face Hermione's wrath, leaving Daphne to face her alone. As Loki walked out of the classroom, his thoughts wandered. So the person is also capable of petrifying targets. Which pathway is that ability from? Is there even such an ability? I don't remember. Perhaps the death pathway. But death. Isn't the death pathway governed by the same god as the darkness pathway? Can I perform a ritual to ask for a response to this question? I'll look at it once I have some free time. Until then I should work on using the gossip about the Chamber of Secrets to sell more papers. Maybe I can portray Malfoy as the heir who opened the chamber. He'd probably like all the attention though. Maybe an article with Harry as the heir. Nah, my own wouldn't let that fly. Myself. Interesting question. I could act as the heir and swindle everyone. I wonder. Loki slipped through the corridors searching for the Fat Friar until he was stopped, not by the Fat Friar mind you, but by the twins. Frog. Gred. We found him, brother. Yes we did. Hello, to you too. Loki said, unsure why the twins had stopped him. Hello indeed. Fred said. Hello indeed. And George echoed. What do you need? Loki asked with a puzzled expression. We need some help. Some help in fixing a few items. What sort of items? These. Fred said, pulling out a pouch with an undetectable extension charm attached to it to show Loki. What are these? Alchemical items. Loki asked, confused as to why he was being shown such items. Yes, and we made them. George said happily as he continued to go off on a tangent to explain them. This is an extendable ear, work in progress, but should help you listen to faraway conversations. This here is a toffee that will turn your tongue long enough to weigh a ton, work in progress of course. Wait, I think there's been some misunderstanding, why have you brought these to me? Loki asked, stopping George. Because you are a master at runes. Aren't you? George asked with a smile. What gave you that idea? Loki asked. The cards. Were they not your work in the newspaper? I told you it was that girl who did it, brother. No. It was me that guessed it right. Fred and George started to argue, but Loki cut through them and spoke with slight laughter in his tone. I mean, it wasn't me who made the finished product of runes, that was all built in Blimes. But wait a second, is this an opportunity I sense? I mean, as long as I can do what they ask me about, I shouldn't blow my cover, right? I mean, how far advanced can they be? Aren't they just in their 4th year? Damn, looks like our idea was a bust. George said, deflated, but Loki's next words revived their spirit. Although I don't think I'm as great as you make it out to be, I should be able to help you out. Loki said, covering up the fact that he already said he wasn't a master at runes. Can you? Both Fred and George immediately asked with excitement. Yes, I think I can help you, tell me what you need though. Loki said with a smile on his face. Fred and George began to talk about their inventions and then asked Loki if he could help fix them, for a fee of course. What will you give me if I manage to fix all of them? Loki asked with a smile that promised to beat them up if they didn't make this worth his time. Even if I am on the winning end of a deal, I should exact a good price from my opponent so that they don't take me lightly, totally not because I want to rob them blind, totally. Oh, we have something that will shock you, all right. Fred said with a smile as he eyed George and smiled along with him. George pulled out a parchment from his back pocket and Fred pulled out a wand. Watch this, Fred said with a smile and tapped the parchment with a little bit of his spirituality, only to say, not a spell but a sort of activation phrase. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Surprising Loki ink began to appear on the parchment as it all coalesced into recognizable forms and words which Loki read. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. Underneath it all was the Hogwarts castle drawn in all its glory, but the thing that caught Loki's attention the most was the tiny dots that were moving all around it, buzzing like bees moving from flower to flower, or in this case room to room. What do you think? George asked with a smile on his face. Loki, with his mouth agape, whispered, does it show the live positions of everyone in Hogwarts? But his mind had something else on it. Marauders. As in my sequence 9. No way. Everyone. Fred said, and George complimented, even the headmaster, as he opened the parchment a little to point out Dumbledore, who was pacing around in his study hidden away from the world. Wow, I don't suppose you're going to give it to me for free? Loki asked, immediately enamored by the object in front of him. Perhaps it's a clue to my sequence. But I don't feel any spiritual connection to the item. We will give it to you if you help us with everything that's in the bag. Loki sighed a cold breath as he eyed the bag that Geogre was holding with a certain glint in his eye. All right. Loki nodded. I'll do it. Told you. George said with a smile, and Fred grimaced, pulling out a coin and handing it over to his brother. Any conditions you want me to satisfy while fixing them? Loki asked. We'd like it if you could write down notes about the things that were wrong with it in the first place. So you need any notes on how I fix these items? Loki asked to confirm. Yes, we'd like to learn from the best. Fred said, and George nodded. Since you're flattering me so much, I'll include my own notes about runes along with your projects. The twins became happy and thanked Loki before he asked them, why don't you need the map anymore? Fred and George wiped away fake tears as they said in sync. The owls. Mum told us if we didn't pass it all she'd confiscate all our things. We hope to open a prank shop in the future, so that would be a no-go. Hence we're reducing our pranks. Meaning we no longer need this. Loki nodded and took the bag after deciding on a timeline with the twins for about a month. We'll find you in a month. In case you want to find us before that, you can send someone to fetch us from the Gryffindor Tower. Alright. Then Loki resumed his search for Fat Friar by asking the twins for his location on the map. I can already feel my potion digesting a little by acting as a swindler for Fred and George. I think I'll gain a few % by the end of it all. Sigh, I hope the Fat Friar also has a similar opportunity for me to work on my acting skills to digest my potion. Walking through the halls, Loki arrived at the last known location of the Fat Friar and began to look around. Excuse me, have you seen where the friar is? Loki asked a painting about his doubt. The person in the painting was an elegant lady sipping on tea who gradually raised her finger and pointed it in a direction that Loki followed. Finally arriving at the edge of the tower, Loki could see a pale white translucent floating ghost watching over Hogwarts from the window. Loki almost didn't want to disturb the ghost because of the solemn tone its gaze held. It looked like it was thinking about something dear to it as it gazed at the Ravenclaw Tower. Friar. Loki interrupted doubtfully, causing the ghost to break out of his reverie and look at Loki. Yes. The ghost asked politely as it looked at Loki. I'm Loki, a reporter from the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper. Huh. It is you. I knew you'd come out looking for information on the Chamber of Secrets. Am I right or am I right? Well, trying not to let the sudden over-enthusiasm of the ghost get to him, Loki continued, you aren't wrong. I wanted to know more about the Chamber of Secrets, and since you've been around the longest apart from the Grey Lady, I wondered if you'd be able to answer a few questions for me. Friar frowned and Loki looked at Friar and in a moment of haste decided to use his Beyander abilities to get him to have a nicer impression of him. He used his spirituality to shift a vague thought of trust and openness onto Friar's body of heart and mind. But I'm sorry, but Professor Dumbledore has informed the ghosts not to answer any questions regarding the Chamber of Secrets. The ghost explained midway through Loki's mental manipulation. And at asterisk he used, his name. The best I can do is cover up my manipulation by trying light emotional blackmail. Friar, could you please help me out? Isn't it your responsibility as a ghost loved by the students to make sure that all of the students know the truth about whatever is going on? Why not tell me the truth so that I can convey it to them without revealing the crux of the matter? There was a slight pause, and just as Loki worried he might have to do something rather unplanned and harsh, the ghost spoke. Worry not. I shall help you to the best of my ability. Friar said with a wide smile on his face as he patted his chest, which bulged with confidence. Thank you. Then here is my first question. What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Loki asked, pulling out his Jedi ballpoint pen and a notebook to record the conversation automatically. Bet you didn't know the Chamber of Secrets was opened in recent history, did you? Friar said with a calm smile. It was. Loki asked with raised eyebrows. Yes, it was. 50 years ago. They even gave an award for special services to the boy who helped close it. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he was called at that time. Fat Friar said with a happy but sad smile. What happened then? Who opened it? Who was the boy? Loki asked calmly, trying to comprehend the information Friar had revealed. The ghost adopted a forlorn look when Loki asked the particular question and spoke with a soft sigh. The chamber was suspected to have been opened by Hagrid when he was a student. He even spent time in Azkaban for it until Dumbledore, who was just a teacher, did his best to get him free. Hagrid, as in the Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts? Loki asked with a slightly angry expression as he felt he was being fed dragon dung. No. You must believe me. In exchange for getting out of Azkaban, Hagrid gave up the ability to do magic since his wand was broken and he was expelled from school. Are you lying? Loki asked straightforwardly. No. You can ask Hagrid if you want to. Though I suspect he will want to avoid the topic since it is a bit sensitive for him. I see. What about the boy who helped catch Hagrid then? Who was this Tom fella? Friar took on a scared expression as he explained. He was just a boy back then, one that was in everyone's good books. Now he's more popularly known as you-know-who. Loki let out a sharp gasp, but Friar continued as if he hadn't heard him. When a girl died and Hogwarts was in danger of closing, he stepped forward and caught Hagrid, saving the school from closure. You-know-who. He studied here at Hogwarts. Did Adam train his ultimate villain from such a young age? He did, but no one then would have thought he'd become such a feared figure in the world of magic. He was an exceptional student who excelled at everything he did. And the girl that died. Did she die here at Hogwarts? Yes. Her name was Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, or more popularly known as Moaning Myrtle today. Haunts the second-floor girls' bathroom, right where she died. Friar said with a sad expression on his face. Loki looked up at him with wide eyes, since this meant he could talk to the direct victim of the incident and gain first-hand knowledge about the Chamber of Secrets. But shouldn't Adam and the other teachers already know what's in the chamber and where it is? Why were they so worried about it? I guess we're going to be selling our next copies like hotcakes after I talk to her. Would Adam mind wipe me if I learnt where the chamber was and what was in it? They treat her quite poorly, I tell you. She was a victim of being bullied for her appearance when she was alive, and even after her death people bully her appearance by throwing books or other random things at her. Friar explained, feeling pity for the young girl. I see. Loki nodded, feeling some pity for the girl. Maybe the article would do good to her and make others stop bullying her. Or just bring more attention to her if the students behave like the internet. But she should have a thick skin after being a ghost for so long, should she not? Do you have any idea how the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again? Or what lies inside it that has caused everyone to fear it so much? I'm sorry, I will not be of much help there. And I don't think anyone knows what could be inside the chamber. All we know is it is something that can kill people as easily as breathing. It must be frightening, whatever it is. I see. Thank you, Friar. Let me know if I can do something for you in exchange for this interview. Loki said politely, concluding his questioning. I would love to see people stop bullying Myrtle. The poor girl cries about it ever so often, Friar said with a sad expression. I was going to help her regardless, Loki said, nodding. All good then. I will look forward to your attempt. Parting ways with the ghost, Loki thought about the incident on his way back. Now all that remains is to interview Myrtle to see what she can say about her death, perhaps that can shine light on the situation. But if the matter concerns you-know-who, is it truly wise to print it in the newspaper? Is this why Adam doesn't want anyone learning about this? Walking down the halls and corridors, Loki finally arrived in front of the second-floor girls' lavatory. Oh, I should probably get Daphne or Hermione before entering myself. Loki wondered out loud, but then had to stop because a ghost poked its head out of the door and began to speak to him. What are you doing here? Are you going to enter the girls' washroom? Are the boys going to throw things at me now too? I wouldn't mind if it was from someone like you though. Loki shivered. Myrtle. And asked with confusion, since he hadn't seen her till today, and came to a conclusion about her identity by trying to piece together the slight contextual clues. Ooh, you know my name. Can I know yours? The ghost asked with a giggle. Sure. My name's Loki. Loki. That is a nice name. Is that your full name? My full name is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. The ghost said, popping its hand out the door to try and shake Loki's hand. Hello, Miss Myrtle. My full name is Loki. I grew up an orphan and never even heard my mother call me by her maiden name. Loki grabbed Myrtle's floaty hand and felt a cold shiver pass down his spine and felt as if something depressing had just occurred. Even then he kept up his immaculate posture and with a slightly forced smile shook his hand, which Myrtle tried to copy. Miss Myrtle, I have a few questions for you, if you could help me out, Loki asked politely. Help you out? Does that mean I get something out of it? How about I drop by once every while to talk to you in exchange? Ooh, talking to a pretty boy like you feels good. But how will I know you'll come back? What if you're lying to Myrtle? Are you lying to Myrtle? No. You can always find me in room 2-21 during the evenings. It's where I work with my colleagues to print the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper. Ooh, do you print the newspaper? I was wondering who did. I quite like watching students play the game that comes with it. But the students always chase me away. Are you going to chase me away? Myrtle said with tears in her eyes and a frown on her face. How about I play the game with you every once in a while? You will. Myrtle pushed through the door she was leaning and moved up close to Loki, coming to a stop just inches away from his face. I promise. Loki said with a smile, not bothering to step back since he felt that wouldn't do anything because the excited ghost would just follow him. Very well then. Fire away, Myrtle said while twirling around and stopping in front of Loki. I see, then could you tell me about the Chamber of Secrets? Gasp, I'm sorry, but Professor Dumbledore asked me not to inform about it to any of the students, right? Don't worry, you can trust me. I talked to Friar and we decided that it was the duty of the ghosts of Hogwarts to keep the students safe. Wouldn't they be safer if they knew the truth about the situation? Loki tried the same trick with Myrtle by planting a suggestive feeling of trust onto her body of heart and mind. Loki saw the unwilling expression on Myrtle's face, but eventually, she shook her head saying, No, I'm sorry, I can't help you out. Please, Myrtle. For a friend. After all, didn't I promise to play with you all the time? Loki tried convincing her once more before giving up. Myrtle with a little reluctance said, You want to know about how I died? Fine. But I'm only doing this so that I can play with you and because you are cute. Yes. Apologies though, I've already learnt from Friar that you died because of the Chamber of Secrets. Loki said with an exaggerated bow. Oh, no one has ever apologized to me. Apology accepted. You are truly a gentleman. Myrtle said with a soft smile, making Loki feel a little uncomfortable because she seemed to be on a different wavelength than him, but she continued nevertheless. The Chamber of Secrets had opened during my time at school, and all the students that were attacked before me were petrified. I was the only one that died and the attacks stopped after that, Myrtle said with a frown. Do you remember how you died? Yes. I remember coming to the lavatory because Oliver Hornby was teasing me about my glasses, and while I was hidden, I heard someone walk into the lavatory and speak in a strange hissing way. Tom, the shameless fellow, walked into the girls' lavatory. And, hissing way. Like a snake. Exactly. And when I stepped out of my stall to tell him to go to his own toilet, I died. You died. Just like that. Yes. All I remember seeing as soon as I stepped out of the stall were a gigantic pair of beautiful yellow eyes. They turned a little deeper and were about to change colors when then I died. Huh. Loki stood there puzzled, wondering what the eyes could have been. Was it the eyes of the hidden sage? The hermit pathway? Or perhaps some creature? But how could a creature with an enormous body move through Hogwarts? But if it was the hidden sage, why did it chase after Myrtle? Surely she is not a Beander of the hermit pathway. Is she? Do the words hermit sage ring any bells with you, Myrtle? Huh. No. I'm afraid not. Myrtle shook her head. I see. Thank you for telling me about all of this. Pop into room 2-21 whenever you feel like it and I'll try and entertain you as long as I'm there. Loki said with a gradual bow and stood up with grace. Will you really play with me? You won't toss things at me like the rest of them, will you? Worry not, you will see I am just as gentlemanly in holding up my promises, Loki said with a soft smile. We shall see. With all his notes written, Loki spoke to Myrtle for a little longer before he left for classroom 2-21. Mino, Daphne, you were done so soon? Loki asked as he entered the classroom. Yes. Why did it take you so long? The ghosts said they couldn't tell us anything because Headmaster Dumbledore issued them a notice that they couldn't tell anyone anything. Hermione said with her hands on her hips. What's up with people using his name so casually? If they don't use you know whose name, why use his mortal enemies? I got a lead though. Loki said with a soft smile. How did you? The house ghost told you about it. But how? Hermione immediately reasoned. Yes, and that is why it took me a little time to come back here. Tell us, what did they say? Hermione asked while Daphne turned to pay attention too. Friar said that the chambers opened last time when you know who was in Hogwarts. Hermione and Daphne's eyes widened at the information. Then he told me that you know who told the staff that Hagrid was the one that opened the Chamber of Secrets and got him expelled. he was even given an award for the services to the school. But it can't be Hagrid. Hermione exclaimed. Yes, I thought so too, and apparently so did the headmaster, since he helped Hagrid come out of Azkaban and hired him. I see. Hermione nodded, but Daphne asked a question, is that all? No. Loki shook his head and spoke. I also learnt that a student died during the last time the chambers opened. A student died? Hermione asked with her eyes wide. Yes. Loki nodded. You probably know her too. Her name's Myrtle. You probably know her as Moaning Myrtle. Hermione completed, causing Loki to nod and continue. I spoke to her. What did she say? She said she was crying in her stall after someone bullied her for her glasses, and when she heard a hissing sound like a snake outside her stall she got up and went outside, but all she remembers seeing were a pair of gigantic yellow eyes, after which she died. That's all? Hermione asked, a little downtrodden. Yes. Unless you know something more, I don't think there's anything else for us to figure out right now. Hermione was a little disappointed that they still didn't know much about the monster of the Chamber of Secrets, but then suddenly her eyes widened for a second before she blurted out, Harry's a Parseltongue. Huh. Loki sent a confused glance her way along with Daphne, who was looking at her with confusion. Remember the day we were found in front of the writing on the wall? Hermione asked. Yes. That day. I remember while we were walking back from Sir Nick's Death Day party, Harry said he could hear voices. Though we didn't hear anything. Perhaps it was only him who understood the faint whispering of the snake, which was why neither me nor Ron could hear or understand it. Huh, I see. Loki nodded before asking a new question. Harry's a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. With some confusion, Hermione scrunched up her lips as she wondered about what Loki had asked, while Daphne immediately shook her head. No. The Potter's family tree is well documented, they aren't Salazar Slytherin's descendants. The entire Pure Blood faction would do well to remember them if they were so. Huh. Daphne's words left Loki and Hermione confused, as they both came to the same conclusion, so he just developed the ability for no reason. Wonky genes or something. Daphne didn't understand what Loki had said, but Hermione did, and they agreed. Loki thought for a few seconds before speaking again. I have an announcement to make, with a serious face. An announcement? What's that about? I'm being serious here when I say we should stop investigating into this case. Loki said with his brows furrowed. Why, how can you do that, Loki? Now that we know the truth, let's let the students know. Hermione shouted as if someone had taken her Christmas present. You should know better, Myone. You've already suffered once. Do you want something worse to happen to you once again? We're dealing with you know who here. It is better we don't paint a target on our backs and the backs of several students and teachers who read our papers. But, do you really think you know better than Headmaster Myone? It is probably because of a similar reason that the headmaster doesn't want the ghosts to reveal the info. Hermione finally gave a resigned look and quietened down. What do you think, Daphne? Do you want to investigate more into this? Daphne looked a little frustrated too, but she eventually shook her head. Good. Let's leave it to the teachers. I'm sure they're more equipped to handle the matter anyway, isn't that right, Hermione? Promise me you won't look into it behind our backs. Fine, I promise I won't go looking for it, Hermione said with a frustrated look, but given Daphne was on Loki's side, she decided not to argue and conceded victory to Loki. You too, Daphne. Promise us you won't do anything regarding this issue behind our backs. Loki said, turning toward Daphne. Daphne nodded and said faintly, I promise. Good. Let's do this instead. Let's run fake stories and dedicate a column to making up theories on the Chamber of Secrets and try and dissuade people from learning more about it using more interesting rumors. Can we do that? Rumors would help, Daphne stated plainly. All right, I'll get onto it, Hermione said and switched back to doing her work until Loki interrupted the two working witches with strange words. By the way, I promised Myrtle that I'd entertain her whenever she came to classroom 2-21 while I'm here. That involves playing a few rounds of Arcadia Royal, is that alright? Hermione and Daphne had a slight frown on their faces, but they said nothing and nodded. and each slipped back into their own rhythm of work, with Hermione writing articles along with Loki and Daphne drawing illustrations for them under Loki's supervision. The articles ranged from the mundane, "The heir of Slytherin hates this one trick," to questionable things that Loki felt were plausible, like, "The heir of Slytherin is you. I mean, imagine the actual culprit reads this and they're like, oh no. I've been caught. Wouldn't giving them a mini heart attack be a little cool?" Loki argued, but Hermione and Daphne ignored him. As the sun set and the room emptied with Hermione and Daphne going their own separate ways, Loki, left alone in the room, looked out of the window at the still black lake that looked like an abyss while wondering random things. A snake hissing sound and someone from a pathway with the ability to turn a divination into a trap. And you know who. With the petrification of Miss Norris, it is clear that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, and with you know who being involved, the question is not who has opened the chamber, but how. How did he open the Chamber of Secrets while he isn't present here? Is he attached to the back of some professor's head again? Or some student this time? How exactly did he do it? Loki wondered. Didn't Myone tell that Harry was a Parseltongue? Is it him that's opening the Chamber of Secrets? If he is not doing it consciously, then is someone controlling him to open the chamber perhaps? But he has the protection of being Adam's protagonist, so it is unlikely someone will be able to control him without Adam noticing. Damn, what sort of shitty writing is Adam going to come up for his plot this time? I lost and acquiesced to his plot last time, but I'll make sure I'll come out on top this time. Loki wondered, but like the depth of the Black Lake, Loki's thoughts continued to spiral away until he lost track of them. On a day like any other, Loki was working on the half-completed alchemical items the Weasley twins had given him. Yes, a horizontal infinity draw in a counterclockwise manner will fit here since it indicates perfect balance, Loki mumbled as he worked on the twins' extendable ears. The infinity helps the sound to travel further without any distortio. Just as Loki was about to finish carving the symbol on the earpiece with his wand, the door opened softly. Snape stepped into the room and looked at Loki while Loki got out of his focused state and looked at Snape in confusion. "Yes, Professor. Do you need me for something? I was just informed by the Fat Friar that you asked him about the Chamber of Secrets." Snape asked with slightly raised eyebrows, expecting an explanation. "Ah, you don't have to worry, Professor. The Hogwarts Honest Mill has decided not to run any stories that match the original. We will be strictly keeping it to the rumors that everyone's been hearing about them." Snape nodded and accepted Loki's explanation without much argument, and then he spoke. "You are to be present in the Quidditch ground if you are not working, Mr. Loki. You cannot use work as an excuse to skip Quidditch matches," Snape said, looking at Loki holding one of the pairs of the extendable ears that he was holding. "Yes, Professor. I will be there. I promise." Snape nodded again and left as smoothly as he'd come, gliding away like a bat. Finishing up the extendable ears in a few more minutes, Loki tested them, and once he was satisfied he placed them into the bag the Weasley twins had given him and moved on his way toward the Quidditch pitch. Wading through the crowd, Loki arrived at the stands and found himself a seat to watch the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the first Quidditch game of the season," Lee Jordan announced as the Slytherin and Gryffindor students walked over to the pitch. The game proceeded normally until everyone noticed that a particular bludger in the game was targeting Harry continuously. "Isn't this the same script as last time? Which professor at this time that's attacking Harry?" Loki thought and looked at the teachers' stands, wondering who was foolish enough to attack Harry in the presence of Dumbledore. Wait, why is Adam not here again? Damn, does Adam really only have one type of plot? It wasn't long before the game ended when Harry caught the snitch only for the bludger that was targeting him to smash his elbow, breaking it in the process with a loud smack. "Excuse me. Coming through," Lockhart shouted as he waded his way to Harry through the crowd and stood above him. "I don't want a photo, Colin," Harry shouted, apparently hearing the noise of a shutter clicking in the background. "Lie back, Harry," Lockhart said soothingly, and then twirled his wand and pointed it at Harry's broken arm. There was no noise or any flash of light, but Harry's arm lost its bones when Lockhart ended. It had become a flubbery, rubbery piece of meat that flopped around as Harry was finally lifted onto a stretcher and carried away to the hospital wing. Did Lockhart attack him to show off his skills? No, he's not that vain, is he? Here you go, Loki said, pulling out a bag full of alchemical items which he handed over to Fred and George. Is everything here? George asked with an expectant smile. Yes, I fixed all of it, and even improved a few of the potions, Loki said with a smile. And the steps? Fred asked rhetorically, since he could see a bundle of papers stuffed into the bag filled with an assortment of diagrams and dissertations. Yeah, they're all inside it too, Loki said with a smile that couldn't contain his excitement for holding the parchment that Fred and George had tempted him to do the work in the first place. Huh, today's surely a good day. We won against Slytherin and you've gotten us our bounty, George said with a big smile. What can I say, it must be your lucky day, Loki said with a smile and nodded. Here you go, Fred said with little reluctance, but he eventually handed over the map to Loki. We've managed to figure out the way to activate and deactivate the map. Here, George said as he brought out the parchment and tapped on it while saying, I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good. The simple parchment transformed into a map right in front of Loki's justifiably enamored eyes, and then Fred interrupted with a different phrase as he said with the tap of a wand, mischief managed, and under Loki's ecstatic gaze the map turned into an ordinary parchment once again. I can't wait to get my hands on the thing and figure out how it works, Loki thought, and stretched out his hands to take the parchment. Loki was so excited he missed the potion digestion feedback he was getting from the twins by acting as the real enchanter of the Arcadia Royal cards. Take good care of it, all right, the twins said as they reluctantly parted away with the precious artifact. I promise to do my best, Loki said, and the two parties parted ways with the Weasley twins excited to go to their common room and learn about all things alchemy with how much Loki had helped them, while Loki rushed toward his room in the Slytherin dungeons to study the unique map. Entering the room and locking it behind himself, Loki pulled out the parchment and began to supply his spirituality into it to study how it was made. There's a rune corresponding to permission, but permission from what? Loki explored a little more, trying to understand the complicated array of runes that had been sewn into the parchment with care and precision. As soon as Loki studied the parchment under his focused gaze, he realized something unique. Huh, it uses the Hogwarts wards. How did it get the permission to connect to the wards though? Ah, is it the headmaster that allowed for the artifact to be made? But then that brings up the question, who were Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs? Why did the headmaster allow them to make such an artifact? But then why allow the artifact to track him? Surely he doesn't want his privacy violated. Sigh complicated, Loki thought with a frown. Taking a look at his pocket watch, Loki realized it was already time to have dinner and he appeared to be a little late, so he quickly got up and was about to go to the Great Hall, when he saw something on the map that spooked him and caused the hairs on his neck to rise. Did that just happen? Loki wondered, looking at the map with caution. Where is he going though? The girls' toilet. Huh, what? As Loki observed the name, it slowly vanished from the map. Did that just happen? Did I just see a girl transform into a man and then go into the girls' toilet on the second floor? What? Loki, still feeling the chill, calmly tapped the map with his wand and whispered, mischief managed, turning the map back into a normal parchment and pocketing it into his robes to safely stuff it away. I guess, now that I have a suspect, all I need to do is find out how they work. Do I inform someone? A professor would be good, and I'm sure Snape would believe me, but why do I have this feeling I can do something else? Can I benefit from this? Perhaps I can swindle someone or something. Oki performed the ritual to go above the gray fog, and there he pulled the Ring of Harvest and the topaz pendulum to perform a divination. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. I should not inform anyone else about my discovery regarding the Chamber of Secrets. As soon as Loki opened his eyes, he noticed the pendulum swinging clockwise slowly. Sigh, it seems I have some work to do and benefit from this new event. Though, I should make careful preparations so I'm not stuck in some ungodly fight between high-sequence beyonders like last year. Especially between Mr. Atom and Mr. You-Know-Who. Coming out of the gray fog, Loki used the Marauder's map to wait for the name to show up once again in the girls' toilet, but the name showed up surprisingly close to hospital wing where another student was. His name was Colin Creevy. The name Tom M. Riddle showed up for a few seconds before it once again vanished into thin air and left Colin frozen in place. How's he traveling around Hogwarts? Through the shadows. How's he petrifying them? Loki stepped into the Great Hall with a contemplative look on his face and nearly ran into a red-headed girl who was running through to reach the Great Hall before him. Loki recognized the girl immediately but did nothing to attract her attention and just apologized calmly and walked towards the Slytherin table. Ginevra Molly Weasley. Loki thought as he looked at the redhead girl who was stuffing herself with food without talking to anyone at the table. Rubbing his index finger on the thumb, Loki activated spirit vision and immediately noticed just how sick Ginny was. She's got barely a year to live, Loki noted. Seeing the nonchalant manner she was eating in, Loki wondered, does she not know what the other person is doing with her body? And how is he affecting her anyway? I'm pretty sure there's only a single soul on her based on the aura she's radiating. There's no overlap with anything else, especially not something dark and dangerous. And what's that feeling of wealth that's attracting me from her pockets? Loki stared at Ginny for a while but said and did nothing and continued eating his dinner peacefully. When Ginny finally got up, Loki walked behind her and tailed her. Only when he spotted Ginny returning to the Gryffindor common room did he stop tailing her, slipping away while thinking of a plan to know more about her. I need something to keep track of her whereabouts and actions so that I can know what's possessing her. Something that can conceal itself and wouldn't arouse suspicion. I think I have just the right way to achieve this, but it feels a little risky. Loki contemplated for a while longer before he firmed his eyes and made up his mind to do what he had to. Hopefully, he isn't alerted by what I'm doing. I should go to Hagrid. This Chamber of Secrets business must probably have him scared. After Loki woke up the next morning, he visited the gray fog. Pulling out the Ring of Harvest from the gray fog, and after a little reminder that he could still toss it into the Black Lake, Loki wrapped it around his finger and poured his spirituality into it. A deep shadowy creature emerged from the shadows, kneeling to show its submission to Loki. Huh, I expected it to look a little fearsome, but it literally just looks like a shadow person. The shadow creature was one of the abilities of the Shadow Ascetic 1 sequence under the Rose Bishop sequence, which Mr. A was. It had been Loki's fortune that he'd attained such a peculiar creature through the ring, since the shadow creature had a particular set of abilities that Loki was after. One of the abilities granted to it was the power to merge into shadows, which Loki decided to use to monitor and steal from Ginny Weasley. With the shadow creature summoned, Loki sent the creature into his shadow and walked with it towards the Great Hall where he'd verified Ginny Weasley was using the Marauder's map. To not arouse any suspicion, Loki walked towards Hermione and spoke to her while ignoring the pointed looks one of her seatmates, Ron, at the table was throwing at him. What happened, Loki? Hermione asked with a little worry, since Loki had never come to her in the Great Hall before. I was wondering if any of my packages arrived in the classroom. I seem to have misplaced a mail order that was supposedly already sent to me. Hermione thought for a second but replied with a soft shake of her head. No, I'm sorry, but I haven't seen anything like it. Maybe you'll have better luck with Daph. Ah, no worries, Loki said with a smile and nodded, returning towards the Slytherin table where he asked Daphne the same question to keep up his pretense. And done. Loki thought with a smile as he used his opportunity while talking to Hermione to cross over Ginny's shadow and transfer the shadow creature into it. The shadow creature had been given a simple order: grab any suspicious thing that comes out of her pockets without getting caught and return to him at the end of the day. He had conducted the appropriate tests the last night and had found the shadow slave capable of performing the required actions without getting caught, so Loki then spent the rest of the day attending classes quietly. It was only at the end of the day that Loki started to get a little worried, since he knew there was any number of ways the plan could end in failure. Did a professor catch the creature and beat it out? No, I haven't lost my connection to it, so it should still be alive. Perhaps it was captured and they are currently working on finding out which student used it. Will they be able to trace it back to me? What excuse should I use? Professor Snape gave me the creature to protect me. But then what will I saw? AAHHH. MFMFMFMFMFMF. Loki screamed, but midway through the scream, slammed his hand onto his mouth to muffle the scream. He'd seen his shadow move and it'd scared him, since all of a sudden he felt he saw a monocle appear in his shadow which reminded him of Aemon. His eyes playing tricks. Damn, where were you all day? Loki asked the shadow creature that was inside his shadow. Although the shadow creature could not speak directly, it managed to convey to Loki through a series of low guttural growls and actions that it took him so long, since he couldn't find a way to directly return while staying hidden, so it had waited for nightfall to sneak away. No one saw you. Growl. Good job, Loki said and patted the creature, or attempted to, since it was much taller than him, yet Loki found it cutely wiggled under his praise. Loki extended his hand and the shadow creature then handed him the item he was so hauntingly chasing after, a black diary. A diary. Loki did not directly pick up the diary but tried to pour his spirituality into it first by covering it in a cloud of his spirituality. When nothing of note happened, he looked at it with confusion. Nothing. No runes. No evil cursed spirit. Did he get the wrong thing? But seeing the eagerness of his shadow servant, Loki couldn't imagine the overenthusiastic fellow getting it wrong, so he asked him, "What did Ginny Weasley do with this?" The shadow servant performed a series of actions once again and conveyed to Loki that she'd been writing into it, while the diary responded back. I see. Loki nodded and then picked up the diary and looked at it. "You can leave," Loki said, and the shadow vanished back into the ring. It looked like any other old diary journal that one might use to record their daily life. On its cover was the year embossed in gold lettering, 1942. It's about 50 years old. A student from so long ago. Tom. Loki carefully opened the first page to see what secrets of Ginny lay written inside, waiting to be discovered, and he was surprised when the entire diary was empty except for the first page, written on which was the name, T.M. Riddle. So this is how he does it. Loki thought with caution as he turned the book around to see if there were any obvious dangers. Finding none, Loki plopped it onto his table and picked up a ballpoint pen. Should I do it? Should I not? I should just divine it. Leaving the room, since he didn't want to expose his divination capabilities in front of the diary that he didn't know if it could see him doing anything, Loki slipped into the attached bathroom, where he closed the door and entered the gray fog. There he picked up his topaz pendant and performed a simple pendulum divination. Communicating with the book is harmful for me. 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 Opening his eyes, Loki found the pendulum was spinning clockwise at a steady pace. Do I take this risk? What harm could the diary do to me anyway? Even if it can harm me, it'll probably happen over a long period of continuous writing. Alright, I can take this risk. Loki thought and began to exit the Saphira castle, only to stop a second later. Should I keep the Ring of Harvest on me or take it off me? By keeping it on me I can pretend to be a sequence 6 rose bishop in front of Tom. But I run the risk of a professor catching me with the ring. Damn. Alright, I'll hide the ring in view of the professor using my illusions. I haven't tested them on professors, but I have a feeling it won't be easily seen through. After another short divination through which Loki made sure the professors wouldn't spot him with the ring if he covered it with his illusions, he exited the Saphira castle. Now let's try and see what happens when you write into this mysterious book that is at the center of everything. Loki thought as he looked at the seemingly innocent book that was on his table. I have a feeling I'll be able to plan to confuse both Adam and you know who through this. With his pen on the book, Loki paused for a second. What do I even write? But then to his shock and surprise, words began to appear on the page he'd opened to write in. Not going to write anything. The book asked, startling Loki. How did you know? Loki asked with weariness apparent as the words sank into the paper and vanished as if having melded into the book itself, lost to time and space. I can feel you stabbing something pointy into me. The diary wrote back smoothly. Who are you? Loki wrote, trying to see if he could get you know who to confess. My name's Tom M. Riddle. Who are you? I am Gehrman Sparrow. Loki shamelessly wrote back. Well then, Gehrman Sparrow, how did you come across my book? I found it after someone flushed it into the toilet. They did? Tom asked back immediately. Yes, don't you know how drenched your book was a few minutes ago? I dried it using the fire charm. I see. Do you have any other questions for me? What are you? Loki wrote back. I am just a student who's left back something of value to help my fellow students at Hogwarts. You studied at Hogwarts? Yes. I was a top student at Hogwarts 50 years ago. Do you want me to help you with something? Could you help me with ancient runes? So that I could make something like you have? Or perhaps help me in making a spell? There was a slightly long silence from the book as it didn't respond to Loki's question for a little bit, but then just as Loki thought Tom had bailed on him, he responded. Oh, you want to make a diary? Like mine? Why the silence? Can't I? No, it's not that. It's just that the diary is, what can I say, a little special. Special? Yes, it'll take a large amount of skill to be able to make the diary, and I can't say if you can get there for sure in a little bit of time. Even making a new spell deeply involves ancient runes. How complex is it? I already have a strong foundation in runes. Which year are you in? I'm in my 4th year. Loki lied since the topic was about runes where he'd definitely attained to such a degree of mastery. I will need you to answer a few questions for me to see if you are really as good as you say you are. Sure, why not? Then tell me which is the most stable symbol in rune casting and what does it do when you prepend it to a charm. Loki paused for a little bit, which Tom assumed meant that Loki didn't know the answer, and wrote back, don't know. That's all right, it was an advanced case. But before Tom could continue, Loki broke his silence by writing using his ballpoint pen. That would be the symbol that commonly represents infinity in arithmancy. It has the most stable shape for spirituality to take, and prepending it to a charm causes the charm to gain stability that makes the person trying to remove the effects of the charm have to expend more spirituality to disrupt it. There was a slight pause, after which Tom responded back, that was very informative and I didn't find any obvious mistakes in your explanation. Congratulations, you've passed the test. I can teach you all I know about ancient runes, but it will depend on you to progress enough to make a book like this or even a spell. Do you understand that? Yes, I do. It's not as if you would be to blame for my stupidity. Haha, you have a good sense of humor too. Do you have any other questions for me? When will you teach me more about runes? Give me a little bit of time. I need to sort things out and organize myself so that I can teach you more about it in a professional manner that will help you. I see, then that is all for tonight. Good night. With that, the book went back to being still without any ink appearing on its pages as Loki relaxed into the backrest with a sigh. That was confusing. But why didn't I feel anything happen to me? Did he not do anything because it was our first meeting? Loki looked at the book and rubbed his thumb and index finger to turn on his spirit vision. Damn, I should have done this before. There was a pale hue to the book, indicating that it was alive. That's why when I poured in my spirituality to look at the runes in the book, nothing showed up. Because the book is not an alchemical item but something that is actually living. Is that why Tom was so reluctant to share his secrets with me? Trying to divert me away from runes so that I wouldn't realize that the book was alive. Was he using Ginny's aura as a cloak to hide himself during the time I scanned her using spirit vision? And how did my potion digest so much so fast? Loki wondered as he closed his eyes and scanned himself to find that 5% more of the potion had already been digested, making his total come up to 35%. Is it because he's a Beander? Did he perhaps somehow manage to separate the excess characteristics from his body into a book? Or perhaps his soul? I don't know enough about this, yet. I could ask him about it, but how? What are you trying to do, Tom? Loki wondered and picked up the book and sealed it away in a box by creating a wall of spirituality and tossed it into the bathroom where he locked the door. Only after a few minutes, once he found everything had returned to normal, did he pull out his two-way mirror and begin talking to Elaine. After he spoke with Elaine, Loki helped the little Niffler digest his potion by listening to more of his poems, which seemed to have only gotten worse over time. You know what? Loki said to Sunny. Go out and annoy other people with your poems. I've had enough of you. I think I'm growing deaf with how often you choose to screech into my ears. And why am I paying you to listen to your poems? Isn't this exactly what you should be doing? The Niffler looked at Loki with injustice carved on his face, but eventually reluctantly slipped out from under the door and went on its way to explore the expectantly absent nightlife of the castle. And then, right before he went to sleep, Loki entered the Saphira castle and used a series of divination questions to ascertain that he was in the best of health before exiting with a smile of relief and falling asleep like a log in winter. Walking out of the Great Hall, Loki moved in the direction of classroom 2-21 to see if Hermione and Daphne were done with their work so that he could start the process of printing the newspapers by typesetting everything according to their layouts. But as soon as he stepped out of the Great Hall, two redheads stopped him in his tracks. What happened? Fred, George? Loki asked with a confused look on his face. Did they need me to help them with other alchemical artifacts? We were just here to inquire about something, Fred said while George nodded. Were my notes on how I fixed your things too vague? Do you have doubts regarding them? No, those were perfect. Wouldn't have it any other way. It's something else. George took over. Fire away then, what do you want to know? We were wondering if you visited the Gryffindor dorms anytime recently. The Gryffindor dorms? Loki asked for confirmation if he'd heard right. Yes. Or have you sold the passwords of the other common rooms to anyone else? Fred and George both asked in succession. No, I haven't left the Slytherin dorms and definitely haven't sold any of the common room passwords. Did something happen? Fred and George looked at each other before looking at Loki and speaking in a whisper. Someone ravaged the men's and women's dorms in Gryffindor. Seriously? Loki asked with wide eyes as he felt worried if it was anything related to him. But why doubt someone from the other houses? Wouldn't they be unable to enter? Although true, we learnt something from the fat lady that says otherwise. Come on, don't keep me in suspense, tell me what you learnt. Loki said, hurrying. The two boys worried if this incident was going to be connected back to him in some way. Fred and George looked at each other and then nodded and said, we heard Professor McGonagall question the fat lady in front of the students in the common room. During the questioning, the fat lady revealed that she remembered a dark shadow leaving the common room in the middle of the night, something that she didn't remember letting in. Damn. Loki cursed internally but externally managed to keep his calm and still look surprised. A black shadow? Loki asked, pretending to be confused. Yes, that is how the fat lady described it. I see. But why was the Gryffindor common room upturned? Didn't the shadow just steal from Ginny? Why would it have touched other people's belongings? I need to ask him if he did anything else. Can you let us know if you learned something about the culprit? Fred asked Loki. Sure. Was there anything missing? If so, I can keep an eye out for that. No. Nobody has said anything was missing, but we're still searching through our belongings, so we don't have a final tally yet. I understand. I will keep an eye out for any people who know about this and will let you know if I figure something out. I'll use the Marauders map and keep track of anyone entering or exiting the common room too whenever I can. Thank you, Loki. You've helped us quite a bit. Let us know if we can ever do something for you. George said with a smile, patting Loki's shoulders. And thanks for helping the Git give answers to our questions about pranks, Fred said with a smile and a wink as he left, leaving Loki to just shake his head in amusement. The twins then left and Loki, instead of rushing to a class, slipped into a nearby lavatory and summoned the shadow servant to ask him a few questions. Did you touch any other person's belongings in the Gryffindor common room? Growl. No. Then did you spot anyone else doing anything similar? Growl. You did not. I see. All right, then you can go take rest. Loki said, and the shadow vanished away into the ring. Then who did it? Who was responsible for turning around all the Gryffindor students' trunks? How did no one wake up when such a thing happened? They must have had great command over magic to make sure that no one woke up or noticed what was happening. Were they after the book too? Was it Ginny? But she's only in her first year, so she shouldn't have been able to cast such advanced magic that would allow the students to not notice her going through their stuff. Maybe Tom taught her some advanced spells like he's teaching me about ancient runes. But that doesn't seem plausible. I don't think Ginny is genius enough to learn such things from him. That was when an idea struck Loki out of the blue. Can Tom still control her? But how? In case he can, the Chamber of Secrets will not remain closed but will open once again. This is getting complicated. I should use the Marauder's map to keep a close watch on her. Maybe she's still under his control. With the short introspection done, Loki left to attend classes, but all throughout the day, during lunch and dinner, Loki kept his eye out for Ginny, who looked quite frightened and worried. Is she just worried about the diary going missing? But why does she look so weak still? Loki used spirit vision to gauge her health and found that her condition was rapidly worsening, as if she was being slowly poisoned to death. Do I return the book to her? No. I don't know if that will worsen her condition or help her. I should wait a little while to see if her condition gets better, and if it does not, then I can just inform Madame Pomfrey about her. I'm sure the professor are also aware something's wrong by now. I doubt they'll let someone with such terrible health simply skip being checked out by Madame Pomfrey. Either Adam is stopping them or he's trying to arrange a coincidence. For me and Ginny. Why not Harry? Have I come across any coincidences? I did, coincidentally, see Ginny transforming into Tom when I used the map for the first time. Loki patiently waited for the next few days as he studied with Tom about ancient runes each day and increased his expertise on the subject. While his project of monitoring Ginny Weasley throughout the day also gave back a positive response. It seems like she's finally getting better for some odd reason. 2 more common rooms had been broken into in the last few days, and the students' belongings had been overturned, but the thief hadn't been caught no matter the precautions the teachers took. Only the Slytherin common room remains. I should just store the book on my person from now. I have a feeling that Ginny will become alright if I keep the book away from her, but I should do a divination check just in case. Entering the Saphira Castle, Loki performed a simple divination to check if Ginny would be alright. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Ginny will be clear of danger if I keep the diary away from her. Opening his eyes, Loki looked at the topaz pendulum that was spinning in an anti-clockwise fashion and felt a little puzzled. Anti-clockwise. So she'll still be in danger if the book is kept away from her. Why? What's going on? Loki looked at the book in front of him, specifically at the strange words in it. Now that you've studied the world of runes, do you want to know the last component of what made me smart enough to make this book? Is it a secret or something? It is. Just not a very well guarded one. But where's the mystery in that? But I have a secret that not even the teachers know about this world. Loki was surprised by the last line. Is he being serious? A secret about Beyonders that not even the teachers know. That could only point to 2 things. Either he's talking about the Chamber of Secrets and something Salazar Slytherin left behind in it for his descendants, or it's about her, and he wants to corrupt me. Give me a moment. Sorry for ruining the mood, but I need to piss really quick. It's urgent. Loki wrote and paused. All right. Loki sealed the book in a wall of spirituality using a purified silver knife he'd obtained from Creature and walked to the semi-official place of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual, the washroom. Entering the Saphira castle, Loki pulled out his topaz pendulum and performed a simple divination. It is dangerous for me to know about whatever Tom Marvolo riddle is trying to tempt me into knowing. Repeating the sentence 7 times, Loki opened his eyes and felt a little disappointed. The pendulum was spinning clockwise, but just enough to show that it was spinning. It wasn't dangerous. Wait, why am I disappointed? No danger is the only good danger. Coming back down to his room, Loki walked back to Tom's diary before he wrote in it. I'm back, wait a minute, I forgot to wash my hands, sorry. Loki closed the book and sealed it for a minute before he left the book to wash his hands casually and walked back and opened the book with wet hands. Even if I'm using him, that doesn't mean I've to keep him comfortable. Loki reopened the book and wrote in it. Tell me, Tom, what's this secret of yours that not even the teachers at Hogwarts know? Are you sure you want to know? Of course, you're my senior, why wouldn't I want to know what a senior who's earned the special award for services to the school wants to tell me? Oh, you know about that. I mean, I've polished the trophies at school in detention recently, so don't worry about it. Sure, but this can't just be told to you. It's best if you see it directly. Wah! Before Loki could finish his words, a bright light emerged from the book before it swallowed him whole. Loki was about to resist and use the several abilities of the Ring of Harvest, but he trusted his divination in the Saphira castle and went with it. Besides, he had a backup plan that he'd set up when he was washing his hands in the bathroom in case something like this happened. Loki's vision shifted as he saw the world before him change when he suddenly found himself trapped in a colorful memory. Tom? Loki asked, looking at the school student Tom was. Loki walked up to him and tried placing his hand on his shoulder, but it pushed through it, much like his own illusions. I guess you aren't here. Loki voiced out in an attempt to sound stupid. Finally, Loki observed the room he was in and found Tom was serving detention with a young professor Loki couldn't quite recognize. But Loki didn't have to wait long. Professor Slughorn, I've heard things. What have you heard, my boy? The young professor asked, looking away from the letter he was reading. Things about magic not being the end. You know how it is in Slytherin, those nobles think they're better than the rest. It was just their conversations that I overheard. Professor Slughorn's eyes widened slightly before he paid full attention to Tom. What exactly did you hear? They were talking about how in a few experiments they encountered new powerful beyonders they do not recognize. Slughorn's eyes widened for a moment before they sharpened as he looked at Tom with an absolutely serious gaze. Could you tell me who they were, Tom? To invite to your parties, Professor? No. Tom, this is something that goes beyond fun. Tom nodded as he saw the seriousness in Slughorn's eyes and spoke calmly. Felix Malfoy and Asmund Lestrange, Professor. Slughorn nodded and spoke quickly. Your detention is dismissed for tonight, Tom. I hope you go back to your room. I will introduce you to the dangerous world of Beyonders tomorrow. I never intended to hide it from you. In fact, I wanted to do it today, but things have taken a rather unexpected turn. Make sure you don't step out of your room tonight, is that okay, Tom? Loki's vision shifted and he was kicked out of the book he was absorbed into. Loki was calm and rational and pulled out a pen to scribble into Tom's book. Was that all? But there was no response from the book. He's pretending to be dead so that the mystery builds and I ask him how to become a Beyander. Does he want to make me a Beyander too? What's with all these random people in my life that all want me to become a Beyander? Was he lying to me when he told me that he knew about something that even the teachers did not know about? Loki sealed the book and walked to the bathroom where his shadow pet climbed back into the ring from the shadow of the bathtub. Loki performed the celestial worthy of heaven and earth to enter the Saphira castle and performed a simple divination. Tom lied to me about showing me information that not even the teachers knew anything about. Loki repeated the statement 7 times and the result was in front of him. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. The heck? Loki thought for a bit and then realized the only other information revealed to him was about the new Beyonders. New Beyonders. probably refers to their pathways. And if they're not the traditional 19 of this world, they're the Lord of the Mysteries pathways. Possible, but Wahlberga would have known about it if that was the case. Unless Adam did something to wipe it out of common memory. But if that was the case, Tom shouldn't know anything about it. So it's a new pathway out of the standard 22. A pathway from an outer god. Loki was confused a little, and then he realized. He's just talking about her. So he wants me to become a Beyander dedicated to her. All this just for that. How silly. Sleeping on his bed while lying perfectly still, Loki was buried under a comfortable quilt with a dreamless sleep. And in this silence a soft click was heard. The door to Loki's room opened with a low creak as someone slowly opened it and stepped inside. The silhouette of the thief that entered Loki's room was small, even smaller than Loki himself, but either fortunately or unfortunately, Loki didn't rise. "This is the last room. It has got to be here," the intruder whispered. "Silencio," the intruder commanded, and with a wave of her wand, the entire room fell into a deafening silence where even Loki's breaths were no longer audible. The intruder then cast a Lumos charm that caused a small but bright light to erupt out of the tip of her wand and float into the center of the room, revealing not only the intruder's identity to be Ginny Weasley but also the trunk that had been pushed aside after she entered the room. Ginny immediately waved her wand and caused all the belongings inside the trunk to shoot out, but she couldn't find what she was looking for no matter how hard she tried. Ginny peered around the room, high and low, from end to end, but she couldn't find the book she was desperately searching for. There was an ancient runes textbook on the table which motivated her to work a little harder, but no matter where she looked she couldn't find the book she was looking for. As Loki slept under all the commotion, Ginny finally turned to look at him. "Is it on him?" she whispered with cold eyes and walked to him with her wand pulled out. Loki stirred a little as Ginny came closer, but seeing him not waking up and his wand on the bedside table, she deemed him to be of no danger and walked right up to him. Ginny used her wand to lift his quilt and check underneath his robes to try and find the book that was missing. Her wand eventually knocked something hard inside Loki's robes. "Got it," Ginny said with a cold smirk on her face, unlike what she normally was like, and pulled the book out of Loki's clutches. "Time to put you to sleep forever, Gehrman Sparrow. Thank the troubles you caused for your short life," Ginny said and pointed her wand at Loki. But just as she was about to execute a spell, her eyes fell on the cover of the book she'd just taken out of Loki's robes. 1,000 Jokes for Your Family. By Albus Dumbledore. "Huh, what is this rubbish?" Ginny mumbled with anger clearly reflecting in her eyes. "Did I make a mistake? No. How can I?" But Ginny opened the book to check if Loki was using some secret technique to hide the book and read the first joke in it. "Why did the wizard go to school? To improve his spelling. Why did Albus Dumbledore never play hide and seek with the Dark Lord? Because the Dark Lord was afraid to even speak his nah. I'm not afraid of his name. Albus Dumbledore. How could I fight him for so long to achieve her wishes if I was as afraid of calling his name as he is of me?" Ginny's eyes quickly scanned the room when she said that, and her subconsciously tense shoulders relaxed a little after she did. But then a thought struck Ginny's mind, leading her to a revelation. He was a fourth year, this boy is barely in his second year, I suppose. Too bad, Ginny said, and then left the same way she'd arrived in the room and used the Nox charm to wave the lights off. After a while, Loki stirred from his sleep and woke up. He looked around his room and for a second felt afraid that someone had come into his room to bully him, but once he found no one inside the room, he calmly looked around all the things that were overturned with a smile. "I see. So today she worked on the Slytherin common room. I guess I can safely say putting the book inside the Saphira castle was the best choice." With a smirk, Loki began to rearrange everything perfectly so that he could go back to sleep in his warm quilt and wake up fresh the next day. As he checked the joke book he'd transfigured, Loki was surprised to find that it had been opened. He read this. "He's brave. But if Adam didn't interfere, it can only mean either he knows how to avoid letting Adam know when his name is spoken, or all this was according to Adam's plan. Either way, I already know how I'm going to swindle him this year. Not my problem. I won't get stuck in his stupid plan for our Lord and Savior. As a swindler, I have my own pride. How can I be a part of someone else's plans without profiting off of it in some way? Waking up with a smile on his face the next day, Loki stepped out of his room and noticed the commotion that had gripped the common room. Several students were standing outside their rooms and talking to Professor Snape. Snape looked at Loki as did the other students, but by the time they could question him, he bowed to Snape, said his greetings and left the common room calmly. As soon as Loki arrived at the Great Hall, he found Ginny Weasley sitting at the Gryffindor table, eating with fervor. He then used his spirit vision on her to take note of her physical condition. She seems to be perfectly fine. I should do a divination later to check if she's in danger anymore. Apart from Ginny's health, there was another reason for Loki's upbeat mood. It was because, from yesterday's event, he'd digested about 20% more of the potion, bringing him to about 55% of the potion digested. Is it because the incident spread around the castle to the professors? So Professor Snape and the others think it is related to me, but don't know exactly how. With all this, I'm pretty sure they already suspect that I'm a Beander of some sort. If Adam's attempt at roping me into things weren't enough proof already that he wants something from me. I see. Too bad for them. I have no plan on revealing my potion's name or even abilities. Less than half is left for me to digest now. The newspaper should also bring me about 5% in total by the end of the year. And I'm sure the more time I spend swindling Tom for his knowledge, the more my potion will digest from fooling him for a longer period continuously. And the Chamber of Secrets will remain closed. It's a win-win situation for both parties involved. Loki concluded, continuing his day as normal while he attended his classes. During the night, when Loki finally opened the dangerous diary once again, he wrote down his thoughts. Hello, Tom, just wanted to ask you a question about runes, could you help me out? Sure, was the reply that came back after a little while. I wanted to know what happens when one combines the Infinity Rune and the Triangle Rune. Since the Triangle Rune is used to focus spirituality to a point and the Infinity Rune is used to create a stable movement, will the result be a charm that can be used as a needle? I can give you the answer if you give me an answer. Oh, Loki thought, wondering why Tom was acting out of character. Is he that desperate? What would your question be? Nothing too complicated, I was just wondering if the Chamber of Secrets is still open in Hogwarts. How do you know about that? Loki asked calmly. Well, my previous owner shared some information with me. Previous owner? The one that tried to flush you down the toilet? Yes. Loki controlled himself to keep away the smile that was threatening to break out on his lips and responded appropriately. Nothing happened with the Chamber of Secrets recently, the matter has died down. Oh yeah, from right about when I found this diary of yours. I see. Tom responded back and continued to teach Loki about ancient runes, helping Loki with his pet project of creating a spell for himself. Eventually, when Loki got tired of picking Tom's brain, he said goodnight to Tom and sealed him in a box sealed by walls of spirituality and placed him on his bedside table. He then spoke to Elaine and helped his Niffler friend explore the castle, after which he finally collapsed into his bed. But just as Loki was about to fall asleep, he suddenly woke up and moved to the bathroom as if he really needed to use it. Loki gave the book that was sealed by a wall of spirituality one last look and slipped into the washroom. A mistake? I think not. Worry embraced Loki as he immediately rushed to perform the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to enter the Saphira Castle. Inside the Saphira Castle, Loki activated his spirit vision and looked at himself. His body, although still white in color showing his good health, looked a little dim. It's not as bright as it used to be. Loki noted. Why did I feel compelled to do what Tom wanted me to do? Why did I place the diary on the table instead of inside the Saphira Castle like I usually do? Loki wondered and did a slow and thorough check of his entire body, and that's when he found it. Excess Beander characteristics. What? Where did this come from? The time he absorbed me into the book. How do I purge it out of my body? Can I even get it out of my body? Why haven't I lost control yet? Do I need Madame Pomfrey's help? Interrupting himself was his sight that rested on the two items that were on his table. Cards of blasphemy. That should help me. Loki thought and pulled the error card and placed it inside his spirit body. His spirit body immediately transformed. A plague doctor mask was hanging from his neck and a monocle lay on his right eye. A tall top hat and regal clothing adorned him along with a silver walking stick that gleamed like gold, leaving anyone that would stare at it in a daze. A regal aura erupted from Loki as he sat on his chair in the Saphira Castle, and a similar smile hacked his expression. This should do it, Loki thought, and used the temporarily raised authority to expunge the induced Beander characteristics that had been forced into his body without his knowledge. Wait a second. Just as he was about to push out the Beander characteristic, Loki had a new idea. Loki looked at the Beander characteristic that was in his body and stared at it unblinkingly. Pulling the Ring of Harvest to himself using a sacrificial ritual, Loki decided on his next course of action. Closing his eyes, Loki allowed his astral body to drift the spirit world as he repeated a single question. Which pathway and sequence does this Beander characteristic belong to? Which pathway and sequence does this Beander characteristic belong to? Which pathway and sequence does this Beander characteristic belong to? Comma. Which pathway and sequence does this Beander characteristic belong to? And as soon as he was done, Loki received the information in the form of a vision. A student kneeling in front of an altar came into view. The student seemed to be mumbling something inaudible, and not long after the student finished his prayers, a roll of parchment fell onto his altar, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The boy happily unrolled the parchment and looked at it. Sequence 8, Unwinged Angle. Loki's pupils immediately narrowed and he looked at the information written on the parchment with focus, after which the vision broke away. Strange. But why is there the sequence 8 Beander characteristic inside me? Tom. But why would he send his Beadner characteristics inside of me? Did he do the same to Ginny? No, since he gave me the sequence 8 characteristic, Ginny must have gotten the sequence 9 characteristic if I'm not wrong. But why would he need to transfer his Beander characteristics into a different person? Loki thought for a while, but he couldn't think of anything concrete, so he tried theorizing by using his knowledge from LOTM as a base. Giving his Beander characteristics to a person, wouldn't that cause them to lose control easily since they've not attained the level through acting? But Ginny seems to be stable. Is Tom using some magic to keep her from losing control? But why does he need to transfer all his Beander characteristics into a person? To resurrect using the person. Like Celestial worthy of heaven and earth did for Klein. That's a little unexpected. Damn, this is getting complicated. But he gave me a little of his Beander characteristics so that I would meet Ginny due to law of Beander characteristic convergence. Spending a little time trying to gain more information through divination, Loki felt suffocated since he couldn't gain more information about the situation without alerting Tom that somebody was onto him and revealing himself. So Loki spent a little bit of time contemplating the matter when all of a sudden a brilliant idea struck him. Hey. I don't know exactly why he wants to transfer his Beander characteristics into someone else, but it seems like he wants to, so why not rob him of all of it? It seems like talking to him continuously allows him to transfer the Beander characteristics into another person and also give them mental suggestions to do a particular task. So all I have to do is pay attention to when I begin to lose control and then shift into the Saphira Castle to steal away the characteristic he has worked so hard to stuff into my body. But I guess Ginny Weasley will be back in my room today, or maybe Tom will try to control me to give Ginny back the diary. If he attempts to do something harmful to me, I can just ignore the suggestion he uses to control me and destroy the diary after knocking out Ginny. If I allow him to use me, maybe he'd leak the way to enter the Chamber of Secrets. There could be a wealth of information Salazar Slytherin might have left behind that might be worth stealing. After Loki moved out of the Saphira Castle, he dropped back onto his bed and fell asleep. It was only later, when the night deepened, that Loki felt his body stir and wake up. So he's making me take the book to Ginny. Loki wondered with a little disappointment that he couldn't have all the Beander characteristics in the book but otherwise didn't interfere with Tom commanding him. He pretended to be in a daze but made sure to take his wand and wear his ring of harvest so that he could be prepared for whatever was about to happen. As an extra layer of protection, Loki employed his illusion skill to disguise himself by changing his hair color, eye color and the basic structure of his face along with his shoulder width and spine length. Before leaving his room, Loki felt Tom control him and cast a spell on himself by tapping his wand on his head. It felt like someone had broken an egg on his head as its contents poured all over him and caused his body to blend in with his surroundings, like a chameleon. The disillusionment charm, Loki recognized. How convenient. But given how easily he manipulated my spirituality to perform the charm, shows how much better than me he really is. But since he's using Ginny as his vessel, I should be able to confuse him because he currently only has a sequence 9 Beander characteristic in her, while I'm a sequence 8. Plus he doesn't really have any reason to suspect my appearance. He doesn't even what I look like. Loki felt a little nervous about all of this, but as he walked into the cool atmosphere of the dungeons he relaxed. At worst I'll have to come to Professor Snape or Madame Pomfrey. And I'm sure if all of this is Adam's plan, nothing too bad could happen to me. Besides, Sunny and the Shadow Pet are all guarding me. I wonder what Adam wants from me though. Become Harry's friend. Become indebted to him. I don't know, and I can't know. Not yet. Loki looked as Miss Norris trotted past him without smelling him and continued walking down the corridors under the directions Tom fed his body magically. No teachers were patrolling and even Filch had fallen asleep by this point, giving Loki free rein during the night as he walked carelessly towards his destination. Arriving in front of the girls' washroom on the second floor, Loki stepped through all while thinking, why does he want me to meet Ginny in Myrtle's bathroom? Why not an abandoned classroom? The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the girls' washroom. She did vanish here when I first noticed her turning into Tom. Slytherin surely was a pervert if that's the case. Stepping into the lavatory, Loki found a girl standing while facing away from him and looking at the black lake from the small window built to circulate fresh air. You're finally here. Ginny or currently, Tom exclaimed while turning around to look at him. Loki stayed silent and didn't speak since Tom hadn't given him a command and he could still feel the control he was exerting over him. You can drop the disillusionment charm now, Ginny said, waving her hand, after which Loki pulled out his wand and tapped on his head wordlessly, causing the charm to shatter. Damn, that was close. I nearly forgot to cover my wand in an illusion. Good that I did it while it was in my pocket, or he'd have recognized me with my wand given how unique it is. Phew. Finally, I see you, Gairman Sparrow. It took me forever to find you. But with Loki not responding, the situation felt somewhat comical, with Tom talking to himself like a madman. I would have normally gotten rid of you, but I think I can still make use of you, so I shall let you live. Ginny then walked over to Loki and took back the diary in his hands with a simple swipe. I don't know how you got this diary, but now that I have it back with me, nothing can stop me anymore, Tom said, lifting up the diary and looking at it with a feverish look. Once he was done admiring it, Tom turned to look at the round sink that was at the end of the bathroom, and once he moved towards it he looked at a particular tap and spoke in a strange hiss that Loki did his best to memorize. Hiss, SS, SSS, S. The porcelain top of the sinks levitated up into the ceiling as the sinks themselves split from the seams and caused wide gaps to appear in between them. Loki was startled, but he kept his calm outwardly and held normalcy. Tom looked at Loki after the chamber opened and then spoke in a commanding tone. You may leave. Loki followed the compulsion that had popped up in his mind and made his way back to the Slytherin common room, this time slipping through shadows so that Miss Norris wouldn't catch him easily. Only once Loki was back in his room did he let his face break out into a small smile. Who knew I'd gain such a bountiful harvest today? I digested 5% of my potion from today, bringing me to 60% in total. All that is left for me to do now is to explore the Chamber of Secrets so that I can gain the knowledge that one of the founders would have left behind in his chambers. But what if Tom kills a student? No, he probably won't kill anyone just yet since he needs to help Ginny absorb all his Beander characteristics so that she can become the perfect vessel for his resurrection. So will they all only be petrified? Most likely, but I should check this using divination while I'm above the gray fog. Loki finally collapsed into the bed and after an adventurous night slept like a baby. Waking up the next day, Loki first checked if Ginny would be killing any students, and once he confirmed that she or Tom wouldn't, he went about his day with a happy smile. Loki spent the rest of his days perfecting the new spell he'd made. It was potent and made to kill anyone targeted directly by it. But its complexity made Loki have to flick his wand for around a second as he cast it. But why was Tom hellbent on me using a few runes instead of the other more standard ones? Of course, I didn't do it when I noticed how he particularly wanted me to pick them. But still, what's up with runes in magic? Is there some truth to the differences between dark magic and white magic and such? Occasionally Loki also dropped by the Forbidden Forest to practice his dueling skills so that he wouldn't become rusty when he'd finally have to face off against Tom by the end of the year. Finally, on the day the next attack occurred where 2 people fell victim to Tom's plans, causing morale at Hogwarts to be at an all-time low, Loki pulled out the Marauders map to check how Ginny was doing. She seems to be inside the Gryffindor common room. I don't think she'll come back out today since she's already attacked 2 people. I guess I can go dungeon diving and finally see if Salazar Slytherin has left anything of worth behind. Folding back the Marauders map after he'd used it, Loki dove through the dark corridors and found himself back in the second-floor girls' lavatory, from where, after asserting that there were no women or girls inside, he stepped in and walked to the sink he remembered Tom walking to. Hiss, SS, SSS, S. Loki said, replicating the noise he remembered, and to his surprise, Loki found the sink lifting and splitting away just like he'd remembered. I guess I can go into it now. Loki dangled his legs at the edge of the hole and finally smoothly slid into the tunnel pipe that looked like it was part of the sewage system. Going through the roller coaster ride that was the tunnels, Loki slowed down as he finally arrived at the end of the tunnel. Wow, what is that? Loki thought, looking at the gigantic snake body that was in front of him. Is that just the skin? So huge. How does something like that even stay alive and not just collapse into its own weight? Is this the snake that Myone said Harry heard during Halloween? Should I go deeper into the chamber? I don't want to risk stepping into the chamber without knowing all that could be in it. But I didn't find there to be any risk when I divined about it earlier. With a little fear, Loki slipped into the large cavern that had opened up and began to carefully trot around the skin that had been shed and was rotting. Stepping over the little bones and carcasses of the various rodents and animals under his feet, Loki moved towards the skin and pulled out his wand. With his wand out, Loki began to use several Diffindo charms to cut out a small piece of skin to carry back with him to his dormitory. Except it was quite hard to even damage the skin by making a small cut. It was only after an embarrassingly long session of using the Diffindo charm that Loki was able to get even a small piece. This should be good potion-making material. I'll take a little to see which creature the skin belongs to. Better know all I can about what's inside the chamber before stepping deeper into it. I don't want to be in a position where I cast a charm and the snake just ignores it like I would an ant. God forbid step on me for being annoying or kill me by mistake. Loki then sacrificed it to himself and went above the gray fog with the skin and started a dream divination. Which creature is this skin from? 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 The vision of a small snake appeared in Loki's mind as it slithered around the forest floor and hunted animals by killing them just by looking at them. Loki. It's clearly him. He's the heir of Slytherin. No, Ron. It's not him. Then why won't you just let us use the polyjuice potion to go talk to him and get him to confess? Because it's a waste of time. Are you stupid? Oh wait, I thought you had any brains. Never mind. Ron frowned and Harry tried to keep his mouth shut to avoid laughing at his best friend. Harry. Ron turned to Harry since Hermione wouldn't listen to him. What do you think? I don't know, Ron. I mean, what reason do we have to believe he's the heir of Slytherin? I'm more inclined to believe it's Draco. And didn't he help us last time? But he only helped us to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Why not both? Maybe they're covering for each. Silencio, Hermione whispered, stopping any sound from coming out of Ron's mouth. How do you even think of so much nonsense? I've seen girls that are less chatty than you. Hermione complained before walking out of the room to go to room 2-21 and work on the newspaper. Meanwhile, Loki looked at the notice board in the Slytherin dorms while he was walking out and wondered, a dueling club. I wonder if anything newsworthy will happen. Will it be Lockhart running the club or Professor Flitwick? If it was Lockhart, it would be fun. Myrtle, Hermione asked as soon as she stepped into the room, seeing her waiting while pretending to sit on a chair. Ooh, Hermione, will Loki not come here today? I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not sure if he'll be late or something because he's been looking for something in the library these days. Is that Sue? Would you like to play a round of Arcadia Royale with me? Alright. But just one round if that's alright. I have to organize a few articles before the paper is printed tonight. Alright. Thank you. No worries. Loki promised to help you out. He. By the way, are you going to be able to defeat me? I have a gold Professor McGonagall card and a silver Professor Flitwick card in my deck. Really? Can I see? I have the Platinum Peeves card if you wanna see. It should all be in that drawer. Sure. Hermione nodded and they spent the next 15 minutes looking at each other's cards instead of playing the actual game, since Daphne's illustrations were beautiful, with Professor McGonagall's card having a cat border with the cat playing with a ball of yarn. Professor Flitwick's card had him handing out his secret muffins that he gave only to the best of the students. While Peeves's card had a secret feature that allowed one to gaze at his live location in the castle. A feature Loki made after mimicking the Marauder's map. Meanwhile, at Hagrid's hut, Loki looked at Fang and asked Hagrid with worry, Hagrid, did someone kill all your chickens? Yeah, someone's been out for them. I don't know who, and I've been trying to get Fang to trace their scent back, but it won't work. Fang's not dumb, so it's probably a student who knows how to hide their tracks. But why would they kill your chickens? That's what I want to find out. This year's truly gone poorly for me. First, it was the Chamber of Secrets. Now it's the chickens. By the way, I heard from someone that you were arrested earlier for opening the Chamber of Secrets. Are you alright with what's happening in the castle now? Who told you about it? Hagrid asked, startled. Don't worry, not gonna write about it in the newspaper. I heard about it from Friar. Sigh, it's not been going well. Heard from Professor Dumbledore that the Ministry's looking to send me back to Azkaban for a while so that the parents can be calmed down. Loki frowned. That's poor taste. Can't Professor Dumbledore do anything to stop it? I doubt he can. Especially when the minister is out for my head. I see, I'll take care of Fang while you're gone, so you won't have to worry about him or the animals in the Forbidden Forest. I know. I've seen all the bandages you've tied around the unicorns. They're a little disappointed each time you don't come with me too. I just find it a little stuffy in the castle during the nights. So I go out on a trip. With no Dark Lord killing unicorns anymore, I find it relaxing to take a stroll in the forest. Just don't roam into the centaur's territory. Yep, I make sure I remain with the unicorns. Once the snake wanted to consume its prey, it grew in size appropriately to swallow its prey and then continued hunting. As soon as the vision ended, Loki felt a sigh of relief escape his lips. I could have died rather easily if I'd stepped into the chamber today. Is that the weapon Tom uses to petrify the students? Given the snake can change its size, I see how Tom can carry the snake around the castle with him, but it seems a little ridiculous. How can the snake kill its prey just by looking at them? Is it a creature that has emerged from the death pathway? And why is it in Salazar Slytherin's chamber? Was Salazar Slytherin a Beyander of the death pathway? If so, is he still alive today? What happened to the founders anyway? How did all of them die if they were such great wizards? If they were great enough to start a school that has purebloods attending it, they were likely Beyonders too. So how did they die? Did they never become demigods? Getting no more information about the snake in the Chamber of Secrets from divination, Loki dove into the library to find himself a book that would help him answer the questions he had about the creature and the founders. From the next day, there were no more reports of any rooms in the castle being turned over after Ginny Weasley had gotten the diary she so needed. Ginny has started to get worse. Loki noticed as his spirit vision picked up just how sick she was. Did Tom transfer other sequence Beyander characteristic into her? Then is he getting close to his end goal? He'll probably do something drastic once again so that he can carry out his final ritual in peace. Will he finally kill a student? That evening in classroom 2-21 Loki was cornered by the two girls, Hermione and Daphne. Loki, we think we should reopen our investigation. Loki looked at them confused. What's got them so riled up? Sigh Loki, have you been paying attention to the rumors? Rumors? What rumors? That Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. I don't believe them. No, not that Loki. Hermione disagreed and continued, about how Hogwarts will shut down if there is another attack. Seriously? Where did you hear that? Loki asked, a little shocked. The ghosts, I heard from them that the teachers have been discussing the attacks and that if there is another attack in the school, headmaster Dumbledore will be sent away. The school is on the brink of being shut down by the governors, Hermione explained patiently. I see, so how do you think you can help? Loki asked, a little frustrated. Hermione and Daphne shared a glance and then looked at Loki with a fierce expression. We know you're hiding something from us, Loki. You've been scouring the library for something lately and they're all in the ancient creatures section and the section on the founders. We don't have care of the magical creatures until third year, so what were you doing there? I was just looking at them to learn more about the history and evolution of magical creatures. Come on, Loki. Stop lying to us. Hermione and Daphne glared at Loki and urged him to reveal his secrets with their eyes. You girls are bullying me. We wouldn't need to do this if you wouldn't have started acting suspiciously. Well, you remember the snake we predicted was the monster in the Chamber of Secrets? Loki asked with a soft frown. Yes. Hermione and Daphne nodded. Well, I was just trying to find out which monster was inside the Chamber of Secrets so that I could be prepared in case it attacked me. Remember, I'm a Muggle orphan. That's why. Hermione and Daphne's eyes widened as they looked at Loki in a new light, and then Daphne immediately said, I can help you. And then Hermione agreed by saying, I will help you too. I need to protect myself too. Sigh, at least promise me, as soon as you come across who in any of your research, you'll ignore it and stop searching about it. I promise. Hermione said, and Daphne nodded in agreement. With Hermione and Daphne helping him, Loki's search picked up pace as they searched through the library to learn about the special snake that was attacking the students of Hogwarts. Found anything yet? Loki asked Hermione in a whisper as they were in the library. Not yet, Loki. You go and have dinner, you even missed lunch today. Sigh, fine. I am a little hungry. Loki nodded and left the library before Hermione and Daphne as he walked toward the Great Hall to eat a little dinner. But midway through dinner, Loki saw Professor McGonagall rush towards Professor Dumbledore and whisper something to him. It gave him a bad feeling, so he immediately began to take whatever food he could by stuffing it into his pockets. Headmaster Dumbledore then stood up and announced calmly, I request all the students to follow their prefects back to their common rooms. Their heads of houses will come back to them later as well. Loki was surprised just as anybody, and everyone began to conspire in whispers. Was there another victim? A bad feeling welled up in Loki's gut as he spotted Daphne rushing into the Great Hall. Daphne looked around and finally rushed towards Loki. What happened, Daph? Loki asked, holding her shoulder, trying to calm her down since she was hyperventilating. It's Myone. Myone was petrified. What? How did you escape? Myone warned me before I could get caught in its gaze. Gaze? You figured out what the animal is? Yes. We figured out the name. It is called a basilisk. It has a deadly gaze and kills everyone it makes direct eye contact with. Myone and the others escaped sure death because they looked at it indirectly. Daphne said in a single breath. But before Loki could do anything else, Daphne took a deep breath before explaining again. A creature came out of her shadow to fight it off, but it froze almost immediately too. It was made up of shadows and eyes, I don't know how else to describe it. Loki nodded and spoke calmly, "Go to the dorms, Daphne, I'll be with you soon." All the students began to fall in line with prefects who were escorting them, but Loki held back, and in all the chaos, he slipped and started moving towards Snape's office. "I should inform Professor Snape about all that I know, it's probably for the best that I wash my hands off." As Loki began to move to Snape's office, he suddenly stopped. A scowl made its way onto his face as he felt Tom trying to compel him to come toward the second-floor girls' lavatory. "Sigh, I can't even make more preparations for the basilisk now. Well, can't do much now, but at least I am wearing the Ring of Harvest." Before leaving though, Loki moved up to a broom closet and blew on the whistle to summon Sunny, calling him and explaining what needed to be done. "Help me, will ya?" Squeak squeak. "No, I'm not paying you up front. And it'll be a good opportunity to digest your potion anyway. So get yourself up and put in some work." Having a partner who knows nothing about the Quill of Alzuhud but still does exactly what you say is quite amazing. I wonder if Adam will be able to figure out the trick I'm about to use. Poor guy will be introduced to the best pirate the world will ever see, Gehrman Sparrow. Hey. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.